Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yuang's clear snow. The next morning, the old man woke up and instinctively went to Long Aotian's room. Seeing the empty space, he chuckled and closed the door again. Looks like they made up. No wonder he seemed different when he came back yesterday. Early birds catch the worms at the market. Hui Wing had woken up early to prepare breakfast and was now sitting obediently on the steps, waiting for Long Aotian. After eating, the two set off. Long Aotian, slow down, you're going so fast. Hui Wing shouted into the wind from her little stool in the back of the tricycle. She could tell Long Aotian was unusually excited today. The tricycle overtook one car after another, speeding along the road. Long Aotian really was in high spirits. He'd been cooped up at home for days, practically bored to death. Even he would joke that he was born to keep busy. It's fine, my riding skills are top-notch. We need to hurry. All right then. Hui Wing would always go along with whatever Long Aotian said. Even at full speed, it still took them nearly an hour to reach their destination. And yet, the place was already packed with people. Long Aotian took out a cigarette, walked around the area, then parked the tricycle in an open spot. Here's good. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Okay. Hui Wing hopped off and helped Long Aotian set up the sunshade. Despite the days they'd spent idle, their teamwork hadn't dulled at all. Soon, their stall was ready. Hui Wing looked at the clothes hanging from the sunshade and smiled. This just feels right. For days, she'd been laying the clothes out on the ground. Easier to manage, but far less appealing. This way was definitely better. Once everything was set, Long Aotian turned to Hui Wing. Hand me your phone for a sec. Sure. She pulled it out and passed it to him. Add this contact. Long Aotian handed her his old button phone. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. Hui Wing paused when she saw the QQ number and the note beside it. Li Qingxue. But she quickly added the account anyway. After finishing, she glanced guiltily at Long Aotian, bit her lip, and tapped back into their chat history. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't help wanting to take a peek. Done. His sudden voice made her quickly exit the screen. Look at you, acting all guilty, Long Aotian said, amused. Take some photos or videos and send them to her. You two might be classmates soon. Better start building a connection. You don't need a crowd of friends, but you shouldn't have none at all. Li Qingxue was a good person, and her personality complemented Hui Wing's well. Having someone to rely on at the same school would be a good thing. With Li Qingxue's outgoing nature, she'd make friends quickly. Humans weren't meant to be alone, and Long Aotian wanted Hui Wing to have more people in her life too. Got it, Long Aotian. Hui Wing obediently picked up her phone and snapped a few pictures of their stall. Then she stepped onto the road and took several shots of the sprawling market stretching north and south. Meanwhile, Li Qingxue, still half asleep, was roused by the constant pings of her phone. She rubbed her messy hair, rolled over lazily, and grabbed her phone from where it was charging. When she saw the unfamiliar contact sending photos of the market, she instantly became more alert. She accepted the friend request first, then began scrolling through the images. The market, stretching endlessly, was lined with all kinds of stalls. It was fascinating. She tapped the profile picture to check the account space, only to find it completely empty. Returning to the chat, she noticed the username, Ancient Moon. Ancient Moon? Hui Wing, Li Qingxue muttered. She'd only ever mentioned to Long Aotian that she wanted to see what a bustling market looked like. Combined with the username, her mind immediately jumped to Hui Wing being the one with him now. She froze for a second, then aggressively rubbed her face. Li Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Didn't you already figure they were a couple? Why are you overthinking this? She exited the profile and sent a quick message. Good morning. Image. Yueying, is that you? Send. Hui Wing tensed for a moment when the reply popped up. She'd only ever chatted with Long Aotian before. Long Aotian, Li Qingxue texted me. When in doubt, ask Long Aotian. In her mind, he could handle anything effortlessly. Long Aotian nodded without looking up. Good. Today's task, bond with your future schoolmate. Okay. Hui Weiing sat primly on her stool and began typing. Qing Xue, Long Aotian, said you wanted to see the market. It's still early, so it's not crowded yet. But later, it'll get really lively. Li Qingxue replied almost instantly. No worries, I was just curious. Did you guys get there super early? Have you eaten yet? Simple greetings were the quickest way to bridge gaps. Hui Weiing couldn't help but smile at the message. Long Aotian glanced at her grinning at her phone and shook his head in amusement. I'm gonna find a bathroom. Be right back. Hui Weiing looked up. Hum. She nodded. I'll watch the stall. As soon as Long Aotian left, her phone buzzed repeatedly. She glanced down, a video call request. Her fingers tightened nervously. But remembering Long Aotian's words, she took a deep breath and answered. The next second, Li Qingxue's face filled the screen, soft, tousled hair framing delicate features, a kind of effortless, messy beauty. Hi. Qingxue, Hui Weiing managed, forcing herself to speak first. She'd seen Li Qingxue at school before, but back then, Long Aotian was the one doing all the talking. This was their first real conversation, and her nerves were showing. Wow, Weiing, your skin is amazing. What moisturizer do you use? Li Qingxue grinned as soon as she saw Hui Weiing's face. Hui Weiing's cheeks pinked. Just regular DeBeo. And yours is really nice too. Hee thanks. Unlike Hui Weiing's shyness, Li Qingxue beamed at the compliment. Brother Long said, Are all these clothes behind you yours? Hui Weiing was sitting in front of the stall, so Li Qingxue could also see the garments hanging behind her. All of these are. Hui Weiing glanced proudly at the densely packed clothes on display. They're really nice. Can I buy one too? Li Qingxue had her eyes on a white short-sleeved top, which would pair perfectly with the pants she was wearing today. It'd look great. Of course, Hui Weiing replied with a smile. She then stood up and walked closer to the hanging clothes. Qingxue, tell me which one you like, and I'll find your size. This one. Oh, this one's similar to what I'm wearing. Want me to show you how it looks on? After setting her phone down on the small table, she adjusted the angle and slowly stepped back until her entire figure was framed in the camera. As Hui Weiing came fully into view, the outfit became clear, a simple white ice silk short-sleeve top paired with sleek black ice silk trousers. Under the sunlight, her skin seemed even fairer. Perhaps it was her first time modeling for a phone camera, or maybe it was the growing number of onlookers turning their eyes toward her, but a faint blush crept onto Hui Weiing's cheeks. She looked fresh. No, more accurately, there was an innocent, almost naive charm about her. The simplicity of the clothes somehow accentuated an indescribable purity in her appearance, and the shy flush on her face added a touch of delicate allure to that innocence. Is this okay? Hui Weiing asked softly, glancing at the phone on the table. Perfect. Li Qingxue's voice came through the phone. Hui Weiing exhaled in relief and quickly stepped forward to pick up her phone again. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. So this is how it looks on. It's lovely, Li Qingxue praised warmly, her smile evident in her voice. Seeing Li Qingxue's bright grin on the screen, Hui Weiing couldn't help but giggle softly in response. Li Qingxue seemed to radiate the best of youth, playful and sharp-witted, yet with a hint of lazy grace. It was hard not to be swept up by her beauty and enthusiasm. After confirming Li Qingxue's size, Hui Weiing quickly found the matching piece. We're the same size, so this should fit you just fine. But how should I get it to you? Li Qingxue chuckled. By the waterfront. Long Aotian knows the place. Got it. Long go into the restroom, but I'll let him know when he's back. Let me know what? Long Aotian had just returned in time to hear Hui Weiing mention him. As he approached, he noticed the girl was in the middle of a video call. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Well, good morning. Eek. I haven't even washed up yet, don't look. The moment Li Qingxue saw Long Aotian's face fill the screen, she immediately ducked under her blanket, leaving only a pair of mischievous, gleaming eyes visible as she scolded him. Someone shy. Long Aotian teased before stepping aside. Only after he moved away did Li Qingxue emerge from her blanket cocoon. Long Aotian, I picked out a top. When you come back, stop by the waterfront so I can grab it. Yeah, I'll bring it over later. Long Aotian's voice carried clearly from off-screen. But no funny business. Li Qingxue couldn't forget how this troublemaker had scammed Yi Liangshen out of 299 yuan in one go. He won't. Longa doesn't pull tricks, Hu Yueying assured her. By now, the area was getting busier. Long Aotian scanned the street and gestured. Yueying, why don't you take Li Qingxue around for a bit? Okay, but will you be fine here alone? Remove the word but. Li Qingxue's voice crackled through the phone. Ugh, so full of himself. Hu Yueying stifled a laugh and set off with her phone in hand. Yueying, what's that thing over there? It looks so pretty. Can you buy one for me? I'll pay you back along with the top. Hearing this, Hu Yueying glanced at the stall owner, then turned away and whispered, Qingxue, Longa said those are fake. Not worth it. What about that one? That rainbow cotton candy looks delicious. Hu Yueying hurried past before looking back and murmuring, no good either. Longa said those are just food coloring. They'll stain your mouth. Watching Hu Yueying dart from stall to stall, Long Aotian stretched lazily. Seems like they're hitting it off. Time for me to kick off today's hustle. With that, he hit the playback button on his speaker. Instantly, a booming announcement echoed through the market. Iwu garments. Iwu garments. Boss ran off with his mistress. Everything just 19 yuan. All items 19 yuan. By the time Hu Yueying returned, 2 hours have flown by. That was kind of terrifying. You're back. Take a break. We'll grab food soon. MHM. Hu Yueying nodded, then spoke into her phone. I'll be getting lunch soon. All right, I should eat too. With that, the call finally ended. Seems like you two really clicked, Long Aotian remarked. Hu Yueying smiled and nodded. Yeah, Qingxue is really easy to talk to. We get along well. She's going to university for finance, and I'll be in business administration. Different departments, but they're right next to each other. Clearly, having a friend in a new city was something to be happy about. Oh, and she said she'd bake cookies tonight and bring them to the waterfront. She wants to thank me for showing her around all morning. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted I try them. Hu Yueying's voice trailed off, then she hesitantly added, Longa, can we just give the top to Qingxue for free? When no immediate answer came, she peeked up nervously, only to see Long Aotian's lips twitching. His hand instinctively dove into his pocket, fingers tightening around a certain rock-hard biscuit. Damn, still as unyielding as ever. Yueying, listen to me. Let's skip the cookies, okay? Huh, but wouldn't that be rude? Qingxue's already started baking them. If I back out now, she might feel bad. Hu Yueying mumbled, not out of greed but genuine concern. Li Qingxue had been so excited to share her homemade treats. Backing out after agreeing felt wrong. Long Aotian let out a dry laugh and patted her shoulder. You're too naive. You have no idea that some food in this world could double as construction material. Just give Li Qingxue the top. It's no big loss. Hu Yueying, Longa says if y'all don't hit that like button, he's coming for you. The happiest summer. After packing up her things, Hu Yueying sat obediently and said, Longa, I'm ready. Let's go. With Long Aotian's words, the tricycle started and sped toward home. Unlike the brisk morning ride, the wind now brushed gently against them as they passed vast fields in the surrounding villages and towns, bringing a soothing comfort to both body and mind. There aren't many goods left. We'll finish selling them in a couple of days, so we can go home soon, Long Aotian said softly. Hu Yueying nodded. Truthfully, she missed home too. Her tuition had long been saved up, and she still had plenty of living expenses left, enough to spare some for her grandparents. It seemed that ever since meeting Long Ge, everything in her life had been moving in a better direction. Gazing at Long Aotian's back, Hu Yueying smiled faintly, grateful for knowing him, for becoming his little follower, and for the fact that he hadn't pushed her away. Long Ge, I'm really happy. Yeah? Then shout out loud. You'll feel even happier after that. No way. She was content keeping her joy between the two of them. Shouting it out would just make her feel embarrassed. Come on. We won't be coming here tomorrow, and no one knows us anyway. WL, okay. Hui Wang took a deep breath, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted toward the open fields. I'm so happy. Really, really happy. After letting her feelings burst forth, she did feel even happier, her smile brighter and purer than before. Long Aotian glanced at her. Feel better now? This work is hosted on mananovel.com. MHM. Hui Wang nodded vigorously, then looked up at the sky and whispered, so softly it was almost inaudible. So, my life can be this happy too. Remember this feeling. I hope every day from now on is even happier for you. I will. And I hope Long Ge gets happier every day too. We will. After all, our lives are just getting started. An hour later, Long Aotian turned his head. Message Li Qingxue to meet us by the river. We're almost there. Got it. Hui Wang replied cheerfully, pulling out her phone to type the message. Qingxue says she'll bike over and should be there in about 10 minutes. She's already on her way. Hui Wang smiled. Now, besides Long Ge, she had another friend. Honestly, someone like Li Qingxue was hard not to befriend once he got to know her. Li Qingxue was outgoing by nature, while Hui Wang was more reserved. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Back in school, Hui Wang's warmth had been reserved only for Long Aotian. To outsiders, she might have seemed aloof, though it wasn't that she was cold, just unsure how to strike up conversations. But after the college entrance exams, when Long Aotian took her to sell clothes at the market, interacting with customers daily, slowly, softened her edges. Now, her openness extended to everyone. Today, at Long Aotian's suggestion, she had even initiated the message to Li Qingxue. In any relationship, if one person took the first step, as long as the other wasn't difficult or gloomy, it was easy to hit it off. Especially when that someone was Li Qingxue, bold, lively, and just a little bit proud. Soon, Long Aotian parked the tricycle by the riverside. Hui Wang hopped off, clutching the outfit she'd picked out for Li Qingxue. She checked her phone, but decided against sending another message. Li Qingxue was biking. Getting distracted wouldn't be safe. Long Aotian yawned, slumping on the tricycle. Used to sleeping in, waking up early today had left him drowsy. Before long, a girl on a bicycle appeared down the road. Even from a distance, her bright voice carried over. Sorry, have you been waiting long? Hui Wang shook her head. Not all. We just got here. This is for you. She handed over the carefully chosen clothes, and Li Qingxue accepted them, offering a box of homemade cookies in return. How much? I brought cash. Hui Wang stared at the cookies, waving her hands. And no need. The clothes are a gift. Thank you for the cookies, though. Li Qingxue grinned. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Can I see them now? Of course. If they don't fit, I can exchange them. Li Qingxue unwrapped the package and pulled out the clothes. The fabric was cool and silky, so nice she almost wanted to change right there. While the two chatted amiably, Long Aotian stealthily swiped the cookies from Hui Wang's hands. Hui Wang didn't mind. In her heart, she'd give Long Ge anything he wanted. Hey, Long Aotian, don't steal Hui Wang's share. Li Qingxue tucked the clothes away. If you want some, I'll make extra next time. Let Hui Wang try them first. Nope. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Long Aotian smirked, shameless. Hui Wang giggled and tugged Li Qingxue's sleeve, signaling it was fine. Li Qingxue rolled her eyes, but couldn't help laughing. So Long Aotian really liked her cookies, huh? Well, they were delicious. Fine. She'd bake more next time. What a glutton. As dusk settled, they exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Hui Wang sat on the tricycle's small rear seat, waving. We're heading off now. Okay, ride safely. Watching Long Aotian and Hui Wang leave, Li Qingxue bit her lip lightly, a flicker of envy in her eyes. Lucky them. That kind of freedom and happiness was something she longed for too. At least her own joy was hers to cherish. At least they were friends. With that thought, Li Qingxue took a deep breath, turned briskly, and pedaled away into the distance. Meanwhile, Long Aotian and Hui Wang had already returned to their base. After unloading, Hui Wang checked the remaining stock. Let's clear these last items in the next 2 days. Summer's almost over. Long Aotian stretched lazily. Yeah, this summer went by so fast, Hui Weiing murmured, sitting beside him. From the day after their college entrance exams, when they'd gone to Yiwu for goods and started their market stall, to now, time had slipped away unnoticed. Summer was truly ending, but it had also been her happiest summer yet. I am such a dedicated and caring big brother. The next day, Long Aotian took Hui Weiing to another market fair. This time, Long Aotian didn't stay at their stall, but wandered around several clothing stalls nearby. Hui Weiing obediently sat on a small stool, watching as Long Aotian handed out cigarettes and chatted with the vendors. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but everyone seemed to be laughing happily. When the crowd began to gather, Long Aotian finally returned to his stall and turned on the loudspeaker. The catchy sales pitch and dirt cheap prices instantly drew attention. The morning passed in a blur of busy activity. At lunchtime, Long Aotian carried a few pieces of clothing and visited a couple more stalls. After some negotiation, he returned with a middle-aged man in tow. Only then did Hui Weiing realize that Long Aotian had sold the remaining stock, T-shirts for 10 yuan each and pants for 15, to this man in bulk. If it weren't for having to report to school soon, I'd love to keep selling for a couple more days, Long Aotian said, squatting as he counted the clothes with a grin. Who would have guessed? Really, who would have guessed? The man muttered between puffs of his cigarette, double-checking Long Aotian's count. With his street-smart demeanor, handing out cigarettes, cracking jokes, you'd never know Long Aotian was still a student if he hadn't mentioned it. Long Aotian kept a few mismatched pieces for himself. We'll wear these. That's it for now. Once the count was confirmed, the man promptly paid up without hesitation. Business folk were sharp. He knew he'd still turn a profit at this price. More importantly, his stall was nearby, and he'd seen how well these two young sellers had done earlier. With the money safely tucked away, Long Aotian and Hui Weiing left. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. As they walked off, they faintly heard, ran off with his sister-in-law. The two couldn't help but chuckle at the familiar market banter. Long Aotian, where are we going now? Home, of course. Back at the house, Long Aotian loaded the last bits and pieces onto the tricycle, ready to haul them away later. Long Aotian, come eat, Hui Weiing called softly, lifting the bamboo curtain as she watched him still tidying up. Coming. He set down what he was holding, dusted off his hands, and headed over. Wash your hands first. I've already served the food. When Long Aotian returned to the living room after washing up, he found Hui Weiing lost in thought, her chin propped on one hand. What are you spacing out for? Eat up, he teased, assuming she just wasn't used to the sudden downtime. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. Feeling restless with nothing to do? Take my advice. Cherish this brief peace. Once you graduate, you'll be swamped nonstop. Long Aotian. Hui Weiing called his name quietly, then looked up, hesitating. What's up? Facing his questioning gaze, she bit her lip. Long Aotian, I might need to go home for a while. I won't be able to cook for you. She wanted to visit her family, but couldn't shake her worry for him. Ever since that day on the street, when she'd met him and they'd gone home together, the lean pork congee she'd made, he'd devoured 2 bowls in one go. After knowing him this long, Hui Weiing had picked up bits about his home life. 2 rough-around-the-edges men, she couldn't help fearing they wouldn't take proper care of themselves. Proof of how essential a woman's presence was at home. You scare me for a second. I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, I won't starve without you. He brushed it off, though her concern warmed him. With Hui Weiing around, he'd almost felt like the head of a household, free from all trivial worries. Let me know when you're leaving. I'll see you off. No need, Long Aotian. You've already helped me so much. I can manage on my own. For some reason, the words struck him like a final farewell. All right, my little sidekick's all grown up. Time to spread your wings. He joked, though the humor fell flat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Long Aotian backed the tricycle out of the gate. I'm off. Okay. Be careful, Long Aotian. Watching him leave, Hui Weiing suddenly mustered her courage. Long Aotian, I'll come back soon. I'll cook for you again. The tricycle rumbled into the distance. She took 2 hurried steps forward, breathless. Had he even heard her? Only when he vanished from sight did she snap out of it and return inside to pack. Not that there was much to pack anyway. A backpack, some cash, a book, 2 photos, and 2 sets of spare clothes. On the other side, Long Aotian parked the car, unloaded the items from it, and then returned to his room. The old man hadn't come back yet, leaving the house empty and quiet. He took off his clothes, planning to take a shower first. After the shower, he returned to his room, lay on the bed, and let out a long sigh. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the biscuit tin on the stool. Surrounding the stool were a few unassuming rabbit biscuits, specifically picked out to avoid hurting his teeth. I stole Hui Wang's biscuits today. I should buy her some snacks for the road, or else someone as petty as her might end up starving the whole way. With that thought, Long Aotian nodded to himself. I'm such a considerate and responsible big brother. He hopped on his bike and pedaled furiously down the road. Stopping at the intersection supermarket, he parked his bike and headed inside. Not long after Long Aotian entered, a figure carrying a backpack emerged from around the corner. As they passed the supermarket, they glanced at the bicycle parked outside before continuing on their way. After a few steps, they paused and looked back again, this time with a flicker of confusion in their pretty eyes. But they didn't dwell on it and turned to keep walking. Just as they rounded the corner onto the main road, they couldn't help but glance back once more. Long Aotian walked out of the supermarket, lugging a big bag of snacks. This should be enough to last her, right? He hung the bag on his bike and hurriedly prepared to leave. Just as he started pedaling, Long Aotian, where are you rushing off to? Screech. He slammed on the brakes. Long Aotian turned around. There stood Hui Wang, her backpack strapped on, breathing slightly heavily but wearing a bright, radiant smile. Hui Wang laughed, her breath uneven, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Created. He is a very, very, very good person. Did you only bring back this little after finally coming home? There's everything at home. No need to carry things back and forth. Besides, I'll be leaving for the capital soon anyway, Hui Wang said softly, seated on the back of the bicycle. Then, cautiously, tentatively, she inched closer to Long Aotian, her hands lightly resting on his waist. She could clearly feel his body stiffen for a moment at her touch, but Brother Long didn't scold her. Her mood instantly brightened. After that one impulsive moment before, she had nearly lost her Brother Long. Because of that, Hui Wang had been trying very hard to restrain herself lately. But sometimes she found it truly difficult. Since Brother Long didn't say anything, she gathered her courage, nervous yet determined, and gently leaned her head against his back. A radiant smile curled at the corners of her lips, and her once calm heart now rippled with emotion. This is nice, she murmured under her breath, so quietly only she could hear. The station was far, but eventually they arrived. As Long Aotian stopped the bike, the reluctant Hui Wang finally let go of her hold. Thank you, Brother Long. Why not leave tomorrow? Why insist on going back tonight? Long Aotian unhooked the bag of snacks hanging from the bike's handlebars and handed it to her. Here for the road. And don't start being polite with me, or I'll smack you. Looking at the bag of snacks, Hui Wang chuckled softly and nodded. Okay, Brother Long. I'll be good. I'm the best little follower. Go on in. Message me when you arrive. Long Aotian waved, urging her to hurry inside. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. She wanted to say thank you again, but the words stuck in her throat. From the moment they first met, she had always been thanking Brother Long. This time, she wouldn't say it. Brother Long, goodbye. The sooner she left, the sooner she could return. Her grandparents were her family, but in another way. In her heart, Brother Long was family too. She didn't look back, because she knew he was still watching her. The timid, weak, gloomy Hui Wang was a thing of the past. Now, she was confident, brave, and strong. At least in front of Brother Long, she would be. She never wanted to make things difficult for him again. Those days apart had been unbearable. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. After buying her ticket and waiting inside the station, Hui Wang finally glanced back. Just like the first time they met, he was still looking at her. Hajin village was a 3-hour journey. Not too long, but for the 15-year-old Hui Wang back then, it had felt endless. 6 years from the countryside to the town, 3 more from the town to the county, another 3 from the county to Haiwan City. And now, she was heading even farther to the capital. The road ahead was still long, but Hu Yueying was no longer afraid. Leaving the station, she took a 6 yuan tricycle ride back to her village. From a distance, she could see 2 figures standing at the village entrance. Their backs were slightly hunched, but they had always held up a small world for her. "Grandpa, Grandma," Hu Yueying called out, running toward them. Looking at their familiar faces, their hair a little whiter, their wrinkles a little deeper, she didn't want to cry, but the tears wouldn't stop. Her grandfather's rough hand gently patted her head. "Crying as soon as you're home? Aren't you ashamed?" Her grandmother wiped the tears from her face. "It's good you're back. Let's go home first." At home, they studied their granddaughter carefully. She had changed a lot. Her smiles were more frequent now, and the confidence and ease she carried were nothing like before. Just seeing her like this, they knew she had been happy these past 6 months. That school transfer had been the right decision. Back then, seeing her put on a brave face while struggling with insecurity had broken their hearts. She never said anything, but how could they not know? She must have been bullied outside. "Good, so good. Our Yueying is still so beautiful," Grandma said fondly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind Hu Yueying's ear to get a better look at her. "Tell us about your new school." At the mention of the transfer, Hu Yueying's eyes sparkled. Okay, they hadn't known each other for long, but she could talk endlessly about him. Seeing the way her face lit up when she spoke of Long Aotian, the admiration, the gratitude in her words, her grandparents couldn't help but smile too. This classmate Long Aotian had taught her so much and changed her in so many ways. He's just a really, really, really good person. If I hadn't met him, I don't know what my life would be like. But I'm glad I did. Hu Yueying finished speaking, but the light in her eyes didn't fade. Grandma and Grandpa exchanged a glance. They had lived long enough to recognize that look. In the countryside, this wasn't unusual. Some had children by 18, married by 20. Past 22, unmarried folks became the talk of the village. And in their family situation, if Hu Yueying hadn't gotten into high school, if her grandparents hadn't supported her education, if she hadn't worked so hard herself, they would have already been arranging a match for her by now. After all, they were old. They couldn't protect her forever. Marrying her off would have meant security. Not to generalize, but that's how it went in most rural families. "Are you and Long Aotian together?" Grandma asked with a smile, because she could tell her granddaughter was different when talking about him. Hu Yueying's face immediately flushed red. Fidgeting, she stammered for a while before whispering, "And no, he thinks I'm still too young." Long Aotian had never said it, but those who carried insecurity were also the most perceptive. She had sensed it. At some point, Brother Long had felt something for her too. At the very least, she was different in his eyes. Her grandparents didn't press further. Young people's affairs were beyond their interference now. But seeing their granddaughter happy and admitted to Capital City University filled them with pride and joy. Created. "I'm leaving first. I'm back." Returning to her room, Hu Yueying glanced at the time on her phone. After a brief hesitation, she sent a message to Long Aotian. After all, Long Ji had told her to text him once she got home safely. "Long Ji, I'm home." As soon as she sent the message, Hu Yueying took a deep breath. At this hour, Long Ji was probably already asleep. But the moment she set her phone down, a notification chimed. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. "Good night, Long Ji." Clutching her phone, she lay on the bed. Though the room was small, it filled her heart with warmth and security. A sweet, comforting feeling blossomed inside her. On the other end, Long Aotian stifled a yawn as he read Hu Yueying's goodnight message. He exited the snake game, but didn't even have time to put his phone away before drifting off to sleep. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Long Aotian had been happily lazing around, enjoying his free time. That day, while watching TV, he received a message from Li Qingxue. After a quick glance, he turned off the TV, slipped on his shoes, and headed out. By the time he arrived at Riverside Bay, Li Qingxue was already waiting. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. It was hard to miss her. At that age, girls were at their most radiant. Her slender figure, the effortlessly tied bun atop her head, exuding both elegance and charm. "What's up?" Long Aotian asked as he approached. Hearing his voice, Li Qingxue turned, her red lips curling into a playful smile. "I'm leaving for the capital earlier than planned. I wanted to hang out with everyone, but Hu Yueying went back to her hometown. Here, these are for you. One for you, one for Hu Yueying. And don't you dare steal hers again. Last time, she didn't even get to taste my cookies." As she spoke, she handed him 2 carefully prepared jars of cookies. Long Aotian's lips twitched as he eyed the containers. "Well, thanks for the trouble." Li Qingxue chuckled, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. "No trouble at all. Try one. See if they're good this time." "They're good," Long Aotian replied instantly. "Thanks for reading on Man Novel. You haven't even tasted them yet. You always brush me off like this. Come on, just one bite. Please." Under Li Qingxue's eager gaze, Long Aotian sighed and opened one of the jars, picking out a bunny-shaped cookie. He hesitated, mouth half open. "Eat it, hurry up." Li Qingxue pressed, her eyes fixed on his hesitant expression. "Hold on, this bunny's too cute. I need to figure out where to take the first bite. Crap, she's watching closely. If I don't eat it, she's not going to let this go." Well, she went through the effort. Even if it's rock hard, I'll just say it's delicious. With that thought, he took a bite. The moment he did, Li Qingxue bounced in front of him, hands behind her back, leaning in with a sly grin. "Well, good." Long Aotian chewed slowly, the sweet flavor spreading in his mouth. He smiled. "Yeah, really good. Oomph. I knew they'd turn out well this time." A faint blush colored her fair cheeks as she giggled. "Thank you." Last time, Long Aotian had snatched the cookies she'd made for Hu Yueying. Back then, Li Qingxue had naively assumed it was because they were delicious. But when she tried the leftovers at home, she couldn't even bite into them. They were that hard. That was when she realized. Long Aotian had known all along. He'd taken them from Hu Yueying just to spare her the embarrassment. This rough-around-the-edges guy was actually really kind. Watching Long Aotian reach for a second cookie, Li Qingxue stretched lazily. "All right, I'm off now. And don't you dare eat Hu Yueying's share." Yeah, stop nagging." Long Aotian waved her off, watching as she walked away. Once Li Qingxue was gone, the surroundings fell into silence. When he first crossed into this world, Long Aotian had loved the quiet. But now, maybe a little noise wasn't so bad. The peaceful days rolled on. The registration deadline crept closer. One morning, after finishing breakfast at his usual spot near the rental building, Long Aotian's gaze suddenly sharpened. He frowned, taking a second look. A girl in a floral dress stood there, her crescent moon eyes brimming with laughter. Her delicate, innocent yet alluring face carried a dreamy, first love charm, the kind that made you want to tease her mercilessly. Maybe even push her until those eyes glistened with tears. That'd be a sight to behold. "Long Ji," the girl beamed, walking straight toward him. She stopped right in front of him, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a shy smile playing on her lips. "Long Ji, I'm back." Long Aotian pinched her soft cheek. "Eat." Hu Yueying's eyes instantly welled up, reddening at the corners. "Huh, welcome back. Why didn't you tell me ahead of time?" Long Aotian grinned, utterly delighted by her teary-eyed reaction. Rubbing her cheek, Hu Yueying felt no anger, just a flutter of fondness. She turned away slightly, murmuring, "I wanted it to be a surprise." Then, her eyes lit up as she gestured to a woven bag beside her. "Long Ji, I brought some things for you and Uncle." She darted over to the bag, proudly pointing. "I know your family doesn't lack meat, but these are all free-range, much tastier than store-bought." Her grandparents, knowing how often Long Ji shared meat with her, had insisted she bring some home-raised chickens, ducks, and fresh vegetables from their farm. Long Aotian hoisted the bag. "All right, let's go." With that, he led Hu Yueying back to the rental building. Once inside, he carried the bag to the kitchen. Unpacking it, he found 4 clean chickens and ducks, along with bundles of garden-fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, Hu Yueying, now inside Long Aotian's home for the first time, sat stiffly on the sofa, too nervous to move. Soon, Long Aotian returned from the kitchen. We can't finish all this. Take some back. No, it's all for you, Hui Weiing insisted. Exactly. So take it back and cook it for me. Spicy stir-fried chicken and duck blood vermicelli soup. Hui Weiing nodded, smiling. Okay. I love cooking for you, Long Ji. I want to sleep with Brother Long. Wait a second, I almost forgot. Long Aotian returned to his bedroom and brought out a tin of cookies. Li Qingxue asked me to give this to you. If Brother Long likes them, you should have them all, Hui Weiing said with a smile, since Li Qingxue had already told her about it over the phone. But she felt it didn't matter whether she ate them or not. If Brother Long enjoyed them, he should have them all. Take them. Last time you didn't get to try any, and Li Qingxue scolded me for ages. She was even more naggy than you. But these really are delicious. Go on, try one. Looking at the cookies placed in her hand, Hui Weiing nodded gently. When we get to Capital City, I'll make something delicious for Qingxue too. Riding his bicycle, Long Aotian took Hui Weiing back to her rented apartment. It had been a week since he last visited, but the place felt even cozier than his own home. So, Brother Long, would you like spicy stir-fried chicken or duck blood vermicelli soup today? Hui Weiing asked as soon as they got home, already preparing to cook for him. Hold on. I just had breakfast not too long ago. Oh, right? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Hui Weiing shook her head. I'm not hungry. Back when she lived alone, she rarely ate breakfast. It was only when Brother Long was around that she bothered making it. Come on, let's go eat. No sooner had they arrived than he took her back out again. Now that Hui Weiing had earned enough for tuition and living expenses, set aside some money for her grandparents, and still had a little left for herself, she didn't feel too guilty about spending. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Lying on the bed, Hui Weiing turned her head to look at Long Aotian, her eyes brimming with unspoken delight. Brother Long, HM, what's up? I'm feeling a little nervous and excited. Hui Weiing took a deep breath, her delicate collarbones rising with emotion, tracing a perfect curve. Don't be nervous, don't be excited. Brother Long's here. Close your eyes and relax. Long Aotian soothed softly. Hui Weiing nodded obediently, but as she glanced outside, a hint of reluctance flickered in her gaze. When she first arrived in the city, she had felt the same mix of excitement and fear. Though she had suffered hardships here, she had also met Brother Long. Now that she was leaving, she couldn't help but feel a little wistful. Lying on a narrow sleeper berth, she couldn't sleep, partly because she was afraid of dozing off too deeply and having her things stolen. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. She sighed lightly. The silk pants she wore were comfortable but too form-fitting. The hidden pockets she had sewn and bulged noticeably whenever she stored anything inside. Brother Long had told her not to stash things there, but keeping them in her bag made her feel insecure. Brother Long, what are you doing? Hui Weiing whispered. Checking stocks. Long Aotian had switched to a smartphone, making it much easier to use apps that weren't compatible with his old button phone. Hui Weiing blinked. Brother Long, do you understand stocks? Long Aotian shook his head decisively. No, but I know what to buy to make money right now. Really? Want to invest a little? Long Aotian chuckled at her curious expression. Hui Weiing shook her head again. I'd rather not. For now, she still felt safest keeping her money close. Long Aotian just smiled. Some things were best learned through experience, and he didn't want to influence her too much. She had her own path to walk. If he interfered, it might not necessarily be bad, but it wouldn't be the life truly meant for her. From nothing to something, Long Aotian was quite satisfied with his modest assets. He wasn't exceptionally talented, but he planned to take advantage of the upcoming housing market crash in Capital City and Qianshan in a couple of years to buy a few properties. His current savings weren't enough, but with a certain cryptocurrency about to skyrocket to $30 in its first major surge, he decided it was the perfect time to cash out. After the spike, the value would plummet, but he could reinvest when it bottomed out, knowing it would surge again later. Hui Weiing rolled on her side, resting her cheek on her hand as she watched Long Aotian focus on his phone. Brother Long, you're so kind. Brother Long, you're also really handsome. Brother Long is the gentlest Brother Long. After saying all this in one breath, she inhaled deeply, then slowly realized she wasn't blushing this time. Delighted, she giggled. Brother Long, look, I didn't turn red this time. Does that mean I've become thick-skinned now? Long Aotian's hand paused mid-scroll. He didn't look at her. I'm starting to regret teaching you how to be shameless. Then he turned to face the wall. Though she couldn't see his expression, the tips of his ears were visibly red. Hui Weiing noticed and grinned even wider. Brother Long, are you blushing? Don't talk nonsense. You'd blush before I ever would. She didn't argue further, because she'd already seen the proof. No amount of denial could change that. Sleeping on a train wasn't easy. At the very least, neither Long Aotian nor Hui Weiing felt the slightest bit drowsy yet. The journey from Haiban to capital city would take about 11 hours, arriving around 8:50 to 9 o'clock the next morning. Brother Long, I can't sleep. What do you want to do then? Hui Weiing's cheeks flushed as she parted her lips slightly, gazing at him with innocent, pleading eyes. I want to sleep with Brother Long. Only when I'm with you do I feel safe from being bullied. Hearing this, Long Aotian stiffened slightly, but seeing her pitiful expression, something in him relented. With a resigned sigh, he said, You're impossible. Just this once, okay? Come here. But no funny business, got it? He added sternly. I promise. I'll be good. Thank you, Brother Long. Overjoyed, Hui Weiing threw back her blanket and slipped under his. Hui Weiing blinked, puzzled as she watched Long Aotian, already asleep, still smiling. I wonder what kind of wonderful dream Brother Long is having. His smile is so lovely. Listening to his soft snores, she suddenly remembered the first time they met, when he'd just vowed to study hard, only to fall asleep the next second. Just like now, one moment he'd been wide awake, scrolling on his phone, and the next, after turning away, he was out like a light. Quietly, she took out her phone and snapped a picture of him. Then she retreated to her own berth, staring at the photo until she felt even more awake. As dawn neared, she tucked her phone and bag under her pillow and finally dozed off for a short while. Created. Silly, dull, simple-minded, yet somewhat adorable. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the train window and fell on Long Aotian's body. Blinking his eyes groggily, he took a deep breath and ruffled his hair. Not sleeping in my own bed really is uncomfortable, he muttered. Sitting up, he glanced at the girl, still fast asleep on the opposite bunk. Long Aotian's lips twitched, and suddenly, he felt his cheeks grow hot with embarrassment. The girl lay on her side, facing him, her eyes peacefully closed, her breathing soft and steady. She looked so serene in her slumber that she didn't even stir when the small blanket began slipping off her shoulder. Shaking his head, Long Aotian reached over and pulled the blanket back up over her before standing and heading toward the corridor. The connecting area between the train cars had a restroom. Long Aotian used the toilet and splashed some water on his face before returning to his bunk. Perhaps his footsteps were too loud. The moment he sat back down, Hui Weiing on the opposite bunk slowly opened her eyes, though it was clear she was still exhausted. In a sleepy, childlike voice, she murmured, Brother Long. Rubbing her eyes, she tried to force herself awake, but her drowsy expression only made her seem even softer and more adorable. She ran her fingers through her tousled long hair, her sluggish mind still trying to process what she should do next. That fleeting moment of innocent confusion made it impossible not to want to pull her into his arms and tease her mercilessly. Long Aotian cleared his throat, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. He averted his gaze awkwardly. Sleep a little longer. I'll wake you when we arrive. Hui Weiing nodded vaguely. She knew Long Aotian as well as he knew her. That brief flicker of guilt on his face hadn't escaped her notice. But right now, she was just too tired. She had stayed up far too late the night before, and at 6 in the morning, her head was still foggy with sleep. She had no idea why Brother Long was acting so guilty, but with a soft murmur, she lay back down and drifted off again. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Hui Weiing had always wanted to appear strong in front of Long Aotian. But today, in her half-asleep days, she had unwittingly melted his heart. Silly, dazed, adorably clueless, with those big, watery eyes that made her look so pure and innocent. She was just too cute. Long Aotian pulled his gaze away and sat cross-legged on his bunk. There was still over 3 hours left before they reached Capital Station. In her sleep, Hu Yueying felt something tickling her nose. She instinctively swatted at it, but the tickling persisted. Blinking her eyes open, she saw Long Aotian standing over her, watching her with an amused expression. "Brother Long," her voice was soft and husky from sleep. "Get up and freshen up. We're almost there." At his words, Hu Yueying jolted awake. She hadn't forgotten. Today was the day they were reporting to University A. She quickly rubbed her eyes and sat up on the cramped bunk. "Thanks for reading on Man a Novel." "Got it, Brother Long," she said obediently before grabbing her bag from under the pillow, retrieving her toiletries, and heading to the restroom. By the time she returned, she looked much more refreshed. Water droplets trailed down her fair cheeks, giving her an almost ethereal glow. "Eat something light. Once we arrive, I'll treat you to breakfast in Capital City." MHM. Hu Yueying nodded cheerfully. Whatever he said, she would follow without question. Just then, her phone buzzed twice. Pulling it out, she said, "Brother Long, it's Li Qingxiu." She turned the screen toward him. "She says she's coming to pick us up. At least Li Qingxiu genuinely considers you a friend. You two should help each other out at school. University is like a miniature society. Having good friends will benefit you in the long run." Hu Yueying giggled. "MHM, I know, Brother Long. I've already grown a thicker skin. I won't blush just from talking to people anymore." The mention of this made Long Aotian's eyes flicker. It must have been those words Hu Yueying whispered to him before bed last night that led to that dream. The real Hu Yueying had indeed become bolder, but the Hu Yueying in his dream had taken shamelessness to a whole new level. Even if it was just his imagination, Long Aotian wasn't above shifting the blame. Hu Yueying, meanwhile, was busy typing on her phone, her warm, carefree smile radiating comfort. Soon, she held the phone out to Long Aotian again. "Brother Long, look, this is University A's campus." The screen displayed photos Li Qingxiu had sent. The university gates, the pathways, the buildings, even banks, hospitals, and a produce market. Long Aotian, the country bumpkin, was stunned. He had always imagined University A as a solemn place of learning, but instead, it looked like a self-contained city. There were sand volleyball courts, archery ranges, track fields, even a roller skating rink. Just from the photos alone, it was obvious how massive the campus was. It could easily rival a small town. This is a university? It's nothing like what I imagined. Long Aotian had never attended university, so his impressions were shaped entirely by TV dramas. But Li Qingxiu's photos had completely shattered his preconceptions. Now, he couldn't help but feel excited about his own university life. Both University A and University T were in Aotian district. If they were in the same area, surely they wouldn't be too different. Lost in anticipation, the train soon arrived at its final stop, Capital City. Long Aotian slung his backpack over his shoulder, grabbed both his and Hu Yueying's suitcases, and followed the crowd out. The moment he stepped off the train, every cell in his body trembled with excitement. Hu Yueying beside him was just as exhilarated. "Stay close," he said before leading her through the station with their luggage. Experiencing Capital City firsthand, Long Aotian could only describe it as vast and magnificent. Capital Station alone was 8 times the size of Haiwan Station. The streets were packed. Cars streamed past one after another. Bustling. The surrounding buildings weren't particularly tall, but the city pulsed with life. Is this the city we'll be living in for the next 4 years? Just as he marveled, Long Aotian, Hu Yueying, a clear, bell-like voice rang out. It was Li Qingxiu. Every time they saw her, her vibrant energy was infectious, forever spirited, as if untouched by sorrow or age. She was, without a doubt, the most radiant presence of all. Other Long is the best in the world. The moment she spotted Li Qingxiu, Hu Yueying excitedly waved at her. Qingxiu, thanks to Long Aotian's introduction, during their earlier conversations, Hu Hu Yueying had already mentally marked Li Qingxue as her closest friend and companion for the next 4 years. You guys finally made it. Li Qingxue walked over to Long Aotian and Hu Yueying, grinning just as brightly. Being alone in an unfamiliar city inevitably brought a mix of nervousness and discomfort, especially for Li Qingxue. Her parents had left just the day before, and the pang of separation had peaked in her heart. She wasn't like Hu Yueying, who had attended elementary, middle, and high school farther and farther from home over the years. Though Hu Yueying still felt some of the disorientation and fear that came with a new city, it wasn't nearly as intense. Li Qingxue was different. She'd been born and raised in Haiwan City, kindergarten, elementary, middle, and high school, all within its bounds. Strictly speaking, this was her first time venturing so far from Haiwan City, so far from her parents. Still, things weren't so bad now. At least in this unfamiliar city, she had two good friends by her side. Let me take you to Aotian District first. Li Qingxue led the way. Having arrived days earlier, she'd already picked up a few things, like how to ride the subway. Haiwan City was small and didn't even have a subway system. But in Capital City, 80% of people relied on it for daily travel. Long Aotian adjusted fine. In his previous life, before car loans and mortgages weighed him down, he'd often taken the subway. Hu Yueying, however, was wide-eyed with amazement. She'd thought the streets above were crowded enough. But the moment they descended into the subway station and saw the surging sea of people, her expression was pure wonder. Mind blown, huh? Li Qingxue laughed. She had the same reaction her first time. The crowds were overwhelming, everyone rushing urgently. Compared to Haiwan City, even a glance made it obvious. This city's pace of life was fast. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. MHM. Hu Yueying nodded reflexively. Haha. We'll be spending the next 4 years here. Better get used to it. As she spoke, Li Qingxue guided them to a machine to buy subway cards. Get a card here, then pass through security to board. The process was simple, and Hu Yueying quickly got the hang of it. Through security, swiping their cards at the turnstiles, then waiting on the platform. When the train arrived, the three squeezed into the packed car. It was the start of the semester, and between students, migrant workers, and office commuters, the car was packed to the brim. Even Long Aotian, tall and broad as he was jostled relentlessly. Glancing down at the two petite girls beside him, awkward and overwhelmed, he braced his arms and forcefully carved out a small space, kicking both his and Hu Yueying's suitcases against the wall. Sit. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. Hu Yueying obeyed without question, perching atop her suitcase. Li Qingxue, however, looked up at Long Aotian with a faint smirk before settling onto his suitcase. Long Aotian stood guard in front of them, using his frame to shield them from the worst of the crowd. The subway was always a free-for-all. People shoved and elbowed without a second thought. But faced with Long Aotian's imposing stature, no one dared complain. If they really minded the crowding, they'd have splurged on a taxi. The girls were slim, taking up little space, yet Long Aotian still managed to clear a buffer around them. Hu Yueying's cheeks flushed pink without her realizing, her gaze flickering up at Long Aotian in fleeting glances. Li Qingxue found her breathing oddly unsteady. She stole a glance at Long Aotian before quickly looking away, as if guilty of something. Thankfully, the tension eased when they transferred lines. By then, it was nearly 11 p.m. After switching trains, they finally escaped the worst of the crowd, even scoring seats. 3 more stops, then we're off. How about grabbing a bite before heading to campus? Li Qingxue suggested. Sure. Long Aotian agreed. Following the flow of passengers out of the station, Li Qingxue led them straight to a small restaurant. The menu prices stunned Hu Yueying all over again. Back in Haiwan City, stir-fried noodles cost just 7 yuan. Here, they were 10, and the portions were smaller. Catching her dismay, Long Aotian flicked her forehead lightly. Cheapskate. I'm treating. Order whatever you want. Then, just fried rice for me. 1 roast duck, 3 bowls of jjiang noodles, a soda, and 2 milks, Long Aotian rattled off to the waiter. Both Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue blinked in surprise. Li Qingxue had a decent allowance, more than most, but even she balked at the roast duck's price. She could afford it, but part of her would rather spend that money on a new dress. The wait dragged, but everyone left stuffed. Afterward, Li Qingxue hesitated, embarrassed. She'd promised Long Aotian she'd treat him once they reached capital city. But the moment she brought it up, his expression darkened. While Long Aotian settled the bill, Hu Yueying whispered to Li Qingxue, "Long Aotian said a real man never lets girls pay for meals." Li Qingxue's eyes softened as she watched his retreating figure. A bit of a chauvinist, huh? But warmth bloomed in her chest. Kind, considerate, and a little old-fashioned. Not bad. Her gaze turned wistful as she studied Hu Yueying. "He's really good to you." Hu Yueying's cheeks pinked as she ducked her head. He's the best in the world. What's the whispering about? Let's go." Long Aotian hauled both suitcases forward. "Okay, X2. Watching them, Long Aotian stifled a laugh. "Feels like I went from babysitting one kid to two." At the subway station, the trio parted ways. They agreed to meet up again in the afternoon after settling into their dorms for a proper meal. University A and University T were in opposite directions, too far to travel together. Once separated, Hu Yueying's mood visibly dipped. Li Qingxue's chest ached faintly too, but she teased, "What's this? Even if Long Aotian's gone, you still have me. Guess a boyfriend does trump a best friend, huh?" Hu Yueying's face flamed. "Hu Qingxue, don't say nonsense. He's not my boyfriend. All our geniuses in love." Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue froze for a moment before fixing Hu Yueying with a serious gaze. "What did you say? You two aren't." Hu Yueying knew exactly what Li Qingxue was implying and sighed awkwardly. "We really aren't." "Why do you think that, too?" Li Qingxue's stunned expression wasn't feigned. She was genuinely shocked. After all, she had personally witnessed just how well Long Aotian treated Hu Yueying. Noticing Li Qingxue's disbelief, Hu Yueying couldn't help but laugh, though a hint of melancholy soon crept in. She didn't know what Long Aotian was thinking, but she understood her own heart perfectly. Li Qingxue shook her head slightly, watching Hu Yueying's subdued expression, and felt an odd, fleeting flicker of secret delight. It was like an indescribable sensation. "Let's just head to campus first," Li Qingxue suggested. Since she and Yueying attended the same university, there'd be plenty of time to figure things out later. Hu Yueying took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and nodded. At the entrance of University A, the arrival of Li Qingxue and Hu Yueying naturally drew plenty of attention. College life was a paradox, relaxed yet intense. But whether in high school or university, gossip about campus heartthrobs never lost its appeal. And when it came to Li Qingxue and Hu Yueying, their looks alone, regardless of personality, easily earned them the title of goddesses. As they reached the orientation area, a swarm of upperclassmen eagerly approached them. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Hu Yueying had grown bolder since the past, no longer shrinking under stares, but she still avoided initiating conversations with guys. Aside from Long Aotian, she'd been burned too many times. Reject their confessions, and they'd turn on her. Better to just keep her distance from the start. Li Qingxue, however, confidently took Hu Yueying's hand and smiled politely at the eager upperclassmen. "No need, seniors. I already know where the registration and enrollment offices are." Having arrived earlier, she'd been through this before. She wasn't immune to their tactics, but she also knew how to decline gracefully. Afterward, she led Hu Yueying straight to registration. Once all the paperwork was settled, the two headed toward the dormitories. University, it looked massive in photos, but walking through it in person still left them gawking at every turn. It took forever to reach their dorms. Li Qingxue's dorm was in Building 6, while Hu Yueying's was in Building 12, facing each other across a glass-covered skywalk. "I've already unpacked, so go ahead and settle in. Let's meet here afterward and explore together," Li Qingxue said cheerfully. "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." Okay. Hu Yueying was eager to get settled too, so she could hurry off and find Long Aotian. Since it was the last day of registration, Hui Weiing could hear lively chatter from inside her dorm before even opening the door. She took a deep breath, replaying Long Aotian's advice in her mind. Then she pushed the door open, offering a soft smile. "Hi, I'm Hui Weiing." Meanwhile, in another dorm, "Dude, did you get into university tea on a sports scholarship?" One of Long Aotian's roommates blurted out, eyeing his muscular frame. "Oh, right, I'm Su Shuai from Shishan." Su Shuai had dark skin, slightly thick lips, and the easygoing charm of a natural extrovert. Long Aotian from Hai Bei, he replied with a grin. "Whoa, what a coincidence. I'm Li Long Long. Both our names have Long in them." "I'm from Nanha," chimed in another roommate, a lanky guy whose thinness made his smile crinkle with extra folds. Ahem. The last roommate cleared his throat dramatically, waiting until all eyes were on him before standing up with practiced confidence. Huang Fei from Qinjian. He adjusted his designer t-shirt as he spoke. It was a bit showy, but not in an obnoxious way. His willingness to stand and introduce himself properly made that clear. Long Aotian wasn't the silent type either, and within minutes, he'd blended seamlessly into the group. Once they'd unpacked, the four gathered to chat. At first, everyone was on their best behavior, still feeling each other out. But the conversation quickly swelled with lofty ambitions, grand, sweeping dreams that made university a scene beneath them. They should have been on a national stage already, changing the world. So when did the tone shift? Probably when someone offhandedly remarked, "Those senior girls welcoming the freshmen today were something else, especially their figures." And just like that, the discussion took a nosedive into uncharted territory. Mid-laugh, Huang Fei suddenly let out a sigh. A sudden sigh drew everyone's attention toward him. Su Shuai asked, "What's up with the sighing?" Huang Fei suddenly chuckled. "Nothing, just suddenly feeling nostalgic about the girlfriend. Well, girlfriends I had back in high school." He deliberately emphasized the plural. "Back then, I was the type to flit through a garden of flowers without a single petal sticking. Honestly, it wasn't all that. It's like sleeping on a pile of cash every night. Sooner or later, you'd get sick of it. Truth be told, being single now is way better." He sighed again, then seemed to remember something and added, "What about you guys? Don't tell me none of you have ever been in a relationship." Su Shuai immediately waved his hand dismissively. As if, "Don't let my looks fool you. You might not believe me if I told you." His expression turned unusually solemn as he continued, "I actually had someone chasing after me back then. But as he just heard about my dream, I didn't hesitate for a second. I broke it off right away. No one was going to slow down my backhand swing." Hearing this, Li Longlong's face also darkened with seriousness. He stood up, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, and slowly turned to face away from everyone. "I've always been reluctant to bring this up, but what can I do? 1,000 rivers flow, yet I take but one sip. Even though they all pursued me madly, adored me beyond reason, not a single one ever made my heart skip a beat. I'm not the type to settle. So even though I've never been in a relationship, I've rejected every single person who ever tried to get with me." After he finished, all three of them turned their gazes toward Long Aotian. Under their collective stare, Long Aotian could only laugh helplessly. "I might be the only one in this dorm who's never been in a relationship." Hearing this, the other three offered words of consolation, but the corners of their mouths twitched upward uncontrollably, as if to say, "Nice. Our dorm hierarchy is officially locked in." Huang Fei was the most delighted of all. In terms of looks, he only saw Long Aotian as real competition. The other two weren't even on his radar. Ahem. Don't lose heart, Lao Ao. You're handsome. You've got a great build. You just missed your chances or never learned how to chase girls. But don't worry. I'll teach you a couple of moves. Guaranteed, you'll get your shot at love someday. Long Aotian, you lied to us again. Upon hearing this, Su Shuai and Li Longlong couldn't help but prick up their ears, though they pretended to remain indifferent on the surface. Chasing girls is actually quite simple. First, you must have enough patience, persist relentlessly, pursue her passionately, and never fear setbacks or hardships. As the words landed, Su Shuai and Li Longlong instinctively straightened their postures, showing respect while nodding subtly in agreement. Seeing their approval, Huang Fei could barely suppress the smug grin, threatening to split his face. Clearing his throat lightly, he continued, "Of course, that's just the first step. The second step is even more crucial, sending morning, noon, and night greetings without fail. You must maintain your presence in your goddess's mind. Then comes the gifts and surprises. Keep the novelty flowing." That's the key. Hearing this, Su Shuai and Li Longlong exchanged glances of sudden understanding before nodding solemnly. "Absolutely, Brother Huang. That part's vital. Presence keeps her thinking of you, and novelty is like a form of flirting?" Huang Fei paused, surprised by their interpretation. But hearing it spelled out, he couldn't help but nod approvingly, acknowledging their insight. The third step is the most critical in pursuing a girl. Once you've established your presence, start asking her out relentlessly. Even if she rejects you, keep trying. Girls are shy. If she softens and agrees to one date, a confident smirk curled his lips. "Congrats, you're already halfway there." He thumped his chest. "Relax, with us veterans as your wingmen. No matter how tough the girl is. 2 words. Mission accomplished." Watching Huang Fei's bravado, Long Aotian inhaled sharply. This simp doctrine is so intense, even a cuck would hand him a cigarette and call him Big Bro. But when he glanced sideways, he found Su Shuai and Li Longlong nodding with dead seriousness, their eyes even gleaming with camaraderie toward Huang Fei. What the actual hell? Whether Long Aotian enjoyed this was unclear, but Huang Fei and the others were clearly riding a high. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Who knew we'd vibe so well? Come on, my treat. Let's hit the skewer stand. Huang Fei declared, waving grandly. Neither Li Longlong nor Su Shuai objected. Having arrived earlier, they already knew Huang Fei came for money. Being dorm mates who clicked so well, there was no reason to hesitate. After all, they'd likely spend the next 4 years together. Long Aotian had no complaints either. "This is the college life I've dreamed of." They headed to the off-campus food street. The start of semester meant every spot was packed. Only after reaching the far end did they snag a table. A jug of draft beer, skip the flatbreads, buns, and sweets on the menu. Just bring 10 of every other skewer. After downing half a mug in one go, they all exhaled a satisfied ha. Their brotherhood was cemented with that first shared swig. Long Aotian let out a long breath, too. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Back at Haiwan No. 1 High School, his reputation had been trash. Even after turning things around, few wanted anything to do with him. Here, in a fresh start where pasts were unknown, the freedom to speak openly left him lighter, his mindset shifting subtly. The funniest part? They still hadn't dropped their mission to teach him romance. Brother Long, you've no idea how dire the single rate is these days. Lucky for you, we're pros. Otherwise, you'd miss out on campus love's magic. Long Aotian chuckled silently. Well, chasing love is just humans seeking beauty, after all. Then, his phone buzzed. A text from Hu Yueying. Long Ji, my roommates are great. How about you? Qing Xue and I are in opposite dorms. Me on 3rd floor, her on 2nd. Long Ji, can I come see you? Amused, Long Aotian eyed his tipsy, boastful friends and replied, My roommates are cool too. You don't know the way. I'll visit when I'm free. Hu Yueying fired back instantly. Qing Xue's with me. We know the route. Cornered, Long Aotian admitted he was at dinner with the guys. They'd originally planned to eat together that evening after partying at the subway station. Predictably, Hu Yueying's replies stopped dead. Then, a voice message. Li Qingshue's accusatory tone blared. Long Aotian, you liar. We agreed on dinner tonight. Unlike Hu Yueying, Li Qingxue wasn't easily placated. Long Aotian could already envision her harping on this for weeks. He was about to deflect when Huang Fei, 2 beers deep, jerked upright. Huh? A girl's voice? I definitely heard a girl. W. Su Shuai squinted drunkenly. Yep, something about liar. And damn, she sounded cute, Li Long added with a sleazy grin. Long Aotian's eye twitched. Isn't this reaction a bit much? A self-styled love sage, a romance knight, and a seduction king. And this is their game? The trio simply raised their mugs in unison, smirking. You wouldn't understand. Their absurdity didn't annoy Long Aotian. Instead, he found it hilariously entertaining. Meanwhile, Hu Yueying's mood sank. Tomorrow marked the semester's start. If she couldn't see Long Ji now, she'd likely have to wait until after military training. Long Aotian's missing out. No two beauties keeping him company. Li Qingxiu huffed, nudging the despondent Hu Yueying. Hey, you seem really attached to him. Long Ji's always looked after me, Hu Yueying murmured. Yeah, I can tell. He treats you so well. He does, always. Countless times, she'd noticed his pulse quicken around her, the way his ears reddened unconsciously. His emotions did stir for her, yet more often, restraint. She sensed it too. Long Ji seemed to hold back, as if guarded by an invisible wall. So you're the one bullying the girl. Huh. Long Aotian drained the last of his draft beer, let out a belch, and slumped onto the stool, exhaling loudly. Honestly, drinking alone just wasn't as fun as sharing drinks with a group. Back in his old world, when Long Aotian was still working construction, his favorite part of the day was knocking off work, grabbing some braised pork head meat, and downing a few ice-cold beers with the veteran workers. Construction was exhausting, and a drink made sleeping at night much easier. Holy shit, Lao Ao, you're a damn beast, Li Long exclaimed, giving Long Aotian a thumbs up. Huang Fei and Su Shuai's faces were flushed red. Especially Huang Fei, who had earlier tried to show off by mimicking his dad's business drinking style, chugging his glass in one go and theatrically flipping it upside down to prove not a drop remained. Now, his face burned with embarrassment. Luckily, the alcohol masked most of it, but the memory of his cringeworthy display made him want to dig his toes into the ground. Long Aotian, sensing their discomfort, grinned and grabbed a lamb skewer. About high tolerance. Not many can outdrink me. At their age, showing off was practically a rite of passage. He got it. A simple comment like that could defuse the tension and let everyone save face. Hearing this, Huang Fei raised his thumb too. You're a friend for life, man. Don't worry. As your bro, I'm going to teach you how to pick up girls. I swear it. Same here. I'll pour everything I know into helping you out, Su Shuai declared, patting his bloated stomach with conviction. All right, let's call a night. On the way back to campus, the three of them kept chattering nonstop. Back in the day, this work is hosted on mananovel.com. Remember when? Back when I used to... Hey, what's going on over there? Why is there such a crowd? Across the street, a throng of people had gathered outside the music conservatory. If there was one thing to say about male curiosity, well, it was indescribable, especially after a few drinks. Even Long Aotian found himself staring intently. Before long, the four of them, hands tucked into their sleeves, wandered over. The crowd was dense, but snippets of curses like slut pierced through the noise. Whoa, is that a fight? No way, let me see. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. Thanks to his size and sheer curiosity, Long Aotian shoved his way through. A man in his 40s, bespectacled, pudgy, with a face full of hardened flesh, stood there, one hand clutching an iced tea, the other harassing a young woman. You took my drink, so you're coming with me. That's the rule. What? You want to jack up the price? Go ahead. Name your number. Let your classmates see what kind of person you really are. The girl struggled desperately, her pale face frozen in terror. In her panic, she shoved the man, accidentally knocking his glasses to the ground. One of the temple arms snapped off. The man blinked, then released her, staring at his broken glasses in disbelief. You broke my glasses. These were my secret weapon for picking up girls. Furious, he hurled the iced tea at her without thinking. Gasps erupted. The girl flinched, curling into herself. After watching for a moment, Long Aotian pieced it together. The man had left his iced tea on a car roof, and the girl, jostled by the crowd, had accidentally knocked it off. Even after she explained it was an accident, he'd harassed and threatened her anyway. Long Aotian's sense of justice was already strong when sober. Half a keg of fresh beer only amplified it. Before anyone else could react, he lunged forward, shielding the girl with his back as the bottle struck him. Fuck! A sharp pain flashed across his spine before dulling into numbness. His blood surged, skin flushing crimson. The girl kept her eyes squeezed shut, bracing for impact, but the blow never came. Instead, she heard a low, furious curse. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw a towering figure standing between her and the man. Her face was ghostly pale, confusion and fear swimming in her teary eyes. Long Aotian turned, his muscular frame, flushed skin, and the reek of alcohol radiating intimidation. The middle-aged man recoiled, his jowls trembling as Long Aotian loomed over him. "You don't come closer. Stay back. You piece of shit, bullying a girl, huh?" Long Aotian snatched up the iced tea and raised it threateningly. "Ah!" The man shrieked, scrambling for his car. No sane person would pick a fight with a drunk. "Pathetic coward." Long Aotian spat, then picked up the bottle and took a swig. Thank you." Her voice was cool, but trembled slightly, her tone lifting at the end in an oddly endearing way. "Don't mention it. And hey, don't cry. Long G can't stand seeing girls cry." He waved it off like it was nothing, his voice lazy and slightly buzzed but not unkind. "Holy hell, Lao Ao, you're insane." The stunned trio finally snapped out of it and rushed over. TCH, someone clapped him on the back. Long Aotian hissed through his teeth, wincing. Still tipsy, he instinctively reached around to rub the sore spot. "You okay?" "Fine. Just my back acting up." As the four of them turned to leave, the girl suddenly clenched her fists and jogged after them. Wait. They turned to see her holding iodine and bandages. "Thank you for helping me. I bought these. I hope they're useful." Her cool voice wavered, laced with quiet worry. After a long wait, finally the day has come. She stood there breathing lightly, her delicate oval face strikingly beautiful, with sleek black hair cascading over her slender shoulders. Having rushed over, stray strands clung to her cheeks, accentuating her pale, porcelain skin. Su Shui froze for a moment, then confidently flicked his hair. "Hey, beautiful. I'm Su." Before he could finish, Li Long smacked a hand over his face and shoved him aside, flashing a grin. "Hey, gorgeous, I'm—" Hey. Huang Fei, who had pushed Li Long away, straightened his posture and adjusted his collar with confidence. "Hello, miss. Let's get acquainted. I'm Huang Fei." The girl's eyes flickered, giving them a slight nod tinged with aloofness. "Hello. I'm here for him." Her voice was clear, like melted snow from the peaks of Tibet's mountains, pure yet carrying a chill. Huang Fei stiffened awkwardly, his hand freezing mid-collar adjustment. Forcing a smile, he stepped aside. The girl approached Long Aotian, holding iodine and band-aids. "I'm sorry. And thank you." Sorry because he'd shielded her from a bottle thrown her way. Thank you because he was the only one who'd stepped forward to block it. "Yeah, no big deal," Long Aotian chuckled. "That old creep just bullies girls. Next time, call the cops. He'll back off real quick." The girl glanced at the antiseptic in her hands, then at Long Aotian's drunken sway and his three equally unsteady friends. Her sharp, striking features softened subtly as she lowered her gaze. "You've been drinking. Let me disinfect this. It's hot out, and I'm worried about infection." Under the streetlight, she stood behind Long Aotian, her cool porcelain face flushing faintly as she glimpsed a stranger's bare torso for the first time. His muscular back bore a swollen red mark with a small split wound. She dabbed at it meticulously with an iodine-soaked cotton swab. "This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Your hands are kind of cold," he remarked. Her fingers paused. "Sorry, I'll be gentler," she murmured, embarrassed. Applying the Band-Aid meant unavoidable contact. "Nah, it's kind of nice. Feels cool." To her ears, the words bordered on teasing, almost flirtatious. "Do you say things like that to other girls often?" The line came too naturally, as if he'd said it 100 times. "Huh." Long Aotian turned his head. Say what? Seeing his tipsy confusion, the girl's lips twitched, a rare hint of amusement breaking through her usual reserve. Never mind. Long Aotian straightened, pulling his shirt back on. Thanks, he said. The girl stifled a laugh. This guy acts so silly when he's drunk. Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. He's the one who got hurt helping me. I should be thanking him. Yet he didn't seem to care at all. She pressed the iodine and Band-Aids into his palm. Well, I'd better go. Passing Huang Fei and the others, she noticed their phones opened to a messaging app. Nodding curtly, she quickened her pace. If it weren't for you two, I'd have gotten her contact info. Bullshit. Wait, it's 10:30. When does the dorm lock again? 11, I think. Long Aotian's reply sent all four sprinting toward University T's west gate. The girl turned, watching their frantic dash, her gaze lingering on the campus entrance nearby. Yi Liangqian stood at the subway entrance, taking deep, dramatic breaths. Finally, the day I've waited for is here. This time, I'll reclaim everything I've lost. Those who looked down on me, those who rejected me, they'll all regret it. A shadow crossed his face as he spoke. His family had drained their savings to keep him in school, all because of that bastard Long Aotian. If he hadn't violated Hu Yueying, she would have tutored him. With her help, he could have made it to Capital City University. Long Aotian had ruined him indirectly. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Exhaling slowly, Yi Liangqian pulled out a mirror to fix his hair. He wanted to greet his childhood sweetheart, Lin Wanning, in flawless form. Love at first sight, a glance that spans eternity. The thought of her stunned expression amused him. She'd been his neighbor back in kindergarten, before his family moved to the city. Even though he teased her often, they were just kids. What did they know? Once, during a summer break visit home, he'd even helped her. And when he'd reminded her later, she'd recognized him instantly. Maybe that moment left an indelible mark on her heart. TCH, what a hassle. Despite his words, excitement bubbled inside him. Today, if his memory served, Lin Wanning would accidentally knock over an iced tea at the crowded freshman orientation. The owner would harass her, humiliating her until, in her struggle, she'd scrape her leg. As bystanders gathered, the aggressor would toss her 200 yuan for medical fees and flee. Too ashamed to return to her dorm, she'd hide here and cry. In his original timeline, he'd been out eating with Hu Yueying when Long Aotian smashed a beer bottle over his head. After getting patched up, he dropped a pack of tissues on the subway, faithfully picked up by Lin Wanning, setting the stage for their reunion. This time, though unharmed, he brought plenty of tissues. In the dream, his injury had made him pass by here. The tissues were the thread of destiny. Checking his stash, Yi Liangqian smirked. Everything's ready. Now just wait for the wind. He longed to intervene directly, but to avoid disrupting fate, he resisted. He'd let destiny unfold as it should. So he crouched there, giddily counting down. All our hidden talents. The next morning, the alarm clock rang. Everyone instinctively sprang out of bed, moving purely on autopilot as they washed up, styled their hair, and changed clothes. To an outsider, it might have looked like they were preparing for a speed dating event. Today was the official start of school, and everyone was required to gather in the classroom. While drinking the night before, the three of them had bragged about making the most flamboyant entrance possible, then leveraging their years of dating experience to dominate this year's romantic competition. Ow, damn it. Who the hell punched me in the back? Long Aotian winced as he sat up, feeling a sharp pain between his shoulders. Spotting the bottle of iodine and the Band-Aids on his bedside table, the events of the previous day slowly came back to him. Shrugging it off, he hopped out of bed, slung a towel over his shoulder, grabbed his toothbrush and toothpaste, and headed out. Li Long, mid-brush, glanced at him and asked reflexively, "You good?" "Yeah, fine." Long Aotian splashed water on his face before starting to brush. "Dude, you stole the show last night. That icy cool girl was practically chasing you down to patch you up. And here I am, a certified hunk, and she didn't even glance my way. Unbelievable." Huang Fei grumbled while slathering gel into his hair. "Gotta admit, Lao Ao, you were on fire yesterday." When you turned all red, I legit thought you were about to punch that old creep in the next week. Su Shuai chimed in, even applying a face mask. Talk about dedication. Huang Fei and Li Longlong both nodded in agreement. We've officially decided. You're now the undisputed combat champion of Dorm 147. Long Aotian snorted. Yeah, right. Combat champion. Amid the banter, they finished getting ready. So, what do you think of his hairstyle? Huang Fei asked, admiring his reflection after a final comb-through. He put in serious prep work before school even started, all for this grand debut. Sharp. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Not bad. Let me borrow some of that. Huang Fei immediately clutched his hair gel protectively. Not today. Tomorrow. Help yourself. Watching their antics, Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh. 20 minutes later, the four of them stepped out one after another. Even though it was early September, the heat hadn't let up. Everywhere they looked, there were pairs of stunning legs. And this was University T, where the senior girls' workout routines paid off in curves that put ordinary figures to shame. In short, the campus practically hummed with that uniquely electric vibe of youth. Long Aotian smirked at his self-proclaimed three love kings as they shamelessly ogled the scenery. He wasn't like them. He preferred to admire openly. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. For any guy, the most perfect, mesmerizing sight in the world was the silhouette of a young woman. Let's be real. Everyone's a visual creature. Everyone loves checking out beauty. The only downside? When said beauty is standing next to a literal bulldozer of a chaperone. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Sports Class 3. Hold up. If we're the four kings, even our classroom entry needs to be legendary. Ever seen Meteor Garden? Huang Fei waxed poetic. When we walk in, we gotta be ice cold. No glancing around, just pure, untouchable swagger. The more we stand out, the more the girls will notice. Who goes first, then? Su Shuai asked eagerly. After Huang Fei's 10 core tenets of girl chasing lecture yesterday, Su Shuai was hanging on his every word. Lao Ao, you're the rookie. You lead. Huang Fei paused for dramatic effect. Look, you're decent looking, but let's face it, you're no me. If you walk behind us, you might not handle the pressure. Who takes the rear? Li Longlong asked. Huang Fei sighed heroically. Guess it's on me. I'll anchor us. I'll bear the weight of expectations. Under Huang Fei's strategic direction, Long Aotian strode in first. The classroom was already half full, and every new arrival drew a wave of glances. Meeting the crowd's gaze, Long Aotian offered a mild smile, scanned the room, and headed for the back row. Once he was in, Li Longlong took a deep breath, slipped a hand into his pocket, and sauntered in. Eyes forward, lips curled, just so. He even tossed his bangs mid-stride. The sheer thrill of feeling eyes on him, while fighting the urge to look back, was equal parts exhilarating and nerve-wracking. But Li Longlong's dramatic hair flip cost him a critical second. Before he could reach his seat, Su Shuai was already inside, hands in pockets, oozing phone nonchalance. When Long Aotian saw Li Longlong hadn't quite reached his seat yet, his lips twitched as he fought the urge to turn back and retrace his steps. That would have been way too obvious. Originally, Long Aotian had managed to keep a straight face, but the moment he caught Su Shuai's utterly bewildered expression, he completely lost it, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. So this was the exciting college life he'd been looking forward to? No wonder his social media back in his old world was flooded with clips of university students pulling all sorts of hilarious stunts. Just as the moment peaked, Huang Fei strode in. Back straight, eyes fixed ahead, he casually held his phone with his watch-adorned wrist, pretending to reply to a message. With a slight tilt of his head and a smirk, he fidgeted with his phone. Pure, effortless cool, at least in his own mind. The act dropped the second he sat down. Well, how many girls were checking me out? Tons. Wow, the girls in our class are seriously lively. MHM, I could totally feel all those eyes on me. Man, this is the best feeling ever. Yo, Aotian, any girl catch your eye? We got your back if you want to make a move. Seriously? Did you guys come to University T just for the girls? Long Aotian chuckled. The self-proclaimed love saint who drifted through romance without a single leaf sticking to him. The love knight, who'd already turned down 2 girls chasing him. And the love king, who insisted on finding the one perfect match. No settling allowed. And here they were, acting like they'd never seen a girl before. The trio immediately protested. Who said it's just about girls? We've got dreams too, you know. You underestimating us, or what? Su Shuai declared, I'm a beast at badminton. Li Longlong bragged, I can jump crazy high. Huang Fei added, I run stupid fast. Long Aotian's lips twitched again. Damn, didn't see that coming. You guys are full of surprises. You're being flirty. At the request of the counselor, everyone introduced themselves. Afterward, the counselor gave a welcome speech about arriving at University T, along with the school rules and precautions for the upcoming military training. Damn, bros, I think I'm about to fall in love. Out of all the fish in the sea, I've finally found the one for me, Li Longlong said, his face tinged with shyness. Who? Which one? Han Xiaojing, Li Longlong replied, his gaze drifting toward the 3rd row to the right. There sat a short-haired girl, her locks likely permed into soft waves, mostly tied back except for one strand tucked behind her ear. With glasses perched on her nose, her fair, slightly chubby cheeks gave her an innocent, cute charm. She was undeniably pretty. I still think Shun Mengjie is better looking. Huang Fei chuckled, covering his mouth as his eyes locked onto the slender figure sitting directly ahead. Compared to Han Xiaojing, Shun Mengjie had a more graceful and balanced figure, her beauty leaning toward gentle elegance. If looks alone were the measure, she was probably the most attractive girl in the class. Damn, y'all really going for the hardest difficulty right off the bat? Times may change, but one thing remains constant. Beautiful girls never lack suitors. Though Su Shuai often bragged about being chased by 2 girls before, he was well aware of his own shortcomings. So, from the start, he set his sights on girls who weren't as stunning but had pleasant personalities. After the trio finished their evaluations, they turned to Long Aotian. Hey, Aotian, any catches? With the help of us 3 love kings, it'll be a piece of cake. Long Aotian cleared his throat. I'd advise against dating within the class. Saves you from future awkwardness. Aim higher, like our upperclasswomen. Maturity beats inexperience any day. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Besides, the first rule of the 10 core principles of dating is that you've got to have thick skin. Long Aotian listened, smiled, and said nothing. Honestly, Aotian, if it weren't for you standing up for us yesterday, I'd think you weren't even our age, Huang Fei remarked softly. You always seem so restrained, like you're overthinking everything. How do I put it? It's like if we suddenly found 10,000 yuan on the street. We'd probably be planning a night of foot massages and splurging. But you'd be thinking about how to invest it or something. Huang Fei pondered before adding, yeah, I agree. Exactly. Especially last night when we were drinking. You never said it outright, but the way you looked at us showing off was like a dad watching his kids. Huang Fei's eyes widened. Wait, are you trying to be our godfather or something? Long Aotian burst into laughter, more carefree than ever. Nah, it's not like that. I get it. Huang Fei suddenly straightened up, realization dawning. What do you get? Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Grinning, Huang Fei narrowed his eyes at Long Aotian. You're just insecure, aren't you? Scared of getting rejected and embarrassed. The other 2 instantly caught on. Dude, you don't need to be like that. Sure, chasing a hottie is intimidating, but with your looks and build, you could easily land an average girl. Trust in us, the 3 love kings. We've got 4 years together in this dorm, and we're not letting you give up on love. I've decided, while I pursue Shun Mengjie, I'll help you snag a girlfriend too. Soon, the counselor dismissed the class. Everyone filed out of the classroom, heading to the academic affairs office to collect their military training uniforms. During this time, a minor incident occurred. Su Shuai fell in love. The reason? While picking up his uniform, his pinky accidentally brushed against a female classmate's. Su Shuai stared at his own finger. You guys wouldn't understand. That split-second touch sent an electric shock straight to my heart, tingly, numbing. his eyes closed, his expression lewd and dreamy, instantly drawing protests. Someone piss on him. No diabetics, though. Don't give this guy even a drop of sweetness. You're just jealous. Plain, shameless jealousy. Laughing and shoving each other, they dashed back to the dorm. The moment they returned, Long Aotian's phone buzzed. A photo from Li Qingxue, her in military training gear, beaming radiantly. So, pretty, right? Li Qingxue had a natural urge to share, always eager to showcase her best side. Her enthusiasm was infectious, effortlessly spreading joy. She was also endlessly curious about everything new. To Long Aotian, she felt like a bird, free, untamed, beautiful. In the photo, her smile was bright and unrestrained, the slight upturn of her lips like spring sunlight spilling warmth over the world. Li Longlong nudged Su Shuai with a shoulder, gesturing toward Long Aotian. Click! The sound of the phone camera snapped. Long Aotian looked up to find Li Longlong's phone aimed at him. Then, under Long Aotian's baffled gaze, Li Longlong turned the screen toward him. Aotian, check out your lovesick face. Ha ha ha. The photo showed Long Aotian staring at his phone, a smile on his lips, one he hadn't even realized was there. Pure, unfiltered happiness. Shut up, you're the lovesick one. Long Aotian retorted before flopping onto his bed. Damn, Aotian, you're even worse now. Ignoring them, Long Aotian replied to Li Qingxue's message. Meanwhile, on the other end, reading Long Aotian's reply, Li Qingxue's smile deepened, her cheeks flushing pink. Qingxue, you're grinning so hard. Who are you texting? Yeah, your face is totally red. Li Qingxue hurriedly shielded her phone, biting her lip. And no, it's not. I'm not blushing. Liar. It's practically dripping. Really? She pressed her hands to her cheeks. How about now? Still obvious. You're totally smitten. That obvious? Turning her back to them, she mumbled. Then what about now? Now you're the worst of all. Qingxue, you're doomed. You've fallen hard. Spill it. Who's the guy? Is he in our class? We got plenty of cute guys here. It's got to be one of them. Confess, Qingxue. I am not smitten. I'm not. I'm going to find Yu Ying. With that, she bolted toward the dorm. When are we going to see Brother Long? Yu Ying, what are you up to? In the dormitory, Hu Yueying saw the message from Li Qingxue and replied, I'm in my dorm. During the latter half of her senior year of high school, apart from studying, the thing Hu Yueying did most was wait for Long Aotian to visit her, teaching him and cooking for him. Now that they were apart, it felt like she had lost a pillar of support. She knew what she was doing, and she knew Long Aotian wouldn't come to see her as often as before. But waiting had become a habit. I'm downstairs at your dorm. Seeing this message from Li Qingxue, Hu Yueying glanced down from the third floor, then quickly pocketed her phone and hurried downstairs. Over here. The moment Hu Yueying appeared at the dorm entrance under the glass-covered walkway, Li Qingxue spotted her. Qingxue, what's up? Hu Yueying asked. Feel like going to see Long Aotian? Li Qingxue asked with a sly grin. Yes. Hu Yueying's immediate response, and the instant smile that lit up her face, took Li Qingxue by surprise. That joy and anticipation were instinctive, hidden deep in her heart. For a moment, Li Qingxue was stunned. Hu Yueying seemed to care about Long Aotian even more than she'd imagined. When are we going to see him? Hu Yueying asked seriously. Li Qingxue chuckled at her eagerness. This afternoon. But first, let's grab some lunch. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Okay. Hu Yueying's cheerful demeanor made Li Qingxue laugh. You're really happy, huh? Hu Yueying never hid her feelings, because in her heart, the thought of seeing Long Aotian truly made her happy. She thought she'd have to wait until after military training. Dude, are you done yet? You've been taking a dump forever. Huang Fei waved a hand dismissively. Quit rushing me. I'm trying my best here. EW, did you even wash your hands? Su Shuai pinched his nose and laughed. Why don't you take a sniff and find out? Huang Fei shoved his hand towards Su Shuai's face. Hey, Aotian, quit messing around. Let's go eat. What messing around? Huang Fei, having just returned from the bathroom, was confused. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. Li Long showed him a photo of Long Aotian. Whoa, no way, dude. Something's off about you. Teased by his friends, Long Aotian raised an eyebrow and clenched his fist. Ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? Oh crap, he's gonna silence us, run. The group headed to the same food street as yesterday and picked a random restaurant. Damn, those girls must be from the music college. Their laughs are so sweet, and their voices are so melodic. The girls at University T are full of energy, but the music college girls are all soft and adorable. Coming to University T was the best decision I've ever made. Ah, that's nothing. Huang Fei scoffed, looking at them like they were country bumpkins. He pulled out his phone and pulled up a spreadsheet. What's this? When it comes to dating, you guys are still amateurs. I did my research before coming here. It's a 1.5-kilometer bike ride to University C, about 3 kilometers to University A, and the music college is right nearby. 2 kilometers east is the Film Academy, plus there's the Language University and the Normal University. We just join a club, tag along on exchange events, and boom, easy pickings. Genius. I already feel like I won't have enough time to date all of them. Same. After hearing this, I feel like I'm about to turn into a playboy. Is university really only 3 kilometers away? Long Aotian asked. Oh, looks like our man Aotian has high standards. University A was the top institution in Capital City. Only the best students got in, which was why they teased him about aiming high. Told you Aotian's secretly a player. You didn't believe me. Forget whether he's a player or not. Check out that beauty. Su Shuai's exclamation instantly drew their attention to the restaurant entrance. Their eyes widened at the sight. Is that the legendary ice queen of the campus? Drop the is that. It's definitely her. The girl had an aloof elegance, her skin pale as snow. Her delicate features were flawless, and the beauty mark near her didn't detract from her charm. Instead, it added an indescribable allure. But soon, the 3 boys averted their gazes, because they realized the coldly beautiful girl was looking right at them. The clear, pure glint in her eyes held a playful spark that made them too nervous to meet her gaze. They pretended to adjust their clothes or fix their hair instead. Don't you guys think she looks familiar? Every pretty girl looks familiar to you. That pickup line's so outdated. No, seriously, I feel like I've seen her before too. Aotian, what do you think? Long Aotian nodded. She does seem familiar. Huang Fei, hearing Long Aotian agree, tried to get another look, too embarrassed to admit he'd been too nervous to properly admire her earlier. But when he turned back, the girl was already gone from the entrance. Wan Ning, what were you staring at so intently? Hearing her friend's question, Lin Wanning withdrew her gaze and smiled faintly. Nothing. She wasn't the type to smile often, which naturally gave off a cold impression. But when she did smile, it was stunning, aloof yet soft, the perfect picture of a poised beauty. Last night was so disgusting, but at least you're okay. The school's tightened security, so we won't have to deal with that kind of thing again. MHM. But that guy yesterday was seriously brave. I heard he wasn't even from our school. Shame I didn't get to see him. Wan Ning, you saw him, right? Was he handsome? At this, Lin Wanning's eyes lifted subtly toward a certain figure. For some reason, a faint blush crept across her fair cheeks, making the beauty mark near her even more striking. You guys go ahead and eat. I need to buy something. Don't wait for me. With that, Lin Wanning stood and walked out of the restaurant. Once outside, she glanced back, her eyes curving slightly as she quickened her pace. On her way back, she happened to see that familiar figure entering a nearby store. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wanning didn't return to the restaurant immediately. Instead, she walked toward the store. The moment Long Aotian stepped out, he noticed the aloof girl standing nearby, occasionally glancing his way. It wasn't arrogance. He really felt like she was there for him. Stepfather, accept our respectful salute. Is something wrong? Long Aotian asked. The aloof girl seemed hesitant, as if she hadn't quite gathered her words yet. She was visibly nervous. After all, she wasn't the type to take the initiative. Watching her flustered demeanor, Long Aotian found her increasingly familiar. Before he could piece it together, The girl slowly approached, and as she drew closer, he noticed the ointment in her hand. "This is for you, an ointment to reduce swelling and prevent infection. Apply it once in the morning and once at night." Her voice was cool and measured, carrying a distinct tone. That unique voice instantly jogged his memory. He hadn't expected her to remember, let alone take it to heart. She must have recognized him earlier at the restaurant and stepped out to buy this for him. Taking the ointment from her, he smiled. "Thanks. I almost didn't recognize you." He drunk quite a bit last night, and though there had been street lights, it was still dim. On top of that, she'd been a nervous, disheveled mess back then. It was hard to connect that image with the poised, ethereal beauty standing before him now. Seeing Long Aotian still slightly dazed, the girl chuckled softly. "I should be the one thanking you." All right, let's not keep trading thanks. You thank me, I thank you." It started to feel a bit odd. Lin Wanning nodded with a light laugh. She hadn't thought it strange until he pointed it out, but now it did seem a little awkward. Still, she couldn't help feeling a flicker of warmth toward him. Not that she was overly confident in her looks or figure, but she'd long grown accustomed to boys try to catch her attention. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. This had been the case since middle school, and by high school, it had only intensified. Yesterday, after starting university, the same thing happened, especially after last night's incident. Today, countless people on campus had tried all sorts of tricks to get her to notice them. She could see right through their intentions, but it wasn't like she could call them out directly. Now that she thought about it, if anyone else had helped her, they'd have undoubtedly used it as an excuse to get closer, asking for her QQ, inviting her to a meal, or something similar. She wasn't being presumptuous. She'd just encountered too many guys like that. But this one, not only had he made no such move, he'd even forgotten about her entirely, as if helping her had truly been nothing more than a casual act of kindness, free of ulterior motives. Someone like this was refreshing to be around. At least for now, Lin Wanning found it comfortable. "I'm Lin Wanning. And you? Long Aotian." He nodded, then suddenly stared at her in disbelief. "Wait, what did you say your name was?" "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." Lin Wanning was puzzled by his sudden intensity, but answered seriously. "Lin Wanning." "Lin Wanning from the music department." "MHM. How did you know I'm in music?" It wasn't exactly a secret. Long Aotian grinned. She had no idea why her name and major amused him, but she didn't mind. If anything, she was curious. Is something funny? No, just the world's so small. And kind of amazing. Lin Wanning lowered her gaze, the tips of her ears hidden beneath her hair turning faintly pink. She'd never been in a relationship, but she wasn't completely ignorant. Lines like, "The world is small, bringing us together. Fate is mysterious, binding us close," weren't unfamiliar. Why you can't just say things like that? Her voice remained cool, but it softened into something almost melodic. "Sorry, got a little carried away. I saw you at the restaurant earlier. Were you with friends?" "Yeah, my 3 roommates." His apology didn't bother her. If anything, she was relieved he'd moved on. "Let's head back then. I'm here with my roommates too." "Okay." Long Aotian walked ahead, glancing back at Lin Wanning trailing behind him. The sight reminded him of Hu Yueying, his little shadow. That girl stuck to him like a loyal puppy. He deliberately slowed his pace. Lin Wanning had been struggling to keep up with his long strides, but when he adjusted his speed, she quickly closed the distance. She wasn't the type to take kindness for granted. Last night, without Long Aotian stepping in, that bottle would have hit her instead. She doubted she'd have walked away with just some swelling and scrapes. Worse, if that guy had hurled insults at her too, her reputation would have been ruined. As they re-entered the restaurant, Huang Fei, Li Long, and Su Shuai gaped at the sight of Long Aotian returning with an ethereal beauty in tow. Their jaws practically hit the floor, the word "holy shit" hanging unspoken on their lips. Did this guy just pull off something huge without anyone noticing? No way. As the 3 great kings of romance, we haven't even made our move, and he's already sealed the deal. So, old AO, who's this? Long Aotian glanced at Lin Wanning. "Lin Wanning, from the music department." Then he added, "These 3 are my roommates." You probably saw them last night, too. Last night, the trio froze for a second before their eyes widened in realization, exchanging frantic looks. Their expressions practically screamed. Holy crap, if I'd known, I would have stepped up last night. This is straight out of a movie. Hero saves the beauty, and bam. Lynn Wanning merely nodded. Her expression, devoid of a smile, carried a faint air of detachment. The way they kept sneaking glances at her, though she'd grown somewhat accustomed to it over the years and didn't feel outright disgust, still left her uncomfortable, as if she were some item on display being scrutinized. She turned slightly toward Long Aotian. Remember to apply the ointment twice a day. It'll heal faster and won't leave a scar. I should head back now. See you. Lynn Wanning hesitated. Long Aotian noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" At his question, the tips of her ears tinged pink. Her fingers twisted lightly in front of her before she finally murmured, "Can I add you on QQ?" Long Aotian blinked. He thought she was agonizing over something serious. After taking out his phone and adding her, Lynn Wanning stared at the new contact on her QQ list. The usual chill in her eyes softened slightly as she whispered, "Thanks," without another word, and without daring to meet the gazes of those around her. She hurried back to the private room where her dorm mates were waiting. "Hey, you guys lose your souls or something?" Long Aotian waved a hand in front of his roommates' dazed faces. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Just earlier, the three of them had been pounding their chests, vowing to help Long Aotian get a girlfriend. Yet here they were, still clueless about how to even get a girl's contact info, while he had the campus ice queen herself asking to add him on QQ. And the kicker? She was the one who asked, "Oh, great master, we bow before you. I'm really looking forward to the arrival of this day." Watching Long Aotian holding the ointment, the three guys slapped their chests in frustration. This was a textbook hero saves the beauty moment. Damn it, if I'd stepped up back then, the music department's campus bell would be mine now. Next time, guys, promise me. If something like this happens again, let me be the one. Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh at their exaggerated reactions. You guys are beyond ridiculous. We just met her properly today. We're not even friends yet. He had helped Lynn Wanning, and while he considered it a simple favor with no expectation of anything in return, if she had brushed it off, he wouldn't have minded. But instead, Lynn Wanning's response made him feel that the person he'd helped had a decent character, not as cold as she appeared on the surface. "You're just sour grapes." That face, that icy, ethereal aura. She's not just the music department's goddess. She could easily be the entire university's campus belle. Do you even understand the prestige of being a campus belle? If a stunning, aloof beauty like that added me on QQ, my life would be complete. Seriously, just having a campus belle like her add you first would let me strut around university T like I own the place. Honestly, you guys don't act like love saints, love knights, or love kings at all, Long Aotian teased. Though they'd only known each other for 2 days, the bond between guys could skyrocket faster than a rocket launch. And after calling each other sworn brothers, what else even mattered? We were just talking big, huh? But I don't think Huang Fei's 10 core theories of dating was just hot air. Huang Fei had been about to admit he was still a naive virgin, just pretending to be smooth. But hearing that, he immediately straightened up and smirked. The 10 core theories are just the basics. Give me time, and I'll come up with 100. Laughter filled the air. Life like this was actually pretty fun. And in their company, Long Aotian could clearly feel his own mindset growing younger. Meeting new people, gathering for meals, sharing drinks, and talking big, it was all nice. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Wanning, where did you just go? As soon as Lynn Wanning returned to the private dining room, her girlfriends crowded around, grinning mischievously. I just went out to buy something, Lynn Wanning murmured, leaning back slightly under their intense gazes and knowing smiles. Really? The girls dragged out the word, their skepticism obvious. Oh, really? Lynn Wanning insisted earnestly. She had only gone out to buy ointment, after all. But we saw you walk back in with a handsome guy just now. One of them glanced meaningfully outside the room. Following her gaze, Lin Wanting spotted Long Aotian laughing with his roommates. Oh my god, you were gone for less than 10 minutes, and our icy campus belle is already smitten. And no, he's just the one who helped me last night. Realizing their misunderstanding, Lin Wanting hurried to explain. That only made things worse. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. The moment the words left her mouth, her three friends lit up with excitement. Did you add him on QQ? Under their relentless interrogation, Lin Wanting lowered her eyes slightly and gave a small nod. I did. Even though this had happened to Lin Wanting, they seemed far more thrilled about it than she was. Did he ask to add you? A hero saving a beauty, and the guy's so handsome too. Ugh, this feels even more exciting than a movie plot. His figure looks great too. Is he from University T next door? Hearing that, the usually composed Lin Wanting suddenly remembered last night when she'd helped apply iodine to his wounds. A faint blush crept onto her fair, delicate face. Was his figure good? His broad back, his narrow but toned waist. Yeah, it was. Stop it. It's not what you're imagining. Lin Wanting had never been in a situation like this before, and being teased like this by her friends made her unbearably flustered. She glanced outside again without thinking, but the table where Long Aotian had been was now empty. High school life had been stifling and monotonous, but university was colorful and free. For many, the biggest changes began in college. Some girls, plain and simple in high school, learned to dress up, apply makeup, and wear stylish outfits in university. Some boys, who in high school loved ogling pretty girls and gossiping about who was the prettiest, only became even more obsessed with it in college. Lin Wanting might have been just one of countless others like this. At the very least, being teased by her new friends didn't irritate her. After the meal, Lin Wanting and her friends headed back to campus. On the way, they chatted and laughed. Then one of the girls suddenly pointed toward the school gate. Look, is that guy holding flowers about to confess? Everyone turned to look. A slightly slender young man stood at the entrance, bouquet in hand. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, then hugged himself. Is he rehearsing a confession? Let's go check it out. The suggestion was instantly approved. By the time the four reached the gate, a small crowd had already gathered. Hey, is this guy confessing to someone? One of them whispered to a bystander. No idea. I just got here too and thought it was interesting, so I stayed to watch. Hearing the murmurs, the young man turned his head. The moment he did, his body stiffened. Then he broke into a radiant smile. Hand in his pocket, he sauntered toward them. I think he's coming over here. Before they could react, he was already in front of them. Wanting, long time no see. He flashed another dazzling smile. This is for you. Lin Wanting stared at the flowers, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Her expression remained cool and unreadable. She hadn't expected to be part of the gossip she'd come to watch. Do I know you? Her unique voice made him chuckle. He flicked his hair back. Seems like it's been so long. Your memory of me has faded. Then let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Liangchun, Yi Liangchun. His voice was deep, with a hint of a husky tone, as he delivered the line with confidence. Lin Wanting frowned, searching her mind for this person, then finally shook her head lightly. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. With that, she turned to leave, disliking the feeling of being surrounded by onlookers. Hearing this, Yi Liangchun chuckled, still as cold as ever. He took a deep breath and slowly crouched down, saying, It's all right. I'll make you remember me, little by little. As he spoke, he reached to lift the hem of Lin Wanting's right pant leg. What are you doing? Lin Wanting took a step back just before his hand could touch her, putting distance between them. Her gaze turned even frostier as she looked down at Yi Liangchun, still crouched on the ground. Yi Liangchun shook his head slowly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Stay still. You're hurt. Let me take a look. You were always so reckless as a kid, and you haven't changed a bit. His tone carried an unsettling familiarity. Are you out of your mind? Lin Wanting brushed past him and strode toward the school without another glance. What the hell was that? Some stranger acting like he knew her was one thing, but trying to roll up her pant leg out of nowhere. Total creep. Back when she was in high school, Her dorm mate had secretly shown her some questionable content. The way those men in the videos obsessively fixated on girls' legs had left her shocked and disgusted. Sure, plenty of male classmates had whispered behind her back about how nice her legs were, could play with them for 10,000 years and all that, but they at least had the decency to keep it to themselves. Yet here she was, experiencing it firsthand in broad daylight, no less. Disgusting. She could already feel goosebumps rising on her skin. Watching Lin Wanting walk away, Aotian smirked, utterly unbothered. Still shy, huh? When you finally remember me, you'll regret calling me a lunatic. That night, Lin Wanting never showed up. Later, Aotian figured it was because Long Aotian hadn't cracked his skull open like in the original timeline. But there was nothing he could do about it. Long Aotian had ended up with Hu Yueying, and the two were probably still running some street stall in a corner of Haiwan City. No way they'd come to Capital City just to play along with his plans. Still, as a reincarnator, he knew how to make his own opportunities. Today's little stunt had worked perfectly. At the very least, he'd left a lasting impression on Lin Wanting. First, he'd let her see him as the carefree, troublemaking type. Then, he'd gradually reveal another side of himself, because girls loved nothing more than a man with layers. Once she thought she had him figured out, all he had to do was flip the script, and just like that, she'd be hooked. Then, when the time was right, he'd casually drop the bombshell. He was actually her kindergarten desk mate. Everything would fall into place, just like in the dream. In that dream, it had started with a simple pack of tissues, enough to make Wanting notice him. Then, by chance, she'd seen him with Hu Yueying. And when Li Qingxue launched her relentless chase the husband to the crematorium campaign, Wanting would assume he was some two-timing scumbag. After a series of misunderstandings and tangled conflicts, the truth would finally come out. And by then, she'd have already fallen for him without realizing it. The thought made Yi Liangchun snicker under his breath. He turned his face to the sky, murmuring in a low voice, "Can't wait for that day to come. The little girl is even acting aggrieved now. I got it, I added her." Su Shuai exclaimed excitedly, waving his phone in the air. "Remember that girl whose fingers brushed against mine when we picked up our military training uniforms today? I just added her on QQ." "Damn, you're fast," Li Longlong remarked, glancing over, but Su Shuai clutched his phone protectively to his chest like it was some priceless treasure. "Buzz off. If you want to flirt with girls, go add them yourself." "Fine, be stingy. I'll do it myself," Li Longlong muttered, pulling out his phone and opening the newly created class group chat. Everyone in the group had already updated their display names. He stared at Han Xiaojing's profile picture, clicking on it before quickly closing it, a telltale sign of guilt. If it were someone without ulterior motives, adding her would have been no big deal. Yes. Huang Fei suddenly sat up in bed, staring solemnly at his phone. "I added her too." "Ha ha." Watching Long Aotian get added by the aloof campus beauty, and now even Huang Fei and Su Shuai having their own targets, Li Longlong gritted his teeth and clicked Add Friend. Before long, the friend request was accepted. Li Longlong raised his phone triumphantly. "See? I added her too. Who cares?" Puff. The dorm fell into a rare moment of silence. The three of them curled up on their beds, clutching their phones, occasionally letting out strange, gleeful giggles. "Are you guys a bunch of giggling gremlins?" Long Aotian found the whole scene hilarious. Su Shuai and Li Longlong were one thing. They'd already admitted their earlier bravado was just for show. But even Huang Fei, the creator of the 10 core theories of dating, had turned into a giggling mess. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Weren't you all about enjoying the single life? Faced with Long Aotian's teasing, Huang Fei buried his head under the blanket. "You're just jealous we have people to chat with." Before he could finish, a knock came at the door. "Is Long Aotian in this dorm? Someone's looking for you downstairs." At those words, all three bolted upright, their eyes locked onto Long Aotian. The moment he stepped out, they rushed to the balcony. Their dorm was on the 4th floor, and soon enough, they spotted Long Aotian below. "Damn, am I hallucinating? Didn't Aotian say he's never been in a relationship?" The aloof girl added him after he saved her, but what's this now? No idea. I suddenly feel like I swallowed a fly. We're over here celebrating adding a girl on QQ, and he's already meeting up with one. No, scratch that. She can't find him. Compared to him, I feel like such a pure soul. Honestly, it's too accurate. A smooth-talking, good-looking player who claims he's never been in love, but always has girls around him. And the first one he pulls is a total knockout. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. You know what they say about sports recruits. Before he could finish, the other two cut him off. Who are you talking about? Su Shuai froze. Damn, he'd almost insulted himself. Outside the dorm, when Long Aotian saw Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue standing a short distance away, surprise washed over him, followed by an indescribable warmth. The setting sun painted their silhouettes in golden hues, as if time had frozen. Everything else faded away, leaving only their smiles. He truly hadn't expected the two of them to come find him on their own. He'd planned to reach out after military training ended. Didn't see this coming, did you? Li Qingxue grinned playfully, her face brimming with triumph. Her smile was infectious, and Long Aotian found himself mirroring it without thinking. Long Ji, their eyes met, and in that moment, no words were needed. When his gaze shifted to Hu Yueying, there was no overwhelming emotion, just a quiet certainty, like his heart had finally settled. She smiled at first, but then her expression crumpled into something bittersweet. The joy was real, but so was the sting of broken promises. There was a saying, when dependence becomes a habit, leaving feels like withdrawal. Somewhere along the way, without either of them realizing it, Hu Yueying's reliance on Long Aotian had filled every corner of her heart. Or maybe he had noticed, but mistook it for simple dependence. Ah, is the little one sulking now? Long Aotian ruffled Hu Yueying's hair playfully. Watching his affectionate gesture, even Li Qingxue felt a twinge of envy. Hu Yueying's sincerity toward Long Aotian was unwavering, pure in a way that couldn't be faked. It's because someone didn't keep his word. All right, my bad. What do you two want for dinner? My treat. Long Aotian had no defense against Li Qingxue's sharp tongue. She was the liveliest, the most talkative. Why do you sound so reluctant? Hello, you've got two gorgeous girls flanking you. Do you have any idea how many guys are secretly jealous right now? Wow, when you put it like that, I guess I'm the ungrateful one. Long Aotian chuckled, flexing his fists teasingly. Li Qingxue immediately ducked, dodging with nimble grace. Missed me. Hu Yueying watched their playful exchange, a flicker of longing in her chest. Li Qingxue had a natural vivacity, something Hu Yueying lacked, something no one could replicate. It was as if all the world's brightness had gathered in her. Just being near her was enough to lift anyone's spirits. Hey, spacing out? Long Aotian waved a hand in front of Hu Yueying's face. You're getting more absent-minded by the day. Maybe I should stop calling you little follower and start calling you little daydreamer. No, Hu Yueying insisted, smoothing her ruffled hair. I'm your little follower. The most obedient one. 2 simple sentences, and her mood shifted entirely with his. How'd you two get here, anyway? Long Aotian had only learned today that a university was just 3 kilometers away by bike. His morning runs covered more distance than that. By car. Was it hard sneaking on a campus? Super easy. We just walked right in, Li Qingxue said, cupping her cheeks dramatically. What? Do we not look like students? She blinked, her expression equal parts smug and playful. The carefree radiance of youth shone brilliantly through her. Don't move, or I'll tell Hu Yueying. Are you doing all right at school? Hu Yueying nodded softly. I'm fine, though I still feel a little unadjusted sometimes. Unadjusted to being alone, unadjusted to not being able to cook for Long Aotian every day. It seemed like everything in this city felt unfamiliar. She had grown used to being by Long Aotian's side, accustomed to his maturity and his occasional playful, unserious demeanor. Her classmates acted childish, often doing meaningless things just to get her attention. But she got along well with her roommates, not just in the dorm, but in class too. No one bullied her anymore. What about you, Long Aotian? Hu Yueying asked in return. Not bad. It's a little different from what I imagined, but I'm happier than I expected. Long Aotian thought of his 3 self-proclaimed adopted sons in the dorm and couldn't help but chuckle. It was like they were determined to make up for every missed opportunity from high school now that they were in college. Long Aotian, I think you've changed a little, Hu Yueying said, tilting her head as she studied him seriously. How so? I don't know. She sighed in frustration. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different, but she could feel it. If she had to put it into words, he seemed more at ease, as if some invisible wall inside him had shifted without notice. But no matter how he changed, he was still her Long Aotian. Long Aotian, can I message you when I'm free? Hu Yueying murmured. Or if you have time, you could message me too. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. The last time she'd reached out, he'd been busy eating with his roommates, and she'd worried about disturbing him. Hearing this, Long Aotian smiled sheepishly. He had been neglecting his little follower lately, too caught up in goofing off with his dormmates. Sure. Delighted by his answer, Hu Yueying happily shared more stories from her past few days at school, down to what she ate every day, how cheap and delicious the campus food was, and so on. With Long Aotian, it seemed she always had endless things to say. Li Qingxue returned from the restroom and took her seat, glancing at the tableware that had already been rinsed with hot water. She lightly smacked Long Aotian's back. Thanks. Long Aotian's brows twitched imperceptibly before he forced a smile and stretched his back. Just eat your fill later. Li Qingxue's eyes flickered, but she grinned. Fine. I'll eat you broke. I'll leave you here as collateral and make a run for it with Hu Yueying. You dare. If I catch you, I'll bite you to death. She burst into laughter, reminded of how Gao Quan had once been left as collateral at a barbecue stall by Yi Liangshen. Long Aotian, don't leave Qingxue here as collateral. Hu Yueying giggled, tugging lightly at his sleeve. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. See? Hu Yueying and I are the real besties. Watch out, or we'll leave you behind. Though the meal wasn't extravagant, it brought endless laughter to the 3 of them, all far from home. Full X2. Can you 2 ride bikes? Long Aotian asked. Li Qingxue rolled her eyes. I was the one who biked over with the fruit and snacks for you. Can't you pay attention? I can ride too. Hu Yueying chimed in, happy that Long Aotian cared enough to ask. Then let's go. I'll take you back. With a wave at his hand, Long Aotian led the 2 of them to the bike-sharing station. He pulled up the navigation app, switching to cycling mode, 3.2 kilometers in total. The 3 of them pedaled through unfamiliar streets, Long Aotian in front and the 2 girls trailing behind. From the moment they started riding, the smiles on their faces never faded. Even back when they'd first learned to ride bikes, following their families hadn't felt as joyful as this. Or maybe it had, but that was so long ago, the happiness couldn't compare to now. At this age, they were still too innocent to understand why some would say, asterisk, I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Asterisk. But at least in this moment, they were happy. Damn, this looks even more impressive in person. Long Aotian stared up at the gates of university. No wonder it's the top school in the capital. The campus is huge too. Want to take a look inside? Li Qingxue offered. Another day. You 2 head back. As he watched them walk away, his phone buzzed twice. It was Li Qingxue, who had just left. The message was brief. Asterisk, wait, don't leave yet. Asterisk. Confused but obliging, Long Aotian lingered. They were all from the same hometown. After all, helping each other out was natural. Before long, Li Qingxue came sprinting back, panting. She shot him an exasperated look. Here she was exhausted, while he stood there surrounded by female classmates asking for his QQ handle. She marched up to him. Come with me. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away. Long Aotian smiled apologetically at the girls. The person I'm waiting for is here. See you. He caught up to Li Qingxue. Hey, what's up? What? Scared I'll sell you off. She quickened her pace. Once they reached a quieter spot, Li Qingxue suddenly stopped and turned to face him. Long Aotian frowned under her intense gaze. Do I have something on my face? Li Qingxue didn't answer, just kept staring until her eyes began to redden. Wait, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're about to cry. I'll punch you. Long Aotian couldn't handle girls crying in front of him. The moment tears fell, logic went out the window. Suddenly, everything was his fault. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Me? What did I do? He was still lost. What happened to your back? Did you get into a fight? Li Qingxue had heard about University T, full of athletes. Had they ganged up on Long Aotian because he was an outsider? He'd been fine yesterday, but now, after just one night, even a light touch made him wince and tense up, and he tried to play it off like nothing was wrong. But she'd noticed. My back is just, hey, no groping. Stay still, or I'll tell who you're weighing. Li Qingxue sniffled, her voice thick. Amused but obedient, Long Aotian stopped resisting. The feeling of meeting you is that I really like you. Lifting Long Aotian's shirt, Li Qingxue saw a large red swelling on the right side of his back, with a faint scar across it, though it had stopped bleeding by now. Long Aotian, were you beaten up? Li Qingxue's voice trembled as she took in the sight of the injury. Long Aotian turned and lightly flicked her forehead with a scoff. Do I look like someone who gets bullied easily? You can't even see it yourself. It's so swollen. No wonder you were in so much pain. Li Qingxue didn't fully understand men's resilience. For her, even a minor scrape could hurt for ages. Seeing such a large bruise on his back, she could only imagine how much it must ache. Hey, don't cry. It's not what you think. Long Aotian then explained everything. How after registering for school, he'd gone out to eat with his roommates and ended up intervening when he saw someone being harassed. You idiot. Always sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. But did you even stop to think? What if that lunatic had thrown a knife instead? Li Qingxue huffed, though she knew this was just who Long Aotian was. Only he would do something so reckless. Wasn't that how they'd first met? After all, back when she was at her lowest, a meddlesome boy had said just one thing, and she'd remembered him ever since. I'll go buy you some ointment. Wait here. Hell, look what I've got. Long Aotian pulled a tube of cream from his pocket and waved it in front of her. You're still laughing? I thought you'd been hurt, and here you are grinning like an idiot. Long Aotian's smile faded as he lifted his shirt for her to apply the medicine. Qingxue, don't tell Yueying about this, okay? Ouch, be gentle. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Oh, so you do feel pain? Despite her words, her touch softened, and she even blew lightly on the wound to help the ointment absorb. Yueying worries too much. If she found out, she'd cry, and I can't stand seeing her cry. You have no idea how long that girl can go on sometimes. A faint smile tugged at his lips, as if recalling something. I know, the way you forced yourself to act normal at the restaurant. I could tell you didn't want Yueying to notice. But I think Yueying is stronger than you give her credit for. Li Qingxue said this based on how Yueying carried herself at school. That's good. That's good. You're always thinking of others. Why can't you care about yourself for once? It's just a scratch. My skin's thick. It'll heal in a couple of days. Li Qingxue jabbed a finger near the edge of the bruise. Then why hide it from Yueying? You're the most stubborn person I know. Long Aotian tugged his shirt back down. It's not stubbornness. There's no point making a fuss over nothing. I just look weak. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. You'd rather suffer than swallow your pride. So you want to see who Yueying cry? No. Exactly. Why worry her over nothing? And you want to talk. The way you were earlier, anyone would think I'd done something terrible to you. So dramatic. Long Aotian laughed. Li Qingxue rolled her eyes and sat beside him. You're really good to Yueying. Yeah, well, call me Big Brother Long, and I'll take you on as my second sidekick. As if. She smoothed her clothes, stealing a sidelong glance at him. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated. A quiet moment passed. Let's head back. Nothing else to do here, and we've got military training soon. Sitting this close to Li Qingxue for so long, Long Aotian suddenly felt awkward. In his memories, Li Qingxue was always bright and cheerful, as if all the world's joy lived in her. Just being near her was enough to lift anyone's spirits. But now, arms crossed and lips pursed, she radiated an uncharacteristic tension. Long Aotian turned to study her. Noticing his gaze, Li Qingxue fidgeted. What are you staring at? Your makeup's smudged. Huh? Really? She touched her face. Girls took these things seriously. I only wore a tiny bit today. It shouldn't be. Mid-sentence, she caught his smirk and pinched his waist. Jerk! Making fun of me. She knew he was just trying to lighten the mood. What a fool. Her laughter dissolved the tension. Let's go. Watching Long Aotian walk ahead, Li Qingxue felt both amused and exasperated. In many ways, he was wonderful, helping Hu Yueing grow, saying the words she needed to hear, stepping in when others were bullied. Yet when it came to himself, he brushed everything off like it was nothing. A strange guy. He seemed out of place in this world, yet he kept trying to belong. He looked like any other 18-year-old, but there was something undeniably different about him. Room 301, third floor, girls' dormitory 12. Hu Yueing bit her lip hard, her clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. Yueing, you're back? A roommate called. Forcing a smile, Hu Yueing murmured a quiet and retreated to her bed. She tried to steady her breathing, but tears spilled over anyway. As Long Aotian's most devoted follower, no one understood him better than she did. If Li Qingxue had noticed, how could she have missed it? The instant his body had stiffened, she'd known. But Long Ji had kept smiling, pretending everything was fine. So she pretended too. If he didn't want her to know, she wouldn't let him know she knew. She'd seen Li Qingxue texting him secretly. Even if Li Qingxue hadn't, she would have. So she'd overheard his words. Seeing that bruise on his back, her heart ached more than she could bear. But Long Ji knew her too well. He feared her worry, her tears, so he played it off like it was nothing. He was always looking out for her. When Li Qingxue mentioned she was doing well at school, he just smiled and said, "That's good." One thing he'd said was true. Her heart was small. Too small. Brother Long, before I met you, I thought life was just like that. Nothing special. But after meeting you, I've forgiven all the hardships the world has thrown at me. Gazing at the photo of herself and Brother Long happily linking pinky fingers, Hu Yueing carefully pressed the picture against her chest. Meeting you felt like, I just really like you. You wanted to see me grow stronger, become better, so I will. I'll grow stronger, become better. One day, I'll climb over that wall in your heart. My heart tells me I have a crush on someone. At the intersection, waiting for the traffic light to change. Long Aotian pedaled his bicycle, turning to the right. A figure seemed to notice something, lifting their gaze to watch Long Aotian right away. Strange, why does that person's back look so much like Long Aotian? After muttering this, they chuckled and shook their head. Must be a mistake. Someone like Long Aotian, who sunk so low, would never come to the capital. Yu Liangchun withdrew his gaze. In his mind, Long Aotian should still be in some small town, buying clothes with Hu Yueing. That kind of life, Yu Liangchun didn't mean to look down on him, was so pitifully predictable. Still, what a waste of my treasure girl. At this thought, a bitter smile tugged at Yu Liangchun's lips. Even though the treasure girl hadn't chosen him, even though he'd already revoked her title, he still couldn't quite forget her. In his dreams, he'd almost had her but sighed. It had become an obsession. Once he won over his childhood sweetheart and Li Qingxue, he'd go back to save her. Just hope that bastard Long Aotian treats her gently. Don't let him ruin my treasure girl. Exhaling slowly, he walked toward a university. Arriving at the campus, Yu Liangshan took out his phone, framed himself with a prestigious school in the background, and snapped a selfie with a peace sign, V. After a quick edit, he posted it online, satisfied. Then, blending into the crowd, he strolled into the school. He did this for two reasons. First, to show off, and second, to send a message to her, to let her know he'd arrived. Inside a university, guided by memories from his dreams, he found the sports field closest to the girls' dormitory, Building 6. Another selfie, another post. This is just a little test. If you see this and come looking for me, it means you still can't forget me. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Honestly, I'm being silly. I already know you can't let go, yet I'm still testing you. Huh? Shaking his head at his own antics, he walked onto the field. hands in his pockets. He passed by female students, flashing a smirk before confidently tossing his hair. He could feel their eyes on him as he walked away. So he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, spread his arms, and closed his eyes in a theatrical display of self-admiration. Under their stolen glances, he slowly wrapped his arms around himself in a mock embrace. With the soul of a 28-year-old, Aotian knew exactly how to capture the attention of young college girls. He knew how to use his charm to ensnare those inexperienced hearts. This was all for Li Qingxue, to show her how desirable he was, how many girls secretly liked him, to pressure her. And with the help of his childhood sweetheart, Lin Wanning, he'd make her regret everything, chasing him in a blaze of desperation. A faint smirk curled his lips as he casually glanced back at the girls, raising an eyebrow before flipping his hair again. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. But mid-flip, his eyes caught a figure in the distance. He froze. Then he laughed. Pulling out his phone, he checked the time. Less than 10 minutes since his post. Fate works in mysterious ways, doesn't it? Always pulling us together. He took a deep breath. Long time no see. How have you been? Hearing his voice, Li Qingxue looked up. That one glance made Aotian's heart clench. Her eyes were slightly red. Was it excitement at seeing him? Silent longing? Uncontrollable emotion? He couldn't tell. Maybe one. Maybe all. Don't cry. I'm here now. Aotian softened his voice. If only you'd realized sooner. Li Qingxue blinked, then frowned. What are you talking about? And how did you even get in here? Aotian chuckled. Still playing hard to get? Crying for him, yet pretending otherwise. How stubborn. Let's leave the past behind. I'm in the capital now. Remember what you promised. What promise? And can you speak properly? If not for their 9 years of history, Li Qingxue wouldn't even bother responding. You forgot? You said you'd start dating once we got to university. We're here now. Time to keep your word. Looking at her tearful face, Aotian felt a pang of sympathy. He'd planned to make her suffer, to chase him relentlessly. But now, if she'd just agreed to be with him, maybe he'd go easy on her. Li Qingxue laughed, a sharp, disbelieving sound. She stared at him, utterly serious. Aotian, do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound right now? I did say I wouldn't date in high school because I was focused on exams. And yes, I said I'd consider romance in college. But do you hear yourself? You're being delusional. Didn't I make it clear? I only ever saw you as a friend. I rejected you over and over. Why do you still think I like you? And why you? Just because we're in college now, I'm supposed to date you? What if I like someone else? Why would I ever choose someone who told me to throw away my future? Do you think I'm stupid? At first, Aotian smiled when she did. But with every word, his expression stiffened. What do you mean? Li Qingxue sighed, standing up. Her voice softened. Aotian, we've known each other for 9 years. I don't know when or why you became like this. In my memories, you used to be kind. You were good. Back then, even if I didn't understand love, you mattered to me. That was built over 9 years. She took a deep breath. I appreciate your feelings, but let's not drag this out anymore. Aotian, I need you to know, I already like someone else. Unconsciously, her lips curved into the gentlest smile. He taught me what love really is. He's amazing, mysterious, fascinating. My heart knows. I like him. When Li Qingxue said she already had someone she liked, Aotian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His legs nearly gave out, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Watching Li Qingxue walk away, Aotian laughed. This time, it was a genuine laugh. Seems like you still don't understand your own heart. As expected, I shouldn't have been soft on you after all. As his words faded, Aotian's expression darkened. His face twisted with barely contained fury as he gritted his teeth. You'll regret this. You'll chase me to the gates of hell, begging for my forgiveness. This time, I won't hold back. This time, I'll make sure you suffer. Don't blame me. You're the one who broke my heart, trampled on the love I poured into you. Once I've won you over, I'll cast you aside. I'll let you watch as Lin Wanning and I laugh together, happy without you. You'll know exactly how it feels to be ignored. Heh, Enjoy the taste of your own medicine. Don't call me cruel. This is just who I am. Chun, a man who loves fiercely and hates even fiercer. After steadying himself, Chun suddenly frowned. Wait, Li Qingxue said she liked someone, but she just transferred to this school. She probably doesn't even know half her classmates' names yet. In that moment, a realization struck him. Combined with the fact that Li Qingxue had been crying earlier, the answer was obvious. It's Long Aotian. Chun clenched his fists so hard they trembled. Again, it's you again. Even after I reduced you to nothing, you still find ways to torment me. You stole my precious girl, dragged her down from the heavens into the mud, and now you dare set your sights on my purest love? You're disgusting. In his past life, Long Aotian had envied him and schemed to take away everyone who ever cared for him. This time, Chun had endured for the sake of the bigger picture, but Long Aotian remained as vile as ever. Not satisfied with ruining one girl, now he wanted to taint Li Qingxue too. The thought made Chun shake with rage. And Li Qingxue, you're just as shameless. I already warned you about Long Aotian. How he forced himself on Hu Yueying when they were young, how he pressured her into sleeping with him. Yet you still fell for a scumbag like him. What? Do you want to be another one of his playthings? How can you claim you're not trash? Her red, tearful eyes earlier must have been because of Long Aotian. Fine, let's see how he breaks your heart. When you finally see Long Aotian for the vile snake he is, you'll regret every word you said to me today. And then, don't blame me for making you pay. You brought this on yourselves? This is all your fault. How about you buy me a drink? Returning near the school gate, Long Aotian parked the bike and walked toward the entrance. From a distance, he spotted a lone figure standing by the school gate. The area was crowded, yet this person stood out like a solitary lamp. Cool and serene amidst the bustle, exuding an aura of quiet detachment that inexplicably drew the eye. As if sensing his gaze, the figure slowly turned and lifted her eyes to meet his. Her gaze was bright and clear, as if piercing through time and the crowd. A fleeting warmth flickered in her eyes, softening the chill around her. As Long Aotian drew closer, Lin Wanning's mind went blank. All the excuses she had rehearsed vanished in an instant. Naturally reserved, she rarely wore her emotions openly, often giving others an impression of aloofness. But that wasn't the whole truth. Beneath her cool exterior lay a complex and rich emotional world. She just didn't know how to express it. I sent you a message. The sudden sight of Long Aotian made Lin Wanning forget her carefully prepared words. In her fluster, she blurted out the truth. Long Aotian pulled his phone from his pocket, noticing the unread notification on QQ. He smiled sheepishly. I was writing just now, didn't hear it. What's up? Is something wrong? Lin Wanning averted her eyes. I wanted to invite you to dinner. Her voice, cool and distinct, carried an unintended frostiness despite the invitation. To someone unfamiliar with her, it might have sounded haughty, but those who knew her would recognize the subtle gesture of turning away, proof that beneath her composed demeanor, she was drowning in shyness. Lin Wanning's emotions were usually steady, rarely fluctuating. Yet for some reason, around this boy, her heart wavered uncontrollably. So much so that she couldn't even bring herself to meet his gaze. I just ate, Long Aotian replied. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. At his words, Lin Wanning's fingers tightened imperceptibly, her lips pressing into a thin line. Beneath her cascading hair, the tips of her ears flushed pink. Rejected. This wasn't something she had anticipated. Perhaps due to her own favorable circumstances, she had never considered the possibility of being turned down. Now, caught off guard, she was at a loss, unsure how to react. Noticing her flustered hesitation, Long Aotian chuckled. How about you treat me to a drink instead? Lin Wanning's eyes lit up instantly, as if salvaged from despair. Okay. The tension in her chest eased, and she glanced at him with a trace of unnoticed gratitude. Near the school, shops selling milk tea and fruit beverages lined the streets. Soon, Lin Wanting returned with 2 cups of fruit tea, handing one to Long Aotian. She had meant to explain that the weather was hot, that milk tea might be too heavy, that fruit tea was a lighter choice. But the words stuck in her throat, leaving only a stiff, "Here. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." Immediately, she frowned inwardly, cursing her own awkwardness. Why did everything she said sound so cold? She had come to thank him for his help, after all. He'd even gotten hurt because of her. Would he think her ungrateful? Would he regret helping her? Hastily, she corrected herself. "For you to drink." Watching her subtle frustration, Long Aotian couldn't help but smile. You know, you don't have to hold back so much. Life's greatest meaning is to let yourself be happy. Don't keep wrestling with yourself over every little thing. And the tea's really good. Sometimes overthinking backfires. Easing up, being true to oneself, step by step with calmness, could be its own kind of freedom. Lin Wanting gave a small nod. "I'm actually easy to get along with." "Yeah, I can tell." "Really?" She looked at him intently. Most people said the opposite. "Of course." He pulled out a tube of ointment from his pocket, then gestured with the tea. Whether someone's easy to get along with isn't about what others say. It's about what you do. No one had ever said that to her before. A faint smile touched Lin Wanting's lips. "Thank you. I know you don't like me saying it all the time, but this one is sincere. It's not that I mind. Helping someone who's being bullied isn't something that needs constant thanks. Besides, even without me, that coward wouldn't have dared do anything too extreme in public," Long Aotian said matter-of-factly. Lin Wanting shook her head gently. "You might not think it's a big deal, but I can't just brush it off." So many people had stood by, done nothing. Yet a passerby from the music department had stepped in. Maybe he helped others often, so it felt like nothing to him. But for the one being helped, the humiliation, the desperation, she would never forget it. And she couldn't shake the feeling that Long Aotian was different from other boys. He didn't scrutinize her like an object. He didn't demand anything after helping her. If she hadn't taken the initiative, he wouldn't have even asked for her QQ. Even after adding her, he didn't bombard her with small talk. In fact, today's dinner invitation had been entirely her idea. For a moment, Lin Wanting stole a glance at him, a sudden suspicion crossing her mind. Did Long Aotian not like girls? What's with that look? Your eyes just turned downright mischievous. Oh no, nothing was more mortifying than getting caught staring. Lin Wanting stiffened slightly, her fair cheeks tinged with the embarrassment of being caught. The teardrop mole at the corner of her eye flushed pink, like a flame orchid in full bloom under moonlight, strikingly beautiful. An embarrassing misunderstanding. Nothing. Lin Wanting naturally wouldn't voice her speculation. It would be far too disrespectful. However, spending time with Long Aotian made her feel surprisingly at ease. She had interacted with other boys before, but never had she experienced this kind of feeling. He didn't go out of his way to do childish things just to grab her attention. Nor did he make her feel any unnecessary pressure. In his eyes, she was simply herself. "Want to sit for a while?" "Huh? Sit for a while." Lin Wanting stared awkwardly at Long Aotian, her usually cool expression tinged with a faint blush, her eyes flickering slightly. That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? We've only just met." Seeing how tense she was, Long Aotian sat down on a nearby bench. "What's inappropriate about it? If you're worried about misunderstandings, you can sit over here." Lin Wanting watched his movements, the flush creeping up from her fair neck until it covered her entire face. Her watery eyes darted around nervously. And no misunderstandings. Though she appeared aloof and hard to approach, she was still just a normal girl with her own youthful desires, drawn to beautiful things like anyone else. No one could resist longing for a sweet romance. Lin Wanting might have a cold demeanor, but that didn't mean she was indifferent to love. Cliched as it was, the hero saving the damsel trope undeniably made it easy to develop feelings for someone. Lin Wanting wasn't some overly rigid girl either. Long Aotian was handsome, with a great physique. It was hard not to notice him. If she felt drawn to him, she wasn't going to deny it. So, it was only natural that her mind had briefly wandered earlier. Comforting herself with that thought, she quickly sat down beside him, afraid he might notice her momentary lapse. But the blush on her face? Long Aotian wasn't blind. He definitely saw it. Combined with Lin Wanqing's earlier surprised reaction, Long Aotian, not being some naive 18-year-old, quickly pieced things together. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. He couldn't help but find it amusing. This seemingly icy girl had quite the imaginative mind. Hearing his chuckle, Lin Wanqing grew even more flustered. She could tell he'd caught her in an awkward moment, but she forced herself to stay composed. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just that you're more. He deliberately trailed off. Lin Wanqing's curiosity burned. She desperately wanted to know what he was about to say. But her reserved nature kept her from asking outright, no matter how much she wanted to. More interesting than I imagined. Watching her clenched fists and furtive glances, Long Aotian decided not to tease her further. Finally hearing the answer, Lin Wanqing's embarrassment deepened. So, this guy wasn't as simple and honest as he seemed. Yet, hearing those words from him didn't bother her. She just felt a little shy. Stupid dorm life in high school, where her roommates were always watching those kinds of videos. Now, she knew too much, and it had ruined her innocence. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Have you been applying the ointment regularly? Lin Wanqing changed the subject, trying to shift the awkward atmosphere. Yeah, it works well. MHM. She nodded softly and didn't say anything else. They hadn't known each other long. There wasn't exactly an endless stream of topics to discuss. Once she finished her fruit tea, Lin Wanqing stood to leave. Let me walk you back. Without thinking, she nodded in agreement. As they strolled down the street, surrounded by students from University T and the Music Academy, they didn't stand out too much, though they did draw some attention. With Lin Wanqing's cool elegance and striking beauty, it would have been strange if no one noticed her. Coming through, excuse me. Hearing the voice, Long Aotian subtly pulled Lin Wanqing closer to him. A guy rushed past, clutching a bouquet, clearly in a hurry to meet someone. Lin Wanqing felt Long Aotian's grip on her wrist, her face warming as if the heat had seeped into her heart. Unconsciously, she bit her lip. Her usual composed expression melted into shyness, her glossy eyes reluctantly tearing away from where his hand held hers. Normally, she would have immediately pulled away if someone touched her like this. But this time was different. She pretended not to notice and didn't remind him to let go. So this was what it felt like to be protected. The first time Long Aotian had helped her, she'd been too shaken and disoriented to process it. But now, with no panic clouding her mind, she could fully feel the warmth of his hand against her skin, an indescribable sense of security. She stole a glance at him. He's helped me so many times. Does he like me too? The thought alone made her blush. Actually, being held by a guy like this wasn't as unpleasant as she'd imagined. His hand was so big, it completely enveloped her wrist. If it were on her thigh, her mind involuntarily replayed scenes from those videos. If they were in that kind of position, a strange sense of shame bubbled up inside her. Lin Wanqing lightly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed as she looked up at Long Aotian. Running with flowers in such a hurry. Must be off to confess. You okay? He asked with a smile. Hearing his concern, Lin Wanqing fought to keep her expression neutral, but her heart raced uncontrollably, a sweet joy spreading through her chest. Sure, Long Aotian could be smooth and not as proper as he seemed, but if she could train him, if she could get along with him well, maybe he wouldn't be so improper with others. At that thought, her heartbeat quickened even more. I'm fine. The Music Academy wasn't far from University T. Once they reached the entrance, Long Aotian waved goodbye. See you, Lin Wanqing murmured before heading inside. As she walked, her fingers lightly brushed over her wrist, as if tracing the lingering warmth of his touch. A strange, giddy happiness made her steps just a little lighter. Pushing open the dorm room door, Long Aotian was instantly met with 3 pairs of eyes locked onto him. Old AO, we treat you like a brother, but you've been playing us all along. A cold beauty adding you on QQ was one thing. But what's the deal with those 2 girls today? Yeah, spill it. We thought you were some pure-hearted virgin, But then you hit us with this big reveal right in front of us. Hu Yueying's delicate allure and Li Qingshue's lively charm. Either one alone would easily qualify as campus queen material. Yet there was Long Aotian, one girl on his left, another on his right. Where did that leave the dignity of the three love kings of their dorm? Their envy was practically turning their teeth sour. Turns out you're the biggest faker in our dorm. You're seriously something else. We haven't even held a girl's hand yet, and here you're pulling off-head pats on goddess-tier girls. Unbelievable. Huang Fei clawed at his hair in frustration. Hey now, I can't let that slide, Su Shuai interjected, raising his left ring finger. Don't forget, I'm not like you guys. I've technically touched a girl's hand before. Long Aotian chuckled at their antics. They're just friends. The others weren't buying it, smirking suggestively. Friends. Sure, friends. But since when do friends greet each other with head pats? Exactly. And that gorgeous girl you patted didn't even resist. She just giggled and blushed like crazy. At that, Long Aotian realized they were talking about Hu Yueying. He couldn't really argue. Deep down, he knew he did treat Hu Yueying with extra care. And then, his fingers lightly brushed his lips as a thought crossed his mind. Whoa, old AO, that's a downright pervy grin you've got there. He touched his lips just now. Oh my God, have you two even kissed? That's sacred territory. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Shut up, shut up. She's still young, Long Aotian retorted irritably. But aren't you only 18 too? The question gave Long Aotian pause. All this time, whether helping Hu Yueying or guiding Li Qingxue, he'd never seen himself as their peer. He'd always approached their problems and worries from the perspective of an elder. To him, they were just kids who'd barely turned 18. In his mind, it was only natural to look after them. He was older, in spirit, at least, and male. Taking care of younger girls was just what you did. But to them, no. To everyone else, wasn't he also just an 18-year-old? It's like an 18-year-old watching over an 8-year-old. Instinct compels them to care for the younger one. Or a 28-year-old guiding an 18-year-old. They'd still feel responsible for the younger adult. A 10-year gap meant that no matter how mature an 18-year-old acted, to someone 28, they'd always seem like a kid. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. That's why Long Aotian kept forgetting. This body of his was only 18 too. Hu Yueying had once said, Long Ji, you're so mature sometimes. It's like you don't belong in this age group. Li Qingxue had remarked, Long Aotian, you're so serious. You don't have any of the energy someone your age should. Even his three roommates had commented, Old AO, it feels like you're carrying a lot inside. Like you're holding back somehow. That's why, when Li Qingxue saw him hurt, she cried. She scolded him like a little adult, refusing to let him brush it off. Because to them, Long Aotian, who always took care of them, was only 18. And in his eyes, looking after two 18-year-olds was just natural. For the first time, Long Aotian seemed to realize something. Just if, he weren't a transmigrator, if he were truly just an 18-year-old at heart, wouldn't he be acting like his roommates right now? An aloof 18-year-old beauty, adding him on QQ? He'd probably be over the moon. With Hu Yueying's delicate charm and Li Qingxue's vibrant energy flanking him, wouldn't his younger self have reveled in the attention, showing off without a second thought? Taking a deep breath, Long Aotian glanced at the three. What are you guys up to? Let me join. The trio, chatting with girls. We worked hard to get into college. We want sweet romance, too. Ugh, boring. Might as well play Snake. Snake? That's even more boring, you weirdo. Long Aotian ignored them and lay back on the bed. He had lied. The phone he used to play Snake had already been retired. He opened his phone and saw the unread notification still lingering on Lin Wanning's chat window. Clicking into the chat and then exiting would clear the unread marker. But the moment he tapped in, the QQ chat interface displayed. The other party is typing. At first, Long Aotian thought it was just a glitch. Strangely, though, the other party is typing prompt soon disappeared, only to reappear a second later. So he decided to test it and sent a message. In the Music Academy's girls' dormitory, Lin Wanning stared at the sudden message that popped up on her screen. Her phone slipped from her hands onto the bed, and she immediately covered her face with both hands. The commotion drew the attention of her 3 roommates. "What's wrong, Wanting? Are you okay?" Facing their concern, Lynn Wanting slowly lowered her hands. "It's nothing." Nothing was more embarrassing than being caught red-handed. "Wow, Wanting, your face is so red. Your neck and collarbone are flushed too. If I didn't know how reserved you usually are, I'd think you were getting all worked up." Lynn Wanting awkwardly dropped her hands and turned away to avoid their gazes. "I'm not worked up. Maybe it's just a little hot in here." Reading the reply on her screen, she fought back the urge to roll around on her bed. With her roommates still there, she had to maintain her cool, aloof persona no matter what. She absolutely couldn't let them see how flustered she really was, because this was just too mortifying. Who would have guessed that behind that icy exterior, she was actually so naughty? "Take a photo for me." As the military trucks slowly rolled in, University T welcomed its 2-week military training period. Honestly, the weather in Capital City was even hotter than in Haiwan City. Just standing there made sweat pour out relentlessly, and this was before the actual drills even began. At that moment, all anyone wanted was to chug an ice-cold drink to cool themselves down. The first day of military training was always the most exhausting, the one that truly tested one's endurance. Just then, the instructor walked over, holding a watermelon in each hand. Looking at the listless, sweat-drenched students, he grinned and asked, "Who wants some watermelon?" A question like that was obviously a trap, and Long Aotian wasn't about to fall for it so easily. Reporting instructor, "Me, I want some." Long Aotian's lips twitched as he glanced at Huang Fei beside him. "Aren't you supposed to be lightning fast? Can't even handle a little thirst? Do you run with your mouth or something?" "I'm a sprinter. It's all about explosive power," Huang Fei retorted, sticking out his tongue in a weak defense. The instructor watched Long Aotian and Huang Fei whispering to each other and nodded with a smile. "All right, you two. Anyone else?" Seeing their dorm mates step forward, Li Longlong and Su Shuai couldn't resist raising their hands either. Like a chain reaction, a few more hands shot up. The instructor began calling names, but this time, only girls were selected. Every girl picked was visibly exhausted, their faces flushed red from the heat. The chosen girls lined up in a row, facing the boys who had volunteered. Under the instructor's command, both groups sat cross-legged on the ground, with a slice of watermelon placed in the space between each pair. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. When the countdown ends, whoever grabs the watermelon gets to keep it, the instructor announced before starting the count. Most of the girls had been handpicked by the instructor, while the boys had volunteered purely out of thirst. So when the countdown began, the boys were laser-focused. Under the scorching sun, their bodies dehydrated, no one could resist the temptation of that juicy, ice-cold watermelon. 3, 2, 1, go. The moment the instructor finished speaking, the watermelon slices were practically snatched up by the boys. The cool touch against their dry throats made them dig in without hesitation. Seeing the girls who hadn't gotten any swallow hard, Long Aotian split his watermelon in half. "Here, have some." Thank you." Han Xiaojing looked up, her dry lips curling into a small smile as she accepted. She really was unbearably hot and thirsty. Nearby, Li Longlong paused mid-bite, staring blankly at the mangled remains of his own watermelon. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. At that moment, he felt his chances at romance shatter into pieces. And he wasn't the only one. Every boy holding watermelon who witnessed the scene felt like some golden opportunity had slipped right through their fingers. Long Aotian devoured his half of the watermelon in one go, the icy juice bursting in his mouth. The sensation made him tilt his head back with a satisfied sigh. Han Xiaojing nibbled at her share, watching as sweat trickled down Long Aotian's neck, glistening under the sunlight. What should have looked greasy and unappealing struck her as oddly sexy. "Game over. You few, step out and run a lap around the field. The rest of you, dismissed for a break." "Ha!" Long Aotian laughed until his stomach hurt under the resentful glares of his 3 disloyal sons. Since when did free lunches exist? Did they really think the instructor would be so kind on the very first day of training. Lounging in the shade, Long Aotian sat fanning himself with his cap. Long Aotian, here, this is for you. Han Xiaojing handed him an ice-cold drink. Thanks. As Long Aotian tilted his head back to drink, Han Xiaojing stole a few extra glances, smiling to herself. With the chilled beverage down his throat, Long Aotian felt completely revived. He stood up and nodded at Han Xiaojing. Get some rest. Then he started walking away. Aren't you going to rest too? Han Xiaojing asked softly. Long Aotian grinned and pointed at the trio, finishing their lap. Gotta get water for my 3 adopted sons. Han Xiaojing stifled a laugh. Adopted sons? After Long Aotian left, she rejoined her group of friends. What did he say? Why'd he leave? He said he's getting water for his 3 adopted sons, Han Xiaojing explained. Adopted sons? Shen Mengjie chuckled, her gaze drifting toward Long Aotian's retreating figure. Xiaojing, don't tell me you're getting swayed by half a watermelon? The others joined in teasing her. Sometimes, girls could be even bolder with their jokes than guys. And no, stop making things up. If you're not interested in Long Aotian, we won't hold back, you know, Shen Mengjie teased. Go ahead, then. Han Xiaojing's flustered reaction only made her friends laugh harder. What's so funny? Their chatter was interrupted by commotion from the field. Long Aotian, you absolute beast. Li Longlong lunged onto Long Aotian's back while the other 2 pinned him down from either side. Their carefree, roughhousing radiated pure, unfiltered joy. At least you've got some conscience left. The 3 chugged their ice-cold drinks before letting out a collective, refreshed ah. Retrieving his phone, Long Aotian checked his notifications and opened QQ. Seeing the photo Hu Yueying had sent, her in full military training gear, he smiled. Huang Fei, take a pic of me. How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me Huang Fei, call me A Fei. Huang Fei grumbled. The nickname, Huang Fei, just never sat right with him. He took Long Aotian's phone and started framing the shot. Dude, you're way too stiff. In the camera preview, Long Aotian stood ramrod straight, cap perfectly adjusted, collar neatly buttoned. Then how should I pose? Relax. Don't act like you're taking a photo. Just be yourself. It'll look more natural. After a moment's thought, Long Aotian took off his cap and ruffled his sweat-dampened hair. He undid the top 2 buttons of his collar. Under the sunlight, his lazy, effortless demeanor was downright striking. The slightly parted collar, the sharp line of his Adam's apple. Everything about him oozed raw charisma. Damn, looking this good is a crime. You'll end up friendless. Even Huang Fei had to admit it. Long Aotian's careless, devil-may-care attitude was undeniably magnetic. And he was a guy. If he found Long Aotian's roguish charm attractive, what hope did anyone else have? Long Aotian handed over his phone and sent his own photo to Hu Yueying as well. Then he clicked to enlarge Hu Yueying's military training photo, likely taken by someone else, where the young girl seemed slightly shy, her small hands clutching tightly at the oversized training uniform. Her faintly flushed cheeks and a gentle, bashful smile exuded an innocent charm, yet still carried a hint of captivating sweetness. After a brief glance, he saved the photo in his phone. We'll make a bet. At University A, Hu Yueying saw the message sent on her phone. The smile on her little face was so beautiful and so innocent. Although the smile on the corner of her mouth was extremely faint, it seemed to carry a certain kind of mysterious and extraordinary charm, which could always easily imprint the smile deeply in others' minds. Holding the phone, she gently enlarged the photo with her fingertips. She could clearly feel her little face blushing, completely out of her control. She stared blankly at the phone, even forgetting to reply to Brother Long's message. Yueying, have some water. A figure came to Hu Yueying's side and handed her the water in his hand. It was Xue Xiaohua, Hu Yueying's classmate. He was sunny and cheerful, of just the right height and with a well-proportioned figure. He was not as burly as Long Aotian, but still looked quite good. Coupled with his somewhat handsome appearance, he was quite popular among the female classmates in the class. Like most boys, Xue Xiaohua naturally paid more attention to the pretty girls in the class. After all, Everyone wanted to have a relationship in college. Not to mention a boy like Shui Xiaohua, who had his own advantages. Hu Yueying, who had been giggling stupidly at Brother Long's photo, now restrained her smile and gently shook her head. I'm not thirsty. Thank you. Although she added the words, thank you, anyone could hear the coldness and resistance in her words. Facing such Hu Yueying, Shui Xiaohua just gave a faint smile. I wonder if it's the same for all boys. They don't cherish things that are too easy to get. Instead, there's an inexplicable sense of pleasure in conquering those who resist them. At least Shui Xiaohua was like this now. Hu Yueying's appearance and figure were definitely among the best, especially since she was lukewarm towards him. Conquering such a girl would bring a great sense of achievement. The key was that Shui Xiaohua really didn't want to give up such a top-notch beauty as Hu Yueying, because among all the girls he had dated so far, none of them could compare with Hu Yueying. Actually, you don't have to resist me like this. I just want to make friends with you. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. The smile on Shui Xiaohua's lips became even broader. Coupled with his sunny and cheerful appearance, there was a strong sense of youthfulness. It didn't seem out of place when these words came out of his mouth. But Hu Yueying was no longer the Hu Yueying who would blush even when talking. There's so many classmates in the class. Why do you only want to make friends with me? You want to make friends with me, a girl? Is it really just simple friendship? If you have feelings for me, I can tell you that I already have someone in my heart. Hu Yueying's words made Shui Xiaohua stunned for a moment. He never expected that the seemingly gentle and soft-natured Hu Yueying would speak so directly. According to his past experience, a well-behaved girl like this, who seemed gentle and soft, should blush even when talking to a boy. Such well-behaved girls were the easiest to deceive as long as one put in some effort. Unexpectedly, such a seemingly cute and soft-spoken well-behaved girl directly put his little thoughts on the table. He let out a dry laugh. Yueying, do you have some? Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Please call me Hu Yueying or classmate Hu. Before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by Hu Yueying. Shui Xiaohua twitched the corner of his mouth. Looking at the classmates around who were all looking at him, he forced a smile and said, Classmate Hu, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Hu Yueying gently shook her head. No, I didn't know you before, so there can't be any misunderstanding between us. That's good, that's good. Shui Xiaohua gave a bright smile, pretending to heave a sigh of relief, and scratched his head. Such an act made him look like just a sunny, cheerful, and innocent young man. But when Hu Yueying saw this, the emotions in her eyes remained unmoved. Seeing this, the smile on Shui Xiaohua's face froze slightly, and he turned around and left. After Shui Xiaohua left, Hu Yueying took out the phone again and happily looked at the handsome photo Brother Long sent her. It seemed that this little episode couldn't affect her at all when it came to looking at Brother Long's photo. Shui Xiaohua, who had gone there full of enthusiasm but returned disappointed, went back to a few male classmates and shrugged helplessly. Failed, right? I said that such a pretty girl couldn't be single. That's right. She's good looking, speaks nicely, and has a gentle personality. Such a girl is the ideal in everyone's heart. Even if she doesn't have a boyfriend, there won't be a shortage of men chasing her. Hey, if even the handsomest guy in our class has no chance, we probably don't have much of a chance either. Fail? Shui Xiaohua gave a soft laugh. Please, where did you see me fail? What do you mean? Didn't Hu Yueying just say that she has someone in her heart? Not to mention that she has someone in her heart. Even if she really has a boyfriend, can you guarantee that they won't break up? Moreover, from my observation these days, there hasn't been any man around her. In other words, at least her so-called boyfriend isn't at University A. Could it be a long-distance relationship? Whether it is or not, as long as they're not together, I have infinite room for maneuver. There is no wall that can't be knocked down. It just depends on how you do it, Shui Xiaohua said confidently, looking at Hu Yueying's back in the distance. Chasing a woman like this is really full of a sense of achievement and conquest. Damn, that girl is also really nice. Wow, it's true. Compared with Hu Yueying, she can only be said to have her own advantages. No, it seems that they know each other. seeing the military training formation of the finance department disband in the distance. Hu Yueying got up and went to the supermarket to buy 2 bottles of water. So hot, so hot. Yueying, you're so nice. I'm almost dying of heat. Li Qingxue started to complain coquettishly from afar. The loose military training uniform on her body didn't affect her overall appearance at all. Instead, it made her look even more petite and lovely. At this moment, she walked towards Hu Yueying coquettishly, which really caught people's eyes. Because she was as beautiful as Hu Yueying, but with a different personality. Hu Yueying gave people the first impression of being well-behaved, with a classical charm like a young lady from a noble family in ancient times. And this girl gave people a feeling of liveliness and vitality, as if she was full of youth. Her beauty was free. Li Qingxue came to Hu Yueying's side. Instead of taking the water, she gave Hu Yueying a hug first. You're so nice. I really want to drink water now. Hu Yueying found it funny. It seemed that it was hard to be in a bad mood around Li Qingxue. Go and have a rest first. Seeing this scene, Xue Xiaohua curled his lips into a confident smile. Guys, do you want to make a bet? Bet on what? Bet on whether I can win Hu Yueying's heart within 3 months. A very important person. Music Academy Girls' Dormitory. Wanting, are you sure it's just a casual dinner out? A roommate asked with amusement, watching Lin Wanting, who had spent over an hour getting ready. Lin Wanting nodded. Yes, just dinner. But you've already changed 6 outfits. At this, Lin Wanting pursed her lips, unsure how to respond. Noticing her reaction, the roommate grinned. Seems to me you're not just going out to eat. You're going on a date, aren't you? Exactly. They always say the ones who appear cold and aloof, the type who blush at dirty jokes, are the first to fall in love and get married. Meanwhile, us loudmouths who crack raunchy jokes end up perpetually single. A faint flush crept onto Lin Wanting's usually composed face. That's not true. It really is just dinner. Fine, just dinner then. But tell me, is it with that guy who rescued you last time? Faced with their eager, gossipy stares, Lin Wanting quickly turned away. I'm not talking to you all anymore. I'm leaving. Her voice, though cool and detached as ever, carried a barely detectable hint of shyness, something her seasoned roommates didn't miss. Leaving the dorm, Lin Wanting headed toward the campus gates, her phone in hand. She bit her lip lightly as she stared at the chat interface. She wasn't the type to make the first move. And yet, she had already arranged to treat Long Aotian to dinner today. Couldn't he at least message her first? But then she recalled their previous encounters. Though he seemed serious on the surface, there was an endearing clumsiness to him. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Like yesterday, when he'd grab her wrist, only to awkwardly explain himself afterward. She hadn't even said anything about it. Could it be he's never been in a relationship before? The thought made her smile involuntarily. Her smile was like ice blossoms blooming atop a snowy peak, crystalline yet warm, delicate yet radiant. Suddenly, her mood lifted. Her fingers danced across the screen, and with a tap, she sent the message. Sitting on the same bench as yesterday, Lin Wanting occasionally glanced at her phone before leaning back, her gaze drifting to the towering trees lining the path. The sunset's glow filtered through the leaves, scattering golden flecks across the ground. Sorry I'm late. Long Aotian's voice came from the direction of T University. As he approached, the scene before him caught his breath. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. Bathed in the amber light, her silhouette seemed haloed, soft, and ethereal. She looked up, meeting his eyes with a faint smile, her usual aloofness momentarily gone. You're here. Rising gracefully, the hem of her white dress fluttered like butterfly wings, as if ready to take flight. Noticing the flicker of admiration in Long Aotian's eyes, Lin Wanting felt a secret thrill. Why are you staring at me like that? Ahem. Long Aotian coughed awkwardly, grinning sheepishly. You look especially beautiful today. After an hour of preparation and 6 outfit changes, she certainly did. His words sent a ripple of delight through her, though she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Instead, she nodded softly. Let's go eat. As she turned away, the corners of her lips curled into an irrepressible smile. No one disliked being complimented. No one, not even those who pretended otherwise. Still, it's kind of embarrassing, haha. Why? You helped me. You might not dwell on it, but I can't just forget. Coming alone to an unfamiliar city, only to face such a vile situation. With no family or friends to turn to, Lin Wanting had felt utterly helpless. And then Long Aotian had stepped in, shielding her like a hero. Treating him to one meal? She'd gladly do it 10 times over. Perhaps only those who'd experienced it could understand. To her, this dinner was the least she could do. Even if it couldn't make up for the injuries he'd sustained while protecting her, she had to try. Maybe it was just a way to soothe her own conscience. No sooner had they sat down than Long Aotian's phone buzzed. His expression softened instantly at the caller's name. Lin Wanting's eyes flicked to his phone. She opened her mouth, but her reserved nature kept the question unspoken. A moment later, Long Aotian set his phone aside. "Sorry about that," he said apologetically. "Just replying to a message. Girlfriend checking in? I didn't mean to intrude on your time together." "Not a girlfriend." Lin Wanting's gaze lifted in surprise. Long Aotian smiled faintly, as if recalling something. "But she's someone very important to me." "Important?" "Yeah." His lips curved unconsciously. "Very important." She was the first person he'd met in this world. Lin Wanting nodded. Truthfully, she didn't dwell on it. She'd already gotten the answer she cared about. Until now, she'd never realized how much joy she could find simply watching someone eat. Long Aotian ate with such gusto, shoveling large bites into his mouth effortlessly. He didn't bother with pretense, eating exactly how he pleased, even with a girl he'd openly called beautiful sitting across from him. "Tiring, isn't it?" Lin Wanting knew not to interrupt his meal, but she couldn't help herself. She didn't want this dinner to end so soon. Military training must be exhausting, right? Boys had far more stamina than girls, but it also burned faster. His appetite told the story. Not too bad. More fun than I expected. For Long Aotian, this was a brand new life, an adventure he'd never experienced before. On their way back to the academy, Lin Wanting's melodious voice broke the silence. "Does this mean we're friends now?" "Of course. Call me Brother Long, and I'll have your back from now on." "Lin." "Oh no, this little sister is a bit naughty." "Bro." In the quiet of the night, that single word, bro, rang out so sweetly that Long Aotian was momentarily stunned. Without thinking, he stopped in his tracks, turning his head slightly to glance at Lin Wanting beside him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Wanting herself felt a little embarrassed. She wasn't sure why, but the word had slipped out almost unconsciously. Maybe it was because Long Aotian's smile was so open and unguarded. Maybe it was because the joke he'd made was a little lame. Or maybe it was because even someone as reserved as Lin Wanting secretly longed for warmth. Whatever the reason, she had never met anyone like him, someone so utterly genuine. Everything he did seemed to come without ulterior motives. When he helped her, it was simply because he'd understood the situation and knew she wasn't at fault, so he stepped in without hesitation to shield her from the bullies. Deep down, everyone had their own moral compass, weighing right and wrong. But Long Aotian was the only one who ever actually stood up. Even though they had only known each other for a few days, her fondness for him had already grown immensely. That single bro left Long Aotian speechless for a long moment. "I was just joking," he finally said. "But I'm not joking." Lin Wanting turned her face away, her voice cool. "I'm not like other girls. I don't take teasing lightly. If you say something, I'll believe it." At this, she lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, her expression serious. "And right now, I do believe it." Her voice softened as she looked down again, her beautiful face betraying no emotion. "If you want to refuse, that's fine. I'm not as fragile as I might seem." Now, it was Long Aotian's turn to feel awkward. He really had just been joking, never expecting Lin Wanting to take it to heart. Can I ask why?" he ventured. "We've only known each other a few days. Why do you trust me so much?" "Because you're the first person who ever stood up to protect me," Lin Wanting murmured. "You might not understand, but if you hadn't helped me that day, I think I really would have broken down." This work is hosted on mananovel.com. As she spoke, the usual chill in her demeanor seemed to melt away, replaced by a quiet relief. In this unfamiliar city, you are the first person to show me kindness. And you're a really strange person, she added, a faint smile tugging at her lips. If I think of you as an older brother, I feel safe, secure. Am I really that strange? Long Aotian chuckled. It's not as dramatic as you're making it sound. He trailed off, unsure how to continue. Before coming to this world, he had grown up in an orphanage, often on the receiving end of bullying. Over time, he learned to fight back, to stop being pushed around. But because he knew what it felt like to be trampled on, he couldn't stand by when he saw others being mistreated. He understood the helplessness of being bullied, the fear, the isolation. And maybe this was hard to believe, but those who lacked security the most were often the ones who could give it best. Long Aotian was always the one offering advice, but that was only because he stood outside the situation. He could protect Hu Yueying because he was strong enough to shield her. He could unravel Li Qingshue's emotional knots because he had the experience to understand. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. But people like him, once caught in their own struggles, could fall into despair because they knew too much to console themselves. Like when Hu Yueying kissed him. He had no idea how to react because he knew from the start that their relationship wasn't equal. From his position as her protector, no matter how Hu Yueying felt, he couldn't help but assume she was confusing gratitude, habit, and dependency. If one day Hu Yueying stood on equal ground with him, if she truly understood the difference between gratitude and love, and still chose him, then maybe things could be different. If you don't refuse, I'll take it as a yes, Lin Wanning said, flashing him a playful grin. In that moment, she wasn't the aloof campus beauty, just a mischievous girl who'd gotten her way. Who said reserved people didn't have their little schemes. They were just better at hiding them. Normally, she suppressed her true nature, appearing colder and more restrained than anyone else. But at the same time, she wasn't immune to the crude jokes and teasing from those around her. And once that restraint snapped, her boundaries could drop shockingly low. For example, if you tried to make Hu Yueying watch an intimate video, she'd probably die of embarrassment, covering her ears to avoid even hearing it. But Lin Wanning? Even if she blushed when her roommates teased her into watching, she'd remember every detail, maybe even pick up a few unconventional techniques. So really, innocence and mischief were just a thin line apart. Long Aotian had appeared in Lin Wanning's life at her lowest moment. Maybe it didn't matter what he did, just that he was the one who'd thrown a veil of dignity over her when she was on the verge of breaking. Maybe that wasn't enough on its own. But after these days together, at the very least, Lin Wanning felt safe with him. At ease. If you don't mind, I'm fine with it, Long Aotian said. But just so, you know, this is my first time being an older brother. If I'm bad at it, you don't get to back out later. Lin Wanning covered her mouth with a light laugh. So domineering. Yep. Long Aotian stretched lazily. I'm very domineering. Watching him stretch, Lin Wanning suddenly remembered that boy at the school gate, the one who'd once spread his arms toward the sky in a dramatic pose. Their postures were almost identical, so why did they give off such completely different vibes? What's so funny? Nothing, she said, shaking her head. Just thought of something amusing. She glanced at Long Aotian again, and with this new lens, her usual reserve around him was gone. Hey, what do you think goes through a guy's mind when he does that? You know, the whole embracing himself pose. She asked mostly because men understood men better. Hard to say, Long Aotian mused, scratching his head. Probably just trying to look cool, but now that you mention it, that pose does feel kind of familiar. He frowned, racking his brain. He could swear he'd seen someone strike that exact pose, arms outstretched, face tilted up in rapture, somewhere before. Wait, Lin Wanning suddenly remembered something and turned to him. Did you put on the ointment for your back today? Seeing his blank look, she wrinkled her nose. I knew you'd forget. She rummaged in her bag and pulled out a tube. Good thing I brought some. It's hot out and the military training clothes are rough on the skin, so I keep this handy. You didn't use any patches? How did you know about that? I didn't, Long Aotian said quickly, shaking his head. Seeing Long Aotian's dead serious expression, Lin Wanning rolled her eyes, both amused and exasperated. After applying the ointment, she ignored her burning red ears and muttered in a tiny voice, "I'm wearing something. No need for patches." Noticing how Long Aotian's body instantly tensed up, Lin Wanning couldn't hold back a giggle, bursting into laughter. "Good news. Out of nowhere, I've gained a little sister. Bad news. This little sister seems a bit naughty. Maybe I'm just a bit aloof." "This is my phone number," Long Aotian said, taking out his phone. Lin Wanning chuckled softly. "This is the first time you've actively given me your contact info." As she spoke, a faint trace of resentment flickered across her delicate features. Previously, she had been the one to ask for Long Aotian's number in front of so many people, only to be teased mercilessly by her roommates afterward. Still, she pulled out her phone and saved his number. She even dialed it right away, hanging up after the call connected to ensure it was saved properly. "Look at you now. Where's that aloof campus belle, Oregon?" "What campus belle? That's just some ranking made up by the guys at school. And don't you know girls have long memories when it comes to grudges? You really don't understand how a girl's mind works." She stole a glance at Long Aotian, hesitating for a moment before tentatively asking, "Hey, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead. Ask me anything," he replied. "Have you never had a girlfriend before?" Long Aotian turned to look at her. She quickly averted her gaze, clasping her hands behind her back. "Just curious." He cleared his throat. "I've had plenty of girlfriends, even dumped a few. Because, out of 3,000 weak waters, I take only one sip." "Liar. If you knew I was lying, why'd you ask?" Long Aotian reached out and flicked her forehead in mock annoyance. Lin Wanning pouted. "You said I could ask anything." "This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Now you're talking back to your big brother? Want me to knock some sense into you? You're such a violent, overbearing brother. Sometimes, you can't judge a person just by their demeanor or personality. Take Lin Wanning. No matter how icy her exterior or how distant her attitude, deep down, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. She could act indifferent toward countless people, but around those she truly trusted, she became the real Lin Wanning. At first, they were strangers. Then, they became acquaintances, though not particularly close ones. Now, they were siblings who could rely on each other, at least to some extent, even if it was just a verbal bond. Even if Long Aotian thought her gratitude was excessive for what he considered a trivial favor, this small, almost offhand connection was enough to peel back the layers of her cold facade. Faced with Lin Wanning's teasing, Long Aotian shrugged. "Well, who told you to trust someone you've only known for a few days?" "Getting to know you wasn't easy," she retorted, and she wasn't wrong. Lin Wanning knew she wasn't bad-looking, yet Long Aotian had never seemed the least bit interested. "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." Sure, independence and strength were admirable qualities in a woman, but there was no denying the natural allure of beauty and charm, advantages women inherently possessed. Yet none of it worked on him. She had brought him medicine twice. The first time, she'd been a mess, and he'd been too drunk to notice much. But the second time, nearly every man in the restaurant had glanced her way, except Long Aotian. She'd even been the one to ask for his QQ contact. After that, she'd invited him out twice. The first time, she'd dressed up carefully, only for him to fluster her with a casual, "let's sit for a bit." This time, she'd gone all out, paired with the little sister dynamic. And finally, he'd given her his number unprompted. So was it really that easy? When Lin Wanning said knowing him wasn't easy, Long Aotian nodded solemnly. "Maybe I'm just too aloof." The joke made her laugh. Yeah, you're the aloof one." Back at the music department's entrance, Lin Wanning waved. "Bye. Today was fun. Bye. Hope every day is even better than today for you." Watching Long Aotian walk away, she finally turned and headed into campus. Under the silver moonlight, Lin Wanning looked ethereal, her careful styling lending her an almost dreamlike glow. "Hey, what perfume are you wearing? I've been searching for that scent forever." "I don't wear perfume," she replied, her voice instantly reverting to its usual frosty tone. Sorry to bother you." The upperclassman who'd tried to strike up a conversation hurried off. Once he was gone, a small smile returned to her lips. She hadn't lied. Today had genuinely been a good day, and the minor interruption hadn't dampened her mood. Back in the dorm, her roommates, already washed up and in bed, perked up the moment she walked in, their exhaustion from military training momentarily forgotten. They teased her relentlessly about how her date had gone. Collapsing onto her bed, Lynn wanting groaned. Military training was exhausting, and she was amazed she'd held up this long. But as her friends pestered her, she sighed. I told you, it's not what you think. Even so, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Sure. You're just repaying a favor, right? If the hero's handsome, this humble maiden has no way to repay you except with my hand in marriage. If the hero's not, this humble maiden can only repay you in the next life as your loyal ox or horse. So which one are you? You guys are way too nosy, Lynn Wanting muttered, rolling her eyes. It felt like she couldn't keep a single secret around them. Well, you're the only one in our dorm with even a hint of romance in your life. Seriously, we haven't even memorized our classmates' names yet, and you've already added some hot guy from T University on QQ and gone out with him twice. Lynn Wanting stayed silent, washing up before slipping into bed. But her roommate's words left her conflicted. The truth was, she did have feelings for Long Aotian. She just didn't know if he felt the same. Never having been in love before, her mind spiraled with overanalysis at the slightest hint of attraction. Now, tangled in her thoughts, she burrowed under the covers. No use dwelling on it. She'd just have to test his feelings slowly over time. The idea made her bury her face in her hands, squirming under the blanket from sheer embarrassment. But then again, with a guy like Long Aotian, was it even possible not to fall for him? Mature, charming, responsible, with a touch of humor, a hint of goofiness, and the person who knows everything suffers the most. The following days passed with all the freshmen across various colleges and universities enduring the grueling ordeal of military training. Even Long Aotian, after these days, was so exhausted he could barely move. Every day, Hu Yueing would share some amusing anecdotes with him. Today, as he looked at the photo she sent, he noticed someone new standing beside her. The sight of this person made Long Aotian chuckle. Since that day, Li Qingxue had stopped actively sharing her daily fun with him. It seemed she was still a little upset. Yueing, who's that ugly duckling next to you? The moment he sent the message, he was bombarded with a flurry of replies, all from Li Qingxue. The gist of it could be summed up in one sentence. How am I ugly? I'm pretty too, you know. Oh, so you finally decided to show up? I thought you'd quit QQ altogether. The chat screen kept displaying, the other party is typing. But before Li Qingxue's response came through, Hu Yueing's message arrived first. Long Ji, stop teasing Qingxue. She's about to lose it, sneaky laughing emoji. Just from the text Hu Yueing sent, Long Aotian could almost picture her struggling to hold back laughter while Li Qingxue sulked in frustration. He decided to initiate a video call. The other side picked up almost instantly. The first thing he saw was Hu Yueing's smiling face, her eyes brimming with mirth. It had been days since they last met, but the military training hadn't darkened her complexion. Instead, it had given her a certain unspoken air of spirited determination. Military training was meant to temper one's will and character. It was clear Hu Yueing had excelled. Long Ji, you've gotten darker and thinner, Hu Yueing remarked with a smile. Compared to before training, Long Aotian had indeed tanned a bit and slimmed down, but overall, he seemed to have become even more handsome. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Thinner? I can't tell, Long Aotian mused. He ate a lot after training every day and hadn't noticed any weight loss. You are. Your jawline's sharper now, Hu Yueing insisted with certainty. She had been secretly looking at his photos in her dorm every day, so she was absolutely sure. Only someone who cared this much would notice even the slightest change. You better not get any darker, or you'll turn into a lump of charcoal, Li Qingxue grumbled, suddenly appearing on screen. Seeing her, Long Aotian couldn't help but wonder, do pretty girls just not get sunburned? Well, who do we have here? Your eyes are practically rolling into the back of your head. At his teasing, Li Qingshu bit her lip lightly, shaking a tiny fist at him through the screen. But then she asked, "Are you doing okay?" Long Aotian knew exactly what she meant. He stretched his arms demonstratively, fit as a fiddle. Such a show-off, she huffed before disappearing from view again. Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. Judging by Hu Yueying's gaze, she was still nearby. How have you been these days? Pretty good, except it's so hot sometimes, Hu Yueying admitted. She was the type to speak her mind only around Long Aotian. When we get a break, I'll take you out for something delicious. MHM. Hu Yueying nodded, though it wasn't the food she was looking forward to. It was finally getting to see Long Ji again. But instead of spending money eating out, she'd much rather cook for him herself. Too bad she didn't have the tools here, and renting in the capital was ridiculously expensive. When Hu Yueying first arrived in the city, she planned to find a part-time job and rent a place. After all, if she worked odd hours, she didn't want to disturb her roommates. But after checking rental prices in the capital, she quickly abandoned the idea. What's with that face? Not happy about me treating you to good food? Long Aotian noticed her sudden sigh and found her utterly adorable. It's nothing. I just miss cooking for you, Long Ji. Hu Yueying thought if he could eat her meals every day, he'd never lose weight. Back during summer break, she'd even managed to make him gain a little. Once I'm rich, I'll buy a big place here, and then you can cook for me every single day, Long Aotian joked. Pfft. If you actually buy a place here, I'll come clean it for you every day. Li Qingshue's voice chimed in through the call. Property in the capital was insanely expensive, way beyond what a student could afford. Renting? Sure, she could believe that. But buying? That was a stretch. So I'll have a free live-in maid, huh? Excuse me, not a maid, a domestic goddess, maybe. Li Qingxue shook her head. Wait, no. You haven't even bought a place yet. What domestic goddess? She glanced at Hu Yueying, who was nodding earnestly, and nudged her shoulder. You can't possibly believe him, right? MHM. Hu Yueying nodded firmly. When it came to Long Ji, she trusted him unconditionally, because to her, he was truly amazing. See? Learn from Yueying. Have a little faith in me, will you? Fine. I'll try to have some faith in you. Li Qingxue reappeared on screen, her expression feigning annoyance, though the curve of her lips betrayed her amusement. Not convincing at all. Yueying's the only one who really believes in me. He didn't mean anything by it, but the words sent a faint tremor through Hu Yueying. A delicate blush crept onto her cheeks. Did Long Ji just call her as Yueying? Even if he hadn't meant it that way, the thought alone made her heart flutter. You're a grown man. Why are you so hung up on this? All right, fine. I do believe in you. Happy now. Li Qingxue turned her head away with a huff. It was just an ordinary video call, yet the warmth and joy between them had already surpassed mere friendship. Hu Yueying knew it. Li Qingxue knew it too. But Long Aotian, tangled in the middle, remained oblivious. He could give others advice because he understood everything, yet his inability to see his own place in the situation stemmed from that same understanding. Sometimes, being too perceptive was its own curse. A person shouldn't be too selfless. Sometimes, they needed to care for themselves too. Not when they were already knee-deep in their own mess, yet still trying to comfort others. Hu Yueying grasped a sliver of this, which was why she trusted Long Aotian without question. Wasn't that, in itself, a form of love? Li Qingxue understood a little as well, which was why she brought him joy. Wasn't that her own way of caring? Even Lin Wanning, who had only recently met him, was slowly trying to unravel the enigma of this boy, someone she couldn't quite figure out, yet felt inexplicably safe around. The truth was, those who understood everything were often the ones who suffered the most. Pitiful with a touch of resentment. As they were talking, Long Aotian's phone rang. The video call immediately started lagging before the signal cut out completely. Looking at the caller ID, Long Aotian felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. It was Lin Wanning. Ever since he'd taken this little sister under his wing, she called him almost every single day. The aloof campus belle in public was secretly a clingy sweetheart. No one would believe it if word got out. As soon as he answered, Lin Wanning's distinct voice came through. Bro, let's go eat. I found this super affordable barbecue place this time. No excuses. Last time you treated me. So if you refuse now, I'll start bad-mouthing you. Lin Wanning had her principles. Even though she called Long Aotian brother, she never took advantage of him for free meals or favors. As she put it, even freeloading had its limits. Besides, calling him brother wasn't about getting perks. Otherwise, plenty of guys would jump at the chance to treat her. Got it. Give me a bit. Just finished up and haven't even showered or changed yet. I'm all sweaty. Only after getting his agreement did Lin Wanning finally hang up. As the call ended, a message from Hu Yueying popped up on QQ. After a brief hesitation, Long Aotian decided to video call her back. When she picked up, Hu Yueying asked cautiously, Long Ji, what happened earlier? Nothing much. Just a friend called to grab dinner. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Actually, once the break starts, I'll introduce you guys. Li Qingxiu pouted. Introduce us? So it's a girl, huh? Her gaze turned teasing as she looked at Long Aotian. Hu Yueying's bright eyes flickered with something fragile. Though she was just looking at him, Long Aotian inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Long Ji, you're going out to eat with another girl? Her pitiful expression stunned him for a solid few seconds before he laughed and explained. Naturally, he left out the part about getting injured. She's just a nice kid who calls me bro. Probably feels bad about the whole thing, but honestly, I think she's overestimating the favor. Li Qingxue already knew the story, so she wasn't surprised, just increasingly curious about this mystery girl. But Long Ji, were you hurt? Hu Yueying's eyes never left him the entire time he spoke. Of course not. Your Long Ji knocked the bully flat with one punch. To emphasize, he even reenacted the motion for the camera. He vividly demonstrated which fist he'd used, then grinned at the screen. So, pretty impressive, huh? Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Very impressive. Hu Yueying's soft laughter mirrored his, her gaze warm as a spring breeze, gentle and comforting. So good. Long Aotian murmured to himself. The current Hu Yueying bore no trace of the gloomy girl who used to trail behind him, head bowed. In less than a year, her transformation had been remarkable, and he'd witnessed every step. Pride swelled in his chest. After all, he'd been the one to guide her through it. Of course, I always keep my word. Besides, this amount is nothing compared to what I'll have later. This stock's going to keep rising, but that small change. The real deal? My future girlfriend's going to be a top-tier celebrity. Yi Liangchen declared confidently. Seriously? If you're that loaded, why borrow from us? Yeah, my monthly allowance is tight as it is, and you're asking for 100 up front? Yi Liangchen scoffed. Small minds, you got to think bigger, see further ahead. One roommate muttered, who knows what the future holds? At that, Yi Liangchen smirked, tossing his hair with flair. The future's a mystery to you, but not to me. Besides, it's not like I won't pay you back. We're roommates. You think I'd run off? Lend me this money today, and you'll have a favor from Yi Liangchen. Trust me, my favors will be worth way more than $100 someday. This is my confidence. I know my future's in my hands. The others exchanged glances before sighing. Fine. We got 4 years together. Just return it next month. In the end, all three roommates lent Yi Liangchen 100 each. Holding the 300 yuan in his hand, Yi Liangchen flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, it won't be long before I give you all a surprise. He clenched his fist, then splayed his fingers open like fireworks bursting. And it'll be a huge one. Just try not to be too shocked when it happens. With those words, he adjusted his hair in the mirror and strode out of the dorm. But the moment he stepped outside, the smile vanished from Yi Liangchen's face, replaced by a stormy gloom. Damn that Long Aotian. If it weren't for you getting in the way of me meeting, knowing, and falling for my treasure of a girl, my family wouldn't have had to spend so much just to pull strings and get me into this lousy university. And Li Qingxiu, you shameless woman who can't decide between two men. Just wait. Soon enough, you'll be begging for my forgiveness, and this time, I won't go easy on you. I'll make you suffer. After viciously venting his anger, Aotian let out a long, heavy sigh. If I remember right, today's the day we're supposed to meet for the second time. But glancing at the money in his hand, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Who'd have thought I'd stoop to borrowing cash like this? In my dreams, I was too sheltered. I only knew Hu Yuang would make it big, that Li Qingxue would succeed, but not how they did it. Now all I have to go on are hazy memories to play the stock market. Though that cryptocurrency might be worth something later too. Once I cash out the stocks, maybe I'll buy some of that. But that's for later. Right now, there's something more important. Once my childhood sweetheart debuts on Happy Girl's Voice, money won't even be an issue. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he checked the time and quickened his pace toward the exit. Bro, your hands are so warm. About 5 minutes after returning to the dorm, Long Aotian, bare-chested, began drying his hair. Damn, if I had Lao Ao's physique, I'd never worry about finding a girlfriend, Su Shuai said enviously. He wasn't the only one thinking this. Li Longlong and Huang Fei shared the same sentiment. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, a well-built yet perfectly proportioned frame. Even they, as guys, couldn't find a single flaw. Sigh, comparison really is the thief of joy. When will I ever get to take a girl out to eat? Li Longlong sighed, then glanced at Huang Fei. Hey, have you finished the follow-up to your 10 major dating theories yet? Almost there, almost there. Theories come from practice, after all. Once I successfully pursue Shanmingjia, I'll write it right away. Huang Fei couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Long Aotian barely lifted a finger, yet girls just flocked to him. Meanwhile, he hadn't even managed to exchange more than a few words with Shanmingjia. Long Aotian finished changing and looked at the three of them. Actually, Fei is right. All theories come from practice. Instead of theorizing in the dorm, you should try slowly getting to know girls. Lao Ao, it's easy for you to say. You think everyone can be like you. Su Shuai couldn't help but sound a little bitter. He had tried asking Wang Lijuan out, but she just wouldn't agree. Long Aotian chuckled and tossed his towel at Su Shuai. Nonsense. How long have you even known Wang Lijuan? Not even half a month, and you expect her to say yes. Even in dating, you have to take things step by step. Spend time together, build some mutual affection, and then maybe suggest going out to eat. But you barely know her and already want to take her out to dinner. No wonder Wang Lijuan turned you down. Su Shuai caught the towel and scoffed. Oh, like you're any better. You barely knew those girls either, yet you still ended up going out with them. How is that the same? Huang Fei rolled his eyes. If you could pull off a heroic rescue for Wang Lijuan, maybe she'd be the one asking you out. He then turned back to Long Aotian. But I do agree with Lao Ao. Instead of rotting in the dorm, we should use this time to actually interact with girls. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Second rule of the 10 major dating theories. Persistence is key. Make sure your crush remembers you. Take it slow. Meals are eaten bite by bite. Roads are walked step by step. And girls are won over gradually. 3 minutes later, 3 figures stood beside Long Aotian, drying their hair. Gidge. From a distance, Lin Wanning stood on her tiptoes, waving. The smile on her usually cool, delicate face was something Long Aotian could never get tired of. Sorry, I'm late. I just got here too. Let's go eat. You must be hungry. The people around them stared in shock. They had just witnessed the transformation of an aloof snow lotus from the highest peak into a blooming flower. Before the guy arrived, she was cold and untouchable. After he showed up, she was beaming like a child. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. We're here. Lin Wanning stepped out of the taxi and checked the address on her phone. This place is so far. She shot Long Aotian a look. Gidge, you're so lazy. Good food is worth the trip. Besides, there's a discount today. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Not wanting to dampen her excitement, Long Aotian led her into the mall with a wave of his hand. 4th floor, Lin Wanning said, glancing around. When they reached the restaurant entrance, she suddenly grabbed Long Aotian's arm before he could step inside. Gidge, I want bubble tea. Can you give me one? Long Aotian followed her pointing finger. Sure. As he walked away, Lin Wanning entered the restaurant. She said something to the hostess, gesturing toward the bubble tea shop. When Long Aotian returned with the drink, Lin Wanting met him halfway. Under his puzzled gaze, she gently looped her arm through his. The moment his arm pressed against something soft, Long Aotian stiffened, instinctively trying to pull away. The friction sent a jolt through Lin Wanting, like an electric current spreading from an unmentionable place throughout her body. Her heart skipped wildly, and a faint blush crept across her delicate face. She gave him a reproachful look, her voice turning soft and sweet. "Gidge, stop moving, okay?" Yeah." Long Aotian had no idea what she was up to, but after a glance at the way his arm was pressing into her, he didn't dare move again. Lin Wanting guided him forward, then suddenly giggled, quietly, just for him. "Gidge, relax. You're walking like a robot. How am I supposed to relax?" The fabric of his clothes was thin, and he could feel not just the softness but the warmth radiating from it. "Pretend I'm your girlfriend." Huh. Lin Wanting bit her lip lightly, then took his hand and placed it around her waist. The heat from his large palm seeped through the thin fabric of her clothes, branding her slender waist. It was the first time a guy had ever held her like this, and she couldn't help but squirm slightly, the blush spreading to her neck. "Gidge, your hand is so warm." Long Aotian's fingers twitched. The movement made Lin Wanting shiver. "Gidge, don't move, it tickles." They walked stiffly into the restaurant, past the hostess, and were led to table 18. Once the server left, Lin Wanting exhaled shakily. Her eyes glimmered, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye stood out like a blooming poppy against her flushed skin. "Okay, we're good." She released his arm, and the pressure against her chest vanished. Only then did she realize how fast her heart was racing. Why? Long Aotian was still confused. This had all been so sudden. Lin Wanting, cheeks still pink, whispered sheepishly, "Couples get half off today." The explanation made Long Aotian both amused and exasperated. "Gidge, stop laughing. They'll notice." For some reason, hearing him laugh made her face burn even hotter. It was as if her little scheme had been completely exposed. Embarrassed and a little guilty, she quickly stood up. "I'm going to the restroom." "Gidge, you start grilling the meat." "Cry me a sad river." Lin Wanting hurried out of the restaurant. None of the restaurants inside the mall had restrooms. Once outside, the blush on her face finally faded slightly. It seemed that as long as she wasn't in front of Long Aotian, she wouldn't blush so easily. She glanced back discreetly at Long Aotian and noticed he had already started selecting ingredients and was preparing to grill meat for her. The corners of her lips curled up, and her steps became noticeably lighter. "It's okay if you don't know how to be in a relationship, Aotian. Wanting can take it slow and accompany you step by step." As the escalator carried her upward, her eyes landed on a man with a slicked-back middle part. His hair was meticulously styled, combed into perfect symmetry, especially the exposed scalp line down the middle, which stood out conspicuously. The escalator continued its ascent, revealing the man in full. His clothes were immaculate, not a single wrinkle out of place, and his lips carried a faint, confident smirk. In his hand, he held a single rose. He scanned his surroundings as if searching for something, and in the next moment, his eyes lit up. His smirk deepened. "As expected, it's all fate. In this crowded place, my eyes found you instantly." He instinctively flicked his hair, only to remember it didn't move. He chuckled at his own foolishness. "Almost forgot. I changed to a trendier hairstyle today." Holding the rose in one hand and slipping the other into his pocket, he strode toward the figure not far away. "Wanting." His deep, slightly raspy voice, tinged with what some might call a magnetic quality, drew the attention of those nearby. Facing the curious gazes, Liang maintained his smirk, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of effortless charm as he walked forward. Hearing her name, Lin Wanting instinctively halted and turned to look. That fleeting glance, paired with her soft smile, struck Liang like a hammer to the chest. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. His steps faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered, flicking his hair again. Even if it didn't budge, the gesture was essential for maintaining his cool demeanor. Lin Wanting frowned slightly, studying the man approaching her with his middle-parted hair, rose in hand, and a smug grin. A brief flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. She searched her memory, tried to recall if she knew him. We meet again. Seeing her seemingly stunned by his handsomeness, Liangchun chuckled like a gentleman and gave her a slight nod. Who are you? Your memory's as bad as ever. At those words, Lin Wanning's frown deepened. Yes, she remembered now. Who exactly are you? Do we know each other? She had no patience for someone who had once tried to lift her pant leg without permission. Liangchun raised the rose to his nose, took an exaggerated sniff, and smirked. The moment you asked that, we became acquainted. He then offered her the rose. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Lin Wanning's expression turned icy as she stared at the flower he had just sniffed. Are you serious? If this is your idea of flirting, I'm not interested. Her tone was cold and detached, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Without another word, she walked away. The excuse of needing the restroom had been awkward enough, and now this nuisance had ruined her mood. All she wanted was to return to Long Aotian. There seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Aren't you curious how I knew your name? Lin Wanning didn't slow her steps. Not at all. Yi Liangchun merely smiled at her rejection. He knew this was just her nature. And where was the fun without a challenge? A life without obstacles was no life at all. Yi Liangchun thrived on the struggle. Turning, he watched Lin Wanning re-enter the restaurant before spinning on his heel and taking another dramatic whiff of the rose. Then, he strode toward the same restaurant. You're back. Try this. I wasn't sure if you like spicy food, so I kept it mild. Seeing Lin Wanning return, Long Aotian placed a plate of freshly grilled meat in front of her. At the sight of the food, her earlier irritation melted away. Thank you, Aotian. Calling me Aotian, and still saying thank you, he chuckled as he continued grilling. It's delicious. You should have some too. Lin Wanning picked up a piece with her chopsticks and placed it on his plate. Eat more. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like. I'll grill it for you. Okay. She stood up with a soft smile, a stark contrast to her frosty demeanor moments ago. Yi Liangchun's grip tightened, snapping the rose in his hand. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His body swayed slightly, as if he might collapse. Are you all right? A waiter at the entrance noticed the tearful young man and instinctively asked. Yi Liangchun's lips curled into a self-mocking smile. Do you know what it means to drown in sorrow? Without waiting for an answer, he continued. No one could possibly understand how I feel right now. My heart is already shattered. The person standing before you is nothing but an empty shell. His fists clenched, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the pair not far away. Who could comprehend the bitterness in his heart? He had calculated everything perfectly. He was so close to winning Lin Wanning over. Why? Why is this happening? Why is Long Aotian, who should be selling clothes in Haivan City, here, sharing a meal with Lin Wanning? Closing his eyes, he forced out his last tear and then laughed. This time, it was genuine. The heavens are unjust, treating all as expendable. My patience with you was met not with understanding, but with your relentless encroachment. Long Aotian, do you truly think I won't strike back? Fine. You leave me no choice. With that, Yi Liangchun pulled out his phone and snapped several photos of Long Aotian and Lin Wanning. I refuse to believe Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue will stand by once they see how you've played with their emotions. They'll finally see the monster you truly are. And I refuse to believe Lin Wanning won't despise you once she learns you've been two-timing them. I defeated you once in our past life. In this one, you'll remain beneath me. This time, Yi Liangchun's fury was real. He stood at the edge of a cliff, one step away from the abyss. Why are you sticking out your tongue? After finishing their barbecue, they arrived at the base of the shopping mall. Watching Long Aotian about to hail a taxi, Lin Wanning gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother, I'm so full. How about we ride bikes back instead? Ride bikes? Are you sure you can handle it? Long Aotian didn't mind either way. Yeah, I can. We girls have to watch our figures, you know. Long Aotian gave her a once-over. You? Need to watch your figure? Lin Wanning used to hate it when people looked at her like that, but for some reason, under Long Aotian's gaze, she instinctively held her breath. She straightened her posture, making her waist appear even slimmer and her curves more pronounced. Come on, brother. You wouldn't want to see me lose my figure, would you? After spending these past few days with Long Aotian, Lin Wanning knew he was easygoing. Despite his carefree, indifferent demeanor, his heart was surprisingly soft. All right, fine. I saw some bikes over there when we came earlier. Lin Wanning took Long Aotian's hand and led him toward the right side of the plaza. What no one saw was the blush that instantly spread across her neck and cheeks the moment she turned away, burning with the shyness of a young girl. The evening breeze brushed past them, playfully lifting her hair. The sound of bicycle bells behind them seemed to awaken memories of an even more innocent time. When she glanced back, the boy could have easily overtaken her, yet he kept a steady pace behind her, as if silently guarding her. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Pride really does come before a fall. Under the streetlight, Long Aotian leaned in close. Don't move. Don't rub your eyes. But it's so uncomfortable. Lin Wanning tilted her fair, delicate face up, her voice tinged with a barely noticeable whimper. Her watery eyes squinted slightly, and in her nervousness, her hands instinctively clutched at Long Aotian's waist, as if holding on to something would steady her. Be good. Stay still. His gentle voice whispered by her ear, and the warmth of his touch seeped through his fingertips, sending an inexplicable flutter through her chest. As he drew closer, she could feel his warm breath against her cheek and ear. The next second, Lin Wanning shivered as a large, warm hand gently lifted her chin. As she tilted her head back, he bent down, the distance between them shrinking bit by bit. Her gaze flickered, and everything around her seemed to fade away, until there was nothing left but him. Don't be afraid. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Lin Wanning instinctively wanted to nod, only to realize her chin was still held in place. Their eyes locked, and she couldn't look away. In his pupils, she could see her own reflection. Her face flushed, her eyes glazed and dazed. Their breaths mingled, and a sensation she'd never felt before left her body weak and her mind blank. She forgot how to think, surrendering to his lead, as if falling deeper and deeper. A puff of air brushed over her eyes, making her want to blink. Then, a tissue pressed against the corner of her eye, wiping gently. The hand under her chin withdrew, and her body swayed, suddenly unsteady. Instinctively, she grabbed his waist to steady herself. Long Aotian folded the tissue with a tiny insect inside and looked into her eyes. Look left. MHM. Lin Wanning heard his instruction, but her gaze refused to obey. All she could see was him. I told you to look left. Why are you sticking your tongue out? Clatter. The sound of something falling startled them both. Lin Wanning snapped back to reality, her fair skin now blooming like a crimson rose. She was so embarrassed she wished the ground would swallow her whole. What was I just doing? What was I thinking? I could feel my face burning. I wanted to say something, but my mind was completely empty. But I knew, at least in this moment, my heart was falling bit by bit for the man before me. Are you okay now? At Long Aotian's question, Lin Wanning lowered her head, wishing she could vanish. 3 seconds later, she finally regained her senses and covered her face with her hands. I'm fine. Let's just go back. There are a lot of bugs out. Ride slowly, okay? Oh, okay. Lin Wanning's body was stiff, her words stumbling. She had never been this close to a boy before. Her head was foggy, her breath uneven, and it took her a delayed moment to finally respond. After the two left, in the darkness, Yiliang Chun sat on the ground, biting his lip hard before finally choking out a sob. Brother and sister, my ass. You even stuck your tongues out. You damn animal. You ruined Hui Weiing, and now you're after Li Qingxue? And now you're forcing yourself on Lin Wanning, making her kiss you, even forcing her to use her tongue? You deserve to die. You really do. I won't let you get away with this. After his furious muttering, he picked up his fallen bike and hurried after them. He was determined to expose Long Aotian's hypocritical mask and reveal his disgusting true nature to the world. Everything he had lost, he would take back, piece by piece. Wash your face when you get back to the dorm, use some eye drops, and get some sleep. The irritation will be gone by tomorrow. MHM. Lin Wanting tugged at the hem of her clothes, suddenly unsure how to face Long Aotian. She could only nod, her face still flushed. Look how shy you are. So thin-skinned. I'm just your brother. Tease like that. Though she was still a little embarrassed, the tension eased slightly. From a distance, Liangshan watched Long Aotian leave, his lips curling into a sneer before he sprinted after him. Seeing Lin Wanting still staring at Long Aotian's retreating figure, he snapped, Lin Wanting, you've fallen into his trap. Yi Liangson stepped directly in front of her, blocking her view. He's gone. What are you still looking at? Wake up already. At the sight of him again, Lin Wanting instinctively backed away, the girlish shyness on her face instantly replaced with wariness. I don't know what you're talking about. If you keep harassing me, I'll call the police. Yu Liangchun clutched his chest, his heart aching. He wanted to save her, yet she threatened to report him. The pain was unbearable. Do you even know what kind of person Long Aotian is? He's a demon in human skin. Back in high school, he forced himself on someone who was supposed to like me. And then he tried to force himself on my best friend of 9 years. This scumbag is two-timing, and now he's harassing you. I can't just stand by and watch you be forced and deceived. Lin Wanting frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Yu Liangchun was truly going insane. Why did no one believe him? I'm not spouting nonsense. Long Aotian and I are from the same city, the same school. His reputation at First High is utterly ruined. Don't you know that? Just the fact that he forced himself on a girl who used to like me in senior year. Isn't that enough to prove what kind of person he is? Lin Wanting, wake up. He just wants to use you all for his own pleasure, while I exist to save you. Lin Wanting studied Yi Liangchun seriously, then, under his expectant gaze, coldly replied, what kind of person he is isn't determined by your words, but by his actions during our interactions. The person you describe isn't the one I know. Without giving Yi Liangchun another chance to speak, she turned and walked toward the school building. And I don't need your saving. Watching Lin Wanting's retreating figure, Yi Liangchun was lost, but then suddenly he laughed. From the treasure girl to the white moonlight, and now the childhood sweetheart. The way they all rejected his salvation played over and over in his mind, intertwining relentlessly. At that moment, something inside him shifted drastically. Lin Wanting didn't believe him. Li Qingxue said she had fallen for Long Aotian. Even Hu Yueying had already been forced and taken by Long Aotian. Yi Liangchun's face twisted with rage. He looked up at the sky, sparse stars, a bright moon, and glared at the celestial orb, his resentment almost materializing. If the heavens are unjust and treat all life as expendable, then don't blame me for turning dark. This time, I'll fight against heaven, against earth, against Long Aotian. I thought enduring would bring peace, but all it earned me was their misunderstanding and Long Aotian's escalating cruelty. Fine, if that's how it is. I'll embrace the darkness and prove with action that I alone am your salvation. I never wanted it to come to this. I'm a reincarnator. I hold all the advantages. I plan to use charm, fate, to guide destiny's path and make you fall for me again in this life. But it seems the butterfly effect of my rebirth has altered things. The moment Long Aotian sensed a threat from me and forced himself on Hu Yueying, everything spiraled out of control. Very well. As the reincarnator, I will set things right. With my divine radiance, I will illuminate and purify you, revealing Long Aotian's true evil nature, until you willingly return to me, one by one. I think I kind of like the overpowered protagonist. Upon returning to the dormitory door, I was startled by the commotion coming from inside before even opening it. Damn, have these guys lost their minds? Pushing the door open, the blaring music from phone hit me. 3 shirtless guys were inside. One wiggling his but in a bizarre dance, another spinning a t-shirt in the air, and the last cigarette in mouth, scribbling furiously at the desk. It's a miracle the neighbors downstairs haven't come up to complain. The three grinned. Long Aotian, you're back. So what's got you all so hyped up today? Su Shuai stopped his butt wiggling and exclaimed excitedly. I sat at the same table as Wang Li Juan today. We even talked. Li Longlong tossed his shirt aside. Same. I finally spoke to Han Xiaojing. It wasn't as hard as I thought. Long Aotian nodded, then turned to Huang Fei. And you? Huang Fei exhaled a puff of smoke, stubbed out his cigarette, and picked up his notebook. Aotian, check this out, my notes. Spending time with Shan Mengjie today made me realize gaps in my theories. I'm revising them. Once I win her over, I'll publish this. I'll be the grandmaster of romance. Long Aotian gave a solemn nod. Solid plan. He walked to the balcony and opened the window, letting the smoke escape. Gazing at the sky, he stretched. The moon's really bright tonight. Yeah, Yueying murmured, looking at the moon on the horizon. It's so beautiful. Yueying, did you know you look just like Long Aotian right now? Li Qingxue teased beside her. Yueying froze for a moment, then smiled. Really? Hum. Li Qingxue nodded. Back at the bay, when Long Aotian watched the sunset, he had the same expression. Your mannerisms and tone are so alike. Hearing that she resembled Long Aotian sent a warm flutter through Yueying's heart. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed at the moon. I wonder what he's doing now. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. They were still in the same city, not far apart, yet they couldn't meet as freely as before. So, Yueying missed him. She missed him often, restless with the urge to see him, even if just to sit quietly together. The longing didn't fade with time. It only grew heavier. Ugh, that guy's fine wherever he goes. He's way more adaptable than us. But then she remembered how, after asking him to wait for her at the school gate, girls had swooped in for his contact the moment she stepped away. The thought soured her mood. At this point, Li Qingxue bit her lip and hesitantly asked, Yueying, you've known Long Aotian for a long time. Do you? She trailed off, struggling for words, her ears tinged pink with nerves. Finally, in a small voice, she asked, Do you know what kind of girls he likes? The question left her face flushed, a delicate shyness coloring her features. Yueying was stunned by Li Qingxue's confession and the vulnerability in her demeanor. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Some words were hard to say, but once spoken, they brought relief. Li Qingxue met Yueying's gaze earnestly. I know you're close to him, that he cares about you most. Please tell me. I think I might like him. After admitting it, she fidgeted as if her deepest secret had been laid bare, leaving her bashful and briefly exposed. Yueying's smile stiffened. Li Qingxue's bluntness was jarring, stirring something indescribable in her chest. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and a hollow feeling spread inside her, weightless, like the emptiness she'd felt before meeting Long Aotian. It was disorienting, almost suffocating. Qingxue likes him? The idea had never crossed her mind. Li Qingxue had always seemed to treat him as just a friend. The revelation left Yueying's mind blank. Yueying? Are you okay? Li Qingxue's momentary shyness faded as she noticed Yueying's dazed expression. Yueying's clear snow. The next morning, the old man woke up and instinctively went to Long Aotian's room. Seeing the empty space, he chuckled and closed the door again. Looks like they made up. No wonder he seemed different when he came back yesterday. Early birds catch the worms at the market. Yueying had woken up early to prepare breakfast and was now sitting obediently on the steps, waiting for Long Aotian. After eating, the two set off. Long Aotian, slow down, you're going so fast. Yueying shouted into the wind from her little stool in the back of the tricycle. She could tell Long Aotian was unusually excited today. The tricycle overtook one car after another, speeding along the road. Long Aotian really was in high spirits. He'd been cooped up at home for days, practically bored to death. Even he would joke that he was born to keep busy. It's fine, my riding skills are top-notch. We need to hurry. All right then. Yueying would always go along with whatever Long Aotian said. Even at full speed, it still took them nearly an hour to reach their destination. And yet, the place was already packed with people. Long Aotian took out a cigarette, walked around the area, then parked the tricycle in an open spot. Here's good. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Okay. Hui Weiing hopped off and helped Long Aotian set up the sunshade. Despite the days they'd spent idle, their teamwork hadn't dulled at all. Soon, their stall was ready. Hui Weiing looked at the clothes hanging from the sunshade and smiled. This just feels right. For days, she'd been laying the clothes out on the ground. Easier to manage, but far less appealing. This way was definitely better. Once everything was set, Long Aotian turned to Hui Weiing. Hand me your phone for a sec. Sure. She pulled it out and passed it to him. Add this contact. Long Aotian handed her his old button phone. Thanks for reading on Mananovel. Hui Weiing paused when she saw the QQ number and the note beside it. Li Qingxue. But she quickly added the account anyway. After finishing, she glanced guiltily at Long Aotian, bit her lip, and tapped back into their chat history. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't help wanting to take a peek. Done. His sudden voice made her quickly exit the screen. Look at you, acting all guilty, Long Aotian said, amused. Take some photos or videos and send them to her. You two might be classmates soon. Better start building a connection. You don't need a crowd of friends, but you shouldn't have none at all. Li Qingxue was a good person, and her personality complemented Hui Weiying's well. Having someone to rely on at the same school would be a good thing. With Li Qingxue's outgoing nature, she'd make friends quickly. Humans weren't meant to be alone, and Long Aotian wanted Hui Weiing to have more people in her life too. Got it, Long Aotian. Hui Weiing obediently picked up her phone and snapped a few pictures of their stall. Then she stepped onto the road and took several shots of the sprawling market stretching north and south. Meanwhile, Li Qingxue, still half asleep, was roused by the constant pings of her phone. She rubbed her messy hair, rolled over lazily, and grabbed her phone from where it was charging. When she saw the unfamiliar contact sending photos of the market, she instantly became more alert. She accepted the friend request first, then began scrolling through the images. The market, stretching endlessly, was lined with all kinds of stalls. It was fascinating. She tapped the profile picture to check the account space, only to find it completely empty. Returning to the chat, she noticed the username, Ancient Moon. Ancient Moon? Hui Weiing, Li Qingxue muttered. She'd only ever mentioned to Long Aotian that she wanted to see what a bustling market looked like. Combined with the username, her mind immediately jumped to Hui Weiing being the one with him now. She froze for a second, then aggressively rubbed her face. Li Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Didn't you already figure they were a couple? Why are you overthinking this? She exited the profile and sent a quick message. Good morning. Image. Weiing, is that you? Send. Hui Weiing tensed for a moment when the reply popped up. She'd only ever chatted with Long Aotian before. Long Aotian, Li Qingxue texted me. When in doubt, ask Long Aotian. In her mind, he could handle anything effortlessly. Long Aotian nodded without looking up. Good. Today's task, bond with your future schoolmate. Okay. Hui Weiing sat primly on her stool and began typing. Qingxue, Long Aotian, said you wanted to see the market. It's still early, so it's not crowded yet. But later, it'll get really lively. Li Qingxue replied almost instantly. No worries, I was just curious. Did you guys get there super early? Have you eaten yet? Simple greetings were the quickest way to bridge gaps. Hui Weiing couldn't help but smile at the message. Long Aotian glanced at her grinning at her phone and shook his head in amusement. I'm gonna find a bathroom. Be right back. Hui Weiing looked up. Hum. She nodded. I'll watch the stall. As soon as Long Aotian left, her phone buzzed repeatedly. She glanced down, a video call request. Her fingers tightened nervously. But remembering Long Aotian's words, she took a deep breath and answered. The next second, Li Qingxue's face filled the screen, soft, tousled hair framing delicate features, a kind of effortless, messy beauty. Hi. Qingxue, Hui Weiing managed, forcing herself to speak first. She'd seen Li Qingxue at school before, but back then, Long Aotian was the one doing all the talking. This was their first real conversation, and her nerves were showing. Wow, Weiing, your skin is amazing. What moisturizer do you use? Li Qingxue grinned as soon as she saw Hu Yueying's face. Hu Yueying's cheeks pinked. Jay just regular DeBayo. And yours is really nice too. Hee thanks. Unlike Hu Yueying's shyness, Li Qingxue beamed at the compliment. Even when she'd impulsively kissed Long Aotian before, she hadn't felt this flustered. For the first time, she was terrified of losing him. Yi Liangchun couldn't sleep. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed at the moon, holding a wilted rose to the sky, a tribute to his fallen love. Long Aotian couldn't sleep either, because his 3 idiot roommates were too rowdy. The next morning, when Li Qingxue spotted Hu Yueying, her cheeks flushed as she hurried over. Yueying, don't tell Long Aotian what I said yesterday, okay? I still need to figure out how he feels. Don't worry, I won't say anything, Hu Yueying replied. She'd spent the night thinking things through. Long Aotian was wonderful. It was only natural for others to fall for him too. If she couldn't stop girls from liking him, she might as well face the competition head-on. Hee, I knew you'd keep my secret. You're the best, Yueying. Li Qingxue linked arms with her, grinning. I'm really not that great, Hu Yueying murmured silently in her heart. Today is the last day of the month, and tomorrow marks the start of a new month, a fresh beginning. Wishing all my dear readers an early Happy New Year. I haven't taken a single day off this entire month, so I'd like to make a small request. As we step into the new month and celebrate New Year's Day, could everyone spare a little support? I know some of you might be busy and may only have time to click next chapter, but tomorrow, could you all lend a hand? Even if it's just a tiny bit? Every little contribution adds up, just like how vultures gather scraps. I truly appreciate it. The double standards of Hu Yueying. The 2-week military training had finally ended, and a day off was granted. Finally, it's over. So, Long Aotian, what are your plans for tomorrow? How about we all hang out together? Faced with their questions, Long Aotian answered without hesitation for the first time. Can't tomorrow. I already made plans with someone. He had promised to Yueying long ago that once training was over, he would take her around the capital. After all, he was the world's best big brother. He couldn't go back on his word. Hearing this, his 3 roommates immediately perked up. They'd seen others invite Long Aotian out plenty of times, but it was practically unheard of for him to be the one initiating plans. Oh, look at that smug face. How? What's got him grinning like that? Wait, this is different. Have you ever seen Long Aotian make this kind of expression before? The anticipation in his eyes is practically overflowing. Long Aotian just chuckled and didn't bother explaining. Truth be told, he really had missed that little girl, Hu Yueying. He wondered how she was doing at school. Had she made friends? Had she grown more outgoing? Was she happy every day? He opened his phone and navigated to the chat screen. Before he could tap on Hu Yueying's conversation, a message from Lin Wanting popped up. Bro, you free tomorrow? After a moment's thought, he replied, no plans. Just meeting up with some friends. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Lin Wanting stared at the message, unsure how to respond. She had wanted to ask him out herself, but if he already had something going on, she didn't know how to bring it up. Then, her eyes brightened as she read his follow-up message. Wait, is he taking me to meet his friends? Guess my brother isn't completely clueless after all. She quickly typed back. Is that really okay? Of course. Who knows, you might even hit it off with them. After sending that, Long Aotian exited the chat and switched to Hu Yueying's conversation. He sent 2 quick message vibrations to get her attention. When she didn't reply immediately, he figured she must be busy. After all, she wasn't like before. She wasn't alone anymore. He set his phone aside and lay down on his bed, waiting. After a while, he got up and headed out. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hu Yueying frowned slightly as she stared at the small cake that had fallen to the ground. Xue Xiaohua scratched his head sheepishly, picking up the basketball at his feet. He mimed a jump shot in front of her before calling out to his friends in the distance. You guys go ahead. Only then did he turn back to Hu Yueying. Sorry about that. How about I buy you another cake to make up for it? You're boring and childish. Hu Yueying turned and walked away without another word. She had bought 2 cakes, one for herself and one for Qingxue. Now both were ruined. Shui Xiaohua smirked and followed after her. You mad? Hui Weiing had no patience for people she disliked, so she ignored him entirely. But Shui Xiaohua found her attitude all the more intriguing. Girls who came running at the snap of his fingers were just too dull. Come on, can't you at least talk to me? Being this cold will leave you with no friends. At that, Hui Weiing paused briefly. I have friends, and could you stop following me? Shui Xiaohua shrugged. Nah, I upset you, so I gotta make it right. Otherwise, it'd be awkward seeing you in class later. Before she could protest further, he cut in, 2 cakes, and I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll feel too guilty. Hui Weiing said nothing, simply quickening her pace. Amused by her helplessness, Shui Xiaohua matched her speed, keeping a slight distance but staying close. Inside the cake shop, Hui Weiing sat by the window, tuning out Shui Xiaohua's endless chatter as she waited for her order. Her indifference only fueled his interest. He bragged endlessly about how popular and impressive he was. Then, the chime of the doorbell rang. Hui Weiing instinctively glanced up. A familiar figure stepped inside. Her eyes instantly lit up with joy. Long Ji. Hearing her voice, Long Aotian turned. His gaze cut through the crowd, locking onto hers. In that moment, everything else seemed to fade. All the waiting, all the longing, it all melted into an irrepressible smile. Shui Xiaohua froze. He had never seen Hui Weiing smile like this, so vividly, so radiantly. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the boy across the room, her gaze brimming with undisguised, unreserved tenderness. Hui Weiing stood and hurried toward him, her breath hitching with every step. The distance was short, yet her heart pounded wildly, uncontrollably. Watching her run to him, Long Aotian's grin widened, an inexplicable, overwhelming delight surging through him. He reached out, ruffling her hair with practiced ease. His eyes, warm and affectionate, held nothing but adoration for her alone. I texted you. Hui Weiing pulled out her phone in dismay. Oh no, she'd missed his message. Sorry, Long Ji. Before she could finish, Long Aotian laughed it off. Was gonna bring you cake, but since you're here, I'll treat you instead. I already ordered, Hui Weiing said, her eyes never leaving him. Back at the bay, Qingxue made us cookies. I never got the chance to return the favor, so now that training's over, I wanted to buy her a cake. Just then, her order was ready. Long Aotian paid and handed her the box. One for you, and one for you and Qingxue to share. Hui Weiing lifted her face, her smile soft, fond, and full of devotion. What about you, Long Ji? I'll take you somewhere even better than cake. She nodded eagerly, falling in a step beside him just like old times. As the two left the shop, Shui Xiaohua stood rooted in place, fists clenched, watching their retreating figures with bitter envy. Hui Weiing wouldn't even spare him a word. Yet with that guy, she was a completely different person. Yet in front of that boy, she couldn't help but pour out every ounce of her tenderness. This blatant double standard was something the proud Shui Xiaohua simply couldn't stomach. I haven't washed my feet today. Hui Weiing couldn't help but giggle foolishly as she glanced at the people around her, stealing occasional looks at Long Aotian. It all felt a bit surreal. Long Aotian had suddenly appeared by her side. Now, walking together, it was as if they had returned to their days in Haiwan City. Though the surroundings were unfamiliar, she didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. What's so funny? Long Aotian wasn't oblivious to her little antics and spoke with mock annoyance. I missed you, Long Aotian. The words caught Long Aotian off guard, but seeing the joy in Hui Weiing's eyes, he found himself replying without thinking, Long Aotian missed you too. The moment the words left his mouth, both Hui Weiing and Long Aotian froze in surprise. Then Hui Weiing broke into a bright, radiant smile. Under the glow of the setting sun, their shadows stretched long across the ground. She tilted her head slightly, and their shadows touched, as if one was resting against the other's shoulder. Long Aotian, I'm so happy today, Hui Weiing murmured softly. Yeah, Long Aotian replied, scratching his head with a grin. Though he clearly looked just as happy, he stubbornly refused to admit it outright. That expression of his, more than any toothy grin, made him seem utterly radiant. "So, are you happy to, Long Aotian?" Hu Yuang asked in a small, hopeful voice. "Just a little, not a bit more than that." Long Aotian answered with exaggerated seriousness. Hu Yuang quickly stepped in front of him. "Liar, you're totally happy too." "Oh, you call me a liar? You asking for a beating?" Long Aotian's tone was tough, but his lips twitched with amusement. "Long Aotian, can't you stop threatening to beat me all the time? Are you seriously whining now? Will you still beat me if I whine?" This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Behave and I won't. Then I'll be the best behaved. Fine, I'll let you off this time. The young man and the girl wandered through the unfamiliar city, their hearts brimming with dreams of the future and endless possibilities. "Are we eating here?" Hu Yuang eyed the upscale mall ahead, the well-dressed crowds making her feel out of place. More than that, she worried about Long Aotian spending too much. "Cheapskate, Long Aotian's treating you. Long Aotian, let's go somewhere else." "Anywhere's fine as long as we get full." Hu Yuang quickly tugged at his sleeve. She still remembered the terrifying way Long Aotian had splurged when they'd strolled through Haiwan City's shopping district. And when they'd first arrived in Capital City, if Qingxue hadn't been there, she would have dragged Long Aotian away from that ridiculously expensive duck dish. Long Aotian pinched her cheek playfully. "Long Aotian's treating you. Eat well, put on some weight. You're greedy for money, shamelessly ogling me, yet too stingy to eat properly." Being pinched by Long Aotian felt so nice. "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." "Still," she weakly protested, "but I eat just fine." It wasn't a complete lie. A university's cafeteria was both delicious and affordable. If you eat well on your own, shouldn't Long Aotian treat you even better? Otherwise, what's the point of calling me Long Aotian? "Are we going or not? If not, I really will beat you." "Fine, fine." Hu Yuang stole another glance at Long Aotian before reluctantly walking forward. To her, what they ate didn't matter, only who she ate with. And if it was with Long Aotian, she'd do her best to save him money. "What are you muttering? Long Aotian hasn't beaten anyone in a while. Don't give me a reason, or one punch might make you cry for days." Hu Yuang wasn't actually scared. She knew Long Aotian couldn't stand seeing her cry. He'd panic, flounder, and he'd never actually hit her. But even so, she played along, pretending to be terrified, because only then could she shamelessly stick by his side. Long Aotian led her through the mall, stuffing her with food at every turn. "Long Aotian, I really can't eat anymore." Hu Yuang groaned, genuinely overwhelmed. Every dish he thought was delicious, he bought for her. And while it was delicious, her stomach had limits. She couldn't shake the feeling that Long Aotian was trying to make up for all the time they'd spent apart in a single day. Even if it was just her imagination, the thought made her heart swell with happiness. She peeked at Long Aotian again. Pure bliss. After their feast, Long Aotian led her out of the mall. The moment they stepped outside, Hu Yuang felt a weight lift off her shoulders. "Long Aotian, is that a park over there? Let's take a walk to digest," she suggested. She didn't want their time together to end so soon. "Sure," Long Aotian agreed. Not because he didn't want to go back yet, just because walking off a meal sounded reasonable. The park was spacious, filled mostly with elderly folks and children. To the left were recreational facilities, a large open area, and semicircular stone seating. Straight ahead lay a small grove, beyond which was an artificial lake, with even more space stretching behind it. But Long Aotian and Hu Yuang didn't venture far, stopping at the lakeshore. "Ah, careful." Long Aotian quickly steadied her. "You okay?" Hu Yuang's lashes fluttered as she smiled up at him. "I'm fine." If not for the tears glistening in her eyes, Long Aotian might have believed her. "Liar." Hu Yuang ducked her head sheepishly. "Am I just really clumsy? Who trips while walking? Yeah, you're hopeless. What would you do without Long Aotian? Can't even take care of yourself." He helped her over to a large rock by the lake and sat her down. "Did you twist your ankle?" Long Aotian crouched in front of her, concerned. Dazed, Hu Yuang nodded. Only when Long Aotian's hand closed around her ankle did she snap back to reality. A shiver ran through her, and she instinctively tried to pull away. Wait. What's wrong? Long Aotian looked up puzzled. Hu Yuang's heart raced. Where his fingers touched, her skin burned, the heat creeping up her leg. Her breath hitched, and she couldn't meet his gaze. The tips of her ears, hidden beneath her hair, flushed crimson. I didn't wash my feet today. January 1st, 2025, Happy New Year. Wishing everyone peace, joy, luck, health, and prosperity. Most importantly, be happy. Scenes unchanging year after year. Loved ones remaining by your side season after season. Please take your seats, everyone. The 2025 train is charging up. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Power on. Let the journey begin. Dragon, am I heavy? Watching Hu Yuang lightly bite her red lips, her expression caught between shyness and embarrassment, Long Aotian couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand and tapped her head lightly. What are you talking about? There's no one as proper as your Long Gu in this world. Hu Yuang rubbed the spot where Long Gu had tapped her. It didn't hurt. But the next second, her shoe was slipped off. Hu Yuang let out a soft hum, her fingers tightening around her palm. The sensation of her skin brushing against Long Ji's hand sent a faint electric current through her, leaving behind a tingling itch. Then, her whole body trembled. The numbing, almost intoxicating feeling made her unable to hold back a gasp. Long Gu. Her sock was pulled off too, leaving her tiny foot completely exposed before Long Gu. Clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, she didn't dare look at him. Fighting back her flustered heartbeat, she murmured with flushed cheeks, I think I'm fine now. Long Ji's gaze lingered on her delicate, pink toes, curled slightly in tension, betraying her nervousness and indescribable shyness. Gulp. Hu Yuang blinked, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment as she cautiously stole a glance at Long Gu. Gently, please. Her fingers clenched even tighter as that tingling, ticklish sensation spread through her, making her muscles go weak. Unconsciously, she leaned closer toward Long Gu. Long Aotian stared blankly at his own hand. Damn, what am I doing? Shaking his head, he cleared his throat. Don't be nervous. Long Ji's just checking if you hurt any bones. Seeing his serious expression, Hu Yuang nodded in a daze. Oh, but the next moment, she bit her lip again. Long Gu. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. I'm still checking. Don't move. Be but Long Gu. I didn't sprain this foot. Long Aotian froze mid-motion before snapping back to reality. All right. Look at me, worrying too much. Let me put your shoe back on. In a spot where Hu Yuang couldn't see, Long Aotian shook his head vigorously. I'm a proper guy. Once finished, he stood up. All checked. You're fine. Rest for a bit, then try walking later. Hum. Hu Yuang kept her head lowered, her face tinged with a maiden's shyness. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, and her fingers twisted the fabric of her clothes restlessly. She peeked at Long Gu, only for their eyes to meet unexpectedly. Startled like a frightened deer, she immediately looked away. Long Aotian, too, averted his gaze awkwardly, staring at the scenery instead. The water looks pretty nice, huh? Hu Yuang followed his line of sight. Under the darkening sky, the rippling lake reflected the faint glow of the rising moon. It really was quite beautiful. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. Softly, she replied. The two sat side by side on the large rock. Long Aotian had so much he wanted to ask. Hu Yuang had so much she wanted to say. Yet neither knew how to begin. As time passed, a park attendant approached, announcing the closure of the east gate. Shall we go? Hum. Hu Yuang nodded. The next second, she gasped but quickly covered her mouth. Long Gu. Chill. Just don't want to hear you nagging. So annoying. Long Aotian carried her on his back as they headed out. Pressed against his sturdy frame, Hu Yuang's cheeks flushed pink. Long Gu, am I heavy? Not bad. I've eaten enough, could probably lift you with one hand. Hearing this, Hu Yuang stifled a giggle against his back. Still smiling, she tentatively wrapped her arms around his shoulders. If you're going to hold on, just do it properly. All this hesitation is making me uncomfortable. The moment Long Gu said it, Hu Yueying tightened her embrace without another thought. Her heart pounded wildly, and in a moment of boldness, she rested her head against him. Just for a little while, she told herself. But once there, she never wanted to lift it again. Long Aotian stiffened briefly. The girl's figure was well developed. The softness pressed against his back made his heartbeat skip. He could almost feel her breathing, the frantic rhythm of her pulse, the way her initial tension melted into quiet contentment. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Only when he got into the taxi did he set her down. Long Aotian's breathing had grown slightly heavier. Listening to it beside her, Hu Yueying grew even shyer. But if given the choice again, she'd still pick being carried by Long Gu. Stealing glances at his profile, her fingers inched closer, lightly brushing against his where they rested on the seat. Distracted by his own racing pulse, Long Gu didn't notice. Emboldened, Hu Yueying let her pinky rest atop his. Then Long Gu shifted. She quickly withdrew, but even that fleeting touch filled her with giddy joy. "Why are you so happy?" Long Aotian asked, amused by her poorly hidden delight. "Not telling." Hu Yueying grinned. This was her little secret. The ride back to a university was quick, the roads quiet at this hour. But even late, the campus gates were still crowded. After getting out, Hu Yueying tested her foot. It didn't hurt as much as before, just a strange, lingering sensation. Still, she could walk fine now. "Take it slow. Curfew's still a while away," Long Aotian said at the school entrance. "I know." Hu Yueying turned to face him, smiling warmly. She walked forward, then paused. Taking a deep breath, she spun around. The smile that bloomed across her face could have melted hearts. From their very first meeting after transferring schools, when he'd nearly made her cry, to every moment after, when his eyes were always on her. Even now, he was still watching her. Brother Long is definitely not. Returning to the dormitory, Hu Yueying sat in the glass corridor between Building 6 and Building 12, quietly waiting. Soon, she spotted Li Qingxue. "Qingxue, what's up, Yueying? This is for you." Hu Yueying handed over a delicious little cake. Li Qingxue was pleasantly surprised and touched when she saw the cake in Hu Yueying's hand. "Thank you," she said softly. She didn't really need the cake, but the fact that Hu Yueying had bought it for her meant everything. "Don't mention it." Hu Yueying pulled Li Qingxue down to sit beside her on the bench in the corridor. "Back in the Bay, you even made cookies for me. I was thinking of making you something tasty after coming to Capital City, but renting here is so expensive and everything's inconvenient. This cake is delicious, though. When I get the chance, I'll make you something nice, too." Hu Yueying genuinely cherished Li Qingxue as a friend. Before meeting Brother Long, she had no friends at all. But after meeting him, she gained her first big brother, and along the way, Li Qingxue became her dear friend. Life without friends and life with friends felt entirely different. That was why she treasured this friendship so much. Hug. Li Qingxue scrunched her delicate nose and playfully demanded a hug. Wrapped in Qingxue's arms, Hu Yueying felt a different kind of happiness, distinct from the joy she felt when seeing Brother Long try the cake, she said. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Li Qingxue had many friends, but among them, only Hu Yueying was like this. "Okay, let's share it." Li Qingxue laughed softly, her smile as infectious as ever. The two sat in the corridor, savoring the cake while gazing at the night sky through the glass. Back in the dorm room, Hu Yueying kicked off her shoes and stared at her little feet, giggling to herself. "Yueying, what's got you so happy?" One of her roommates asked with a light chuckle. "Do we even need to ask?" Another chimed in, grinning. "Yueying, is this about Shui Xiaohua?" Unable to resist the gossip, the three roommates exchanged glances, their faces lit with mischievous smiles. Hearing her name paired with Shui Xiaohua's, Hu Yueying frowned slightly, confused. "What?" Seeing her reaction, the roommates covered their mouths, stifling laughter. "Come on, don't play dumb. Shui Xiaohua asked us for your contact info today. Have you two been talking?" "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." Hu Yueying's brows furrowed deeper. "No," she denied firmly. She pulled out her phone and opened QQ. where a new friend request indeed waited. Ignoring it, she turned back to her roommates. My happiness has nothing to do with Shui Xiaohua. Please don't make assumptions. There's already someone in my heart. The roommates froze for a moment before quickly apologizing. They hadn't known Hu Yueying already had feelings for someone. They'd only thought they were helping a potential suitor, playing wing women for their friend. Now, it was awkward. They'd given her contact to someone clearly interested in her, unaware she was already taken. Hu Yueying shook her head gently. It's fine. You didn't know. Just don't do it again. She wasn't upset. They hadn't known, and she trusted they wouldn't have shared her info if they had. Over time, she'd grown close to her roommates, though not as deeply as with Li Qingxue. That bond had formed back in their hometown, Bay City. But now, after hearing Hu Yueying's confession, the roommates' curiosity shifted entirely. Gossip was in a girl's nature. Yueying, the person you like, he's not at our school, right? But you were so happy today. He must be in this city. Did you meet up with him today? And you were grinning like an idiot earlier. Did you have a great time together? Hu Yueying's cheeks flushed bright red. Happy? Today had been the happiest day since she arrived in this city. Brother Long's back was so strong. Leaning against him had filled her with indescribable joy and security. She'd even hugged him. Her heart raced so fast, she wondered if he'd noticed. And she'd secretly hooked her pinky around his he hadn't realized, had he? Lost in thought, Hu Yueying didn't notice the dreamy, almost seductive expression on her face. Her toes curled unconsciously. A girl's bashfulness was captivating, no matter who was watching. The roommates exchanged glances, struck by how radiant Hu Yueying looked. They also noticed her stealing glances at her own feet, giggling. A not-so-subtle idea popped into their heads. Yueying, did he play with your feet? You so pervy but kinda hot? Wow, you guys are wild. I never expected this. Hu Yueying waved her hands frantically. No, stop making things up. Brother Long was a proper gentleman. He'd only check her feet because she'd sprained her ankle. That was all. Well, he might have examined them a little too thoroughly, including the uninjured foot. She mentally defended Brother Long, but the more she tried, the less convincing it sounded. Maybe he wasn't entirely proper. Shaking her head, Hu Yueying scrambled into bed, pulling the summer quilt over herself. It's not what you think. Peeking out from under the covers, her face was still flushed. In her heart, Brother Long was the epitome of decency. No arguments allowed. Edits made. Deletions shouldn't affect readability. If they do, apologies in advance. What if compared to me? In the boys' dormitory, Shui Xiaohua stared at his phone, his expression darkening as the friend request remained unanswered. His roommates, equally clueless about what was happening, hesitated to speak up. No one knew, but Shui Xiaohua did. He had never met a girl so unforgettable. The moment she smiled, her beauty was indescribable, a radiance that seared itself into his heart. If only Hu Yueying would smile at him like that. He was certain he'd never fall for another girl again. But no, that smile wasn't meant for him. It was meant for another man. The thought twisted inside him, a surge of jealousy he couldn't suppress, especially when he saw Hu Yueying running toward that man without hesitation. In that instant, Shui Xiaohua felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. If he weren't so strong-willed, he might have broken down right then and there. His pride, his confidence, everything was rattled. Why? He was right there beside her, yet she hadn't even glanced his way before throwing herself into someone else's arms. Unconsciously, a possessiveness toward Hu Yueying took root in him. Admission into a university was proof enough of Shui Xiaohua's brilliance. Men like him carried an unshakable pride. He knew he wasn't any less handsome than that guy. In fact, he might even be better looking in some ways. So why had Hu Yueying chosen someone else over him? A girl like her, she should be with someone like him. Maybe at first, Shui Xiaohua had only been drawn to her beauty, thinking of her as just another pretty face to chase after. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. But after today, she had become an obsession. They shared the same campus, the same class, the same major. Out of millions, fate had brought them together. That alone convinced Shui Xiaohua. he would make her his. He'd make sure her smiles were reserved for him alone. Xiaohua, you okay? Taking a deep breath, Xiaohua forced a smile. I'm fine. His roommates exchanged glances before one asked, So, how'd it go today? We set things up for you. Did you make your move? Xiaohua's jaw tightened, but he kept up the act. It's a process. Give me time. I'll win who you weighing over. He had gotten into a university. That guy hadn't. That alone proved he was superior. And he still had 4 years ahead of him with who you weighing. 4 years was more than enough to change things. Xiaohua had the confidence because he was that good. Thanks for reading On Man a Novel. His friends didn't push further. Beautiful girls never lacked suitors. They didn't believe Xiaohua stood a chance. If anything, they hoped his pursuit might draw Hu Yueying's attention, and maybe, just maybe, she'd notice them too. Let's go grab some drinks. My treat, Xiaohua muttered, his mood sour. The campus store didn't sell alcohol, so they'd have to venture outside. No one turned down free drinks, especially not after surviving military training. A little indulgence was overdue. After some discussion, they headed for the school gates. Xiaohua cracked open a can of beer and downed half of it in one go. Standing there amidst the crowd, he thought the gesture made him look cool, untouchable. After swallowing hard to suppress a belch, he exhaled dramatically and declared, Believe it or not, I will make Hu Yueying mine. The moment the words left his mouth, a passing figure paused, then turned to look at him. Xiaohua felt the gaze and glanced up, only to meet the scrutinizing eyes of a guy with his hands stuffed in his pockets. When their eyes locked, the stranger smirked, oozing confidence, then flicked his hair back. Xiaohua's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he straightened his posture and tilted his head slightly. Everyone knew the side profile was the most flattering angle. The stranger frowned at Xiaohua's pose, then lowered his gaze at a perfect 45-degree angle before slowly lifting it again. A silent battle of egos. Xiaohua's brows furrowed. This guy's aura, he wasn't ordinary. Noticing Xiaohua's guarded expression, the guy scoffed and sauntered closer. Let's get acquainted. The name's Yi Liangchen. A hand extended toward him. Xiaohua relaxed his frown and shook it. Xiaohua. Yi Liangchen's smirk deepened. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, took a long drag, and exhaled slowly, savoring the moment. You smoke? Xiaohua nodded. He didn't usually, but seeing how effortlessly cool Yi Liangchen looked, he decided to try. So, Yi Liangchen said, blowing out smoke? I heard you're after Hu Yueying? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. What's it to you? Yi Liangchen chuckled, but didn't answer. Ever since he'd heard Long Aotian was in the capital, he'd suspected Hu Yueying would be here too. Fresh out of military training, he'd treated his dorm mates to a meal with his stock market earnings and decided to swing by university. And what did he hear the moment he arrived? Some nobody boasting about chasing his former treasure. Admittedly, Xiaohua had some style, but compared to him, amateur. When Xiaohua snapped, What's it to you? Yi Liangchen couldn't help but laugh. What if I told you to back off? He tilted his head, flashing another smirk, and flicked his hair again. Xiaohua froze, visibly shaken. Yi Liangchen clapped him on the shoulder, then, with deliberate slowness, slipped his hands back into his pockets. The sheer audacity of the move was peak arrogance. But the guy she was with today wasn't you either. Xiaohua shot back, frustration bubbling over. Yi Liangchen's expression darkened instantly. He didn't need to guess who Xiaohua was talking about. His fists clenched. That damn bastard. First Hu Yueying, then Li Qingxue, and now Lin Wanning. Clutching the phone in her pocket, she turned her back to Xiaohua, tilted her head toward the sky, and took a deep breath. Who's to say it won't be me? Watching Yi Liangchen's retreating figure, a slow smile curled at the corners of Xiaohua's lips. Things are getting interesting. You're right. No one can predict the future. At the very least, I have the advantage of being close. I approve of you. Yi Liangchen walked away with his hands in his pockets, a slow smirk curling at the corners of his lips. What kind of lowlife dares to chase after my treasure girl? Truth be told, Yi Liangchun had always been meek and submissive in front of Long Aotian, but when it came to Xue Xiaohua, he could jump up and strike with full force. Now, having decided to embrace his dark side and defy fate itself, he wasn't even afraid to stand against Long Aotian anymore. Well, even a rabbit would bite when cornered. From the moment he was reborn, he had deliberately endured Long Aotian's dominance. But instead of earning understanding or respect, Long Aotian had sensed the threat in him and taken his treasure girl away. Fine, he could tolerate that. He could endure it for now, bide his time until he grew stronger, and then win his treasure girl back. But that bastard, not content with just taking his treasure girl, Long Aotian now had the audacity to harbor wicked thoughts about his white moonlight and childhood sweetheart. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. If Long Aotian wanted to play dirty, then Yi Liangchun would gladly oblige. His plan was simple. First, present the evidence of Long Aotian's three-timing ways to Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue, forcing them to see the despicable, sleazy man he truly was. Then he'd have them personally confront Lin Wanning, his childhood sweetheart, and expose Long Aotian's disgusting, villainous nature. That way, everything would return to how it should be. When the time came, he'd make his grand move, comforting them in their heartbreak, making them realize that while Long Aotian had deceived them, Yi Liangchun had been the one tirelessly gathering evidence to save them. He'd make them understand that he had never given up on them, that he was their true salvation. The thought made Yi Liangchun chuckle uncontrollably. Long Aotian, you brought this upon yourself. Since my patience earned me neither respect nor understanding, I won't hold back anymore. When I crush you beneath my feet again, I hope you'll still be wearing that arrogant smirk of yours. Lost in his thoughts, he soon found himself at the gates of a university. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchun pulled out his phone. Staring at Li Qingxue's chat window, he exhaled slowly. Even though you said such hurtful things to me, I'll still save you. First, I'll make you see Long Aotian for the monster he is. Once you realize what kind of man he is, once you regret everything, once you come crawling back to me, then I'll decide whether to forgive you or make you suffer. After all, I haven't forgotten a single word of the pain you caused me. Even if you're my white moonlight, you still hurt me. I hope you'll understand my good intentions. I just want you to recognize your mistakes. With that, his fingers flew across the screen. Qingxue, it's Liangchun. Did you know? You made a mistake, but I've decided to forgive you because no one knows how much I love you. Even after the cruel words you said, I, your knight, keep lowering my boundaries to forgive you. I could walk away, disappear forever, but even knights have hearts. You're not me, so you'll never understand the depth of my love. Come out. I'm at your school gate. Even though my heart is riddled with wounds, as your knight, I still choose to save you, to expose Long Aotian's true, beastly nature. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. I have proof of his infidelity. The moment he finished typing, Yi Liangchun's tears fell. This time, his emotions were raw and real. These words carried the purest love he had to offer, so pure that even he was moved to tears by his own devotion. He took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and hit send. But the next second, a red exclamation mark appeared. They were no longer friends. In the dark of night, that glaring red reflected on Yi Liangchun's face, freezing him in place. His grip loosened, and his phone clattered to the ground. For a moment he stood there, dazed. Am I hallucinating? His gaze dropped to the fallen phone. Then, his hands flew to his hair as he let out a strangled cry. No, she really deleted me. He couldn't accept it. He simply couldn't. 9 years, no. High school was over, so 10 years. 10 years of knowing each other. And she just deleted him? How heartless did she have to be? Long Aotian, is this your way of fighting me? How low can you sink? Yi Liangchun's eyes burned red as he growled the question. Hu Yueying, Li Qingxue, Lin Wanning. You're mine. All of you should belong to me. His fists clenched so tightly they trembled. Then, suddenly, he laughed, a genuine, chilling laugh. Things are getting interesting now. Just then, footsteps approached. Yu Liang-chun turned, wiped his face, and strode toward the newcomer with his hands in his pockets. Shui Xiaohua. Got a minute? Shui Xiaohua frowned. Do we have anything to talk about? Who knows? Maybe we do. Yu Liangchun shrugged. Shui Xiaohua studied him, then glanced at his roommates. Go ahead without me. Once they were alone, Shui Xiaohua crossed his arms. Well, what do you want? I need Hu Yueying's phone number. Yu Liangchun cut straight to the point. He didn't ask for her contact info because he knew she'd never accept a stranger's request. Seeing Shui Xiaohua's hesitation, Yu Liangchun waved a hand. Don't rush to say no. After all, I can arrange for her to spend night with you. Since Hu Yueying had betrayed him first, and since she was no longer pure, he had no qualms about striking a deal with Shui Xiaohua. Once his plan succeeded, he could just let her spend one night with him as payment. What man could resist such an offer? As he spoke, Yu Liangchun watched Shui Xiaohua's expression closely. The flicker of interest confirmed his success. A confident smirk tugged at his lips. Of course, no one could refuse his treasure girl. It was only natural to be tempted. So, what do you say? Shui Xiaohua snapped out of his daze, but his expression darkened. Don't actually have Hu Yueying's number yet. What? Yu Liangchun's smirk vanished. You useless waste of space. You don't even have her number, and you dare dream of chasing my treasure girl? Go eat SHD. Shui Xiaohua was at the age of youthful arrogance. Seeing Hu Yueying run toward another guy today had already put him in a foul mood. Then, we tried to show off. Yu Liangchun upstaged him. And now the guy even had the nerve to insult him, telling him to go eat shit. Without hesitation, Shui Xiaohua shoved Yu Liangchun. Oh, you dare push me? Who the hell told you to insult me? Just because Yu Liangchun acted meek around Long Aotian didn't mean he'd take crap from anyone else. He shoved right back. 3 minutes later, the two of them sat on the curb, both sporting a few bruises and scrapes. Yu Liangchun chugged the last of his canned beer in one go. Now, that was a damn good fight, he said, then glanced at Shui Xiaohua with a grin. Holding your own against me? I'll admit, you've got skill. Join me. Huh? Shui Xiaohua's smile didn't reach his eyes. Yu Liangchun chuckled and cracked open another beer. I know you like Hu Yueying, but let me tell you straight, without my help, you'll never get her in this lifetime. Shui Xiaohua scoffed. Who the hell do you think you are? All talk, but you couldn't even get her phone number. I'm her classmate. I know her better than you do. As for the number, she changed it. I just haven't gotten the new one yet. Don't doubt me. You've already seen how I operate. And what do you have to lose by working with me? Why not give it a shot? Truth be told, Shui Xiaohua was tempted. Like Yu Liangchun said, he had nothing to lose. If it worked, he'd get Hu Yueying. If it didn't, well, what was the downside? How do you want to work together? Relax, no rush. Just tip me off whenever Hu Yueying's alone. Yu Liangchun was confident. Once he exposed Long Aotian's ugly side to Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue, they'd definitely start having doubts. And once cracks formed between them, well, meeting. The next morning, Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue walked out of their dormitory building together. Both had dressed up nicely for the day. At first glance, they looked absolutely delightful, a refreshing sight to behold. However, when Li Qingxue noticed Hu Yueying walking somewhat awkwardly, she asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Hu Yueying replied sheepishly, "I sprained my ankle yesterday, but it's fine now." Hearing this, Li Qingxue thought of the little cake Hu Yueying had brought her the night before and was instantly moved. Even with a sprained ankle, she still went out of her way to bring her a treat. Her heart swelled with gratitude. Of course, Hu Yueying had no idea what Li Qingxue was thinking. She had long grown accustomed to Li Qingxue's affectionate clinginess. Besides, Qingxue smelled so nice, she quite enjoyed their little moments of closeness too. Really, it's fine now, don't worry. Are you sure? Of course, would I lie to you? Hu Yueying took a few steps to demonstrate, and, after walking a bit more, the limp was barely noticeable. Assured that Hu Yueying was truly all right, the two giggled as they headed toward the school gate. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Brother, I'm a little nervous, Lin Wanning whispered to Long Aotian in the taxi. It's normal to feel that way when meeting someone for the first time, but there really easygoing. We're from the same city. We were classmates even before coming here. All right, Lin Wanting trusted Long Aotian. Anyone who could be his friend must have a good nature, and since they were students at a university, they were probably pleasant to be around. Soon, the taxi arrived near university. After getting out, Lin Wanting followed Long Aotian toward the campus. Pretending she wasn't nervous would be a lie, but more than anything, she was eager to meet Long Aotian's friends. Long Ji, a delighted voice called out, soft and sweet, at least to Lin Wanting's musician's ears. It was a voice that felt soothing to listen to. Looking up, she saw two figures approaching with bright smiles. Lin Wanting's eyes flickered slightly. One of the girls had features so exquisitely delicate, it was almost surreal, a rare blend of purity and an indescribable, subtle sensuality. Two contrasting auras, yet they harmonized flawlessly in her, every glance and smile enough to make one's heart flutter. Thanks for reading On Man and Novel. The other girl seemed more fashion-savvy, her figure perfectly proportioned, neither too thin nor too plump, just right, with curves that accentuated her graceful silhouette. She had casually tied her hair into a bun, a few loose strands framing her fair, smooth skin. Far from looking messy, it added a youthful, innocent charm, like the radiant glow of first love. The moment Lin Wanting saw them, they noticed her too. Her long hair cascaded freely down her back, her cool, pale complexion appearing even more flawless under the sunlight. Her delicate features carried an ethereal elegance, especially the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, lending her a touch of icy allure, like morning dew at dawn, pristine yet faintly cool. She was beautiful, untouched by any worldly taint. While Li Qingxue observed Lin Wanting, the latter studied them in return. She hadn't expected Long Aotian's friends to be such stunning girls. Long Ji, who Yueying greeted as she stepped closer to Long Aotian, her smile unwavering, as if you were the only one in her world before anyone else. Feeling better now? Long Aotian asked with a grin. It was a rare holiday, and having familiar faces gather in this unfamiliar city truly lifted his spirits. Hu Yueying shook her head, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. I'm all good now. She would remember Long Aotian tending to her little ouchy foot for the rest of her life. Listening to their exchange, Lin Wanting glanced at Hu Yueying from the corner of her eye, catching Long Aotian's warm expression. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Long Aotian had once mentioned someone very important to him, and she had a feeling that person might just be this girl before her. With everyone present, Long Aotian introduced, "This is Lin Wanting, a music student, the little sister I've told you about before." Then, turning to Lin Wanting, he added, "This is Hu Yueying, my little follower. And this is Li Qingxue, my friend. We're all from Haiwan City and went to the same high school." Though Long Aotian referred to Hu Yueying as his little follower, there was an unmistakable nuance in his tone, something subtly different from how he introduced Li Qingxue. Lin Wanting couldn't help but study Hu Yueying a moment longer before nodding, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Hello," she said, her voice clear and melodious, like the thawing of ice into a flowing stream. Just hearing her unique tone, one could tell she must sing beautifully. "Hello," Hu Yueying replied softly. Even though she had grown more confident, she still acted differently around others compared to when she was with Long Aotian. "Hi." Li Qingxue chimed in with a playful grin, her cheerfulness infectious, effortlessly lifting moods. At their age, their hearts were still filled with innocence, unburdened by complicated thoughts. Especially after learning that Lin Wanting, on her first journey away from home, had nearly suffered humiliation and abuse, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, they too had been helped by Long Aotian before. They knew exactly how that felt. Long Aotian's lips twitched. As the four walked together, he noticed many strange glances directed his way. Worse yet, his sharp hearing caught some of the murmurs. "Damn, how does this guy have so many beauties around him? Ugh, just because he's handsome and fit, he thinks he can flirt with anyone. Despicable. Seriously, these three are all top-tier campus belles, yet they're following him around. Must be exhausting keeping up with that. Even with his usual composure, Long Aotian couldn't resist shooting a glare their way. Girls had endless topics to discuss. Though Lin Wanning seemed aloof at first glance, once she warmed up, she was far from cold, something evident from her dorm interactions. With Li Qingshue's lively, outgoing nature, the three quickly hit it off, swapping amusing stories about their respective departments. Meanwhile, Long Aotian, the lone guy, found himself unanimously excluded from their chatter. Happy together. Wan Ning, have you ever been to a morning market? Hu Yueying asked. On their way out of school, Li Qingxue had mentioned wanting to explore the morning markets in Capital City. She had never actually been to one before. The only time she'd experienced it was through a video call on Hu Yueying's phone. Li Qingxue loved lively places. Her personality was naturally energetic, and bustling environments suited her perfectly. Lin Wanning nodded. Back when my family lived in the countryside, I used to go to morning markets often. But after moving to the city, I rarely went anymore. How about we check out Capital City's morning market later? Hu Yueying suggested. She was curious to see what it was like. Maybe she could even pick up some part-time work there. The idea was unanimously approved. Li Qingxue turned to Long Aotian beside her. Take us to the market. Beg me first. Long Aotian smirked. Li Qingxue had a bright, infectious smile, but since she was still annoyed with him, her pouting expression made him want to tease her even more. Ugh, you want me to beg? How about I pinch you instead? With that, she lightly pinched his waist. Don't you dare run. I'll get you. Watching Li Qingxue and Long Aotian playfully bicker, Hu Yueying and Lin Wanning couldn't help but laugh. You two have such a great relationship, Lin Wanning remarked sincerely. At least, Long Aotian had never acted like this with her. Hu Yueying gave a soft nod. Yeah, Long Aotian is really nice. She glanced at Lin Wanning. Let's hurry up and go. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. From just these few words, Lin Wanning could tell how gentle Hu Yueying was, especially when it came to Long Aotian. With a deep look at Long Aotian, a faint smile appeared on Lin Wanning's delicate face as she quickened her steps to catch up. The morning subway in Capital City was packed, but having Long Aotian around made it easier. Soon, the four of them followed the crowd out of the station and headed toward the nearby morning market. Capital City's morning market was different from the ones in Haiwan City. In Haiwan City, it was just a single street lined with vendors on both sides. Here, it wasn't called a morning market, but simply the market, with dedicated sections for vegetables, fruits, seafood, and meat. There were breakfast stalls, clothing sellers, plenty of variety. Compared to the cold concrete and endless traffic outside, this place was brimming with life. Long Aotian took the three girls to grab a quick breakfast before they wandered around, giving Li Qingxue a taste of the bustling market atmosphere. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. Slow down, it's crowded here. Long Aotian called after them. It's fine, Long Aotian, we won't get lost, Hu Yueying reassured him. Being here seemed to remind her of the times she and Long Aotian had set up stalls together, and her mood brightened even more. Emotions were contagious in such a lively setting. Hand in hand, Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning strolled around, fascinated by everything they saw. Long Aotian sighed inwardly, feeling like a parent afraid his kids would get swept away in the crowd. Especially when, just a moment ago, he'd looked up and the three of them had already disappeared. Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning spotted so many interesting things. Even Lin Wanning, who was usually more reserved, felt tempted to buy something. But after Hu Yueying whispered a few words of caution, they both reluctantly held back. Still, they asked around and learned that the market was open daily, with even bigger gatherings on Mondays and Sundays. They made plans to come back then for some proper shopping. After a full loop, Li Qingxue's curiosity was satisfied. It wasn't just the market that made it fun, it was the company. Capital City was an ancient yet vibrant place. Aotian District, in particular, was the cultural and educational heart of the city, home to countless museums, libraries, and the famous Summer Palace. After leaving the market, the four took the subway there. Seeing it in person was far better than hearing about it. built around Kunming Lake and Longevity Hill. The Summer Palace was a grand landscape garden designed with techniques borrowed from southern Chinese gardens. The intricate architecture, the vast lake, and the rich history, none of this could be found in Haiwan City. The quiet corridors seemed to whisper tales of the past, each brick and tile a testament to time's passage. Walking through them felt like stepping into another era. The Summer Palace was enormous. Hu Yueying, who had twisted her ankle the night before, was starting to feel the strain from all the walking. She sat down on a bench in the corridor to rest. The scenery here was breathtaking. Every angle was a carefully crafted masterpiece. Tired? Long Aotian asked softly as he noticed her sitting. Is your foot hurting again? Hu Yueying shook her head. No, just resting for a bit. The moment she finished speaking, she felt a light tap on her head. Long Aotian, she pouted, looking up at him with watery eyes. Seeing her pitiful expression, Long Aotian chuckled. You know you're terrible at lying, right? Am I? Yeah. Your ears turn red whenever you do. He couldn't resist calling her out. Hu Yueying smiled, but didn't respond. It wasn't because she was lying that her ears turned red. It was because Long Aotian was standing so close, caring about her, that made her blush. Long Aotian, let's go on a boat ride. Li Qingshue's eyes sparkled as she watched the boats gliding across the lake. Then she noticed Hu Yueying sitting down and immediately grew concerned. Yueying, does your foot hurt? She turned to Long Aotian. You probably didn't even know she twisted her ankle last night. This was Hu Yueying's first time in Capital City, her first real trip. She didn't want to ruin the fun because of herself. She looked at Long Aotian pleadingly. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Understanding her silent request, Long Aotian didn't press further. He knew Hu Yueying well. She hated being a burden. You guys go ahead. I'll stay and rest. But leaving her alone was out of the question. Even though Hu Yueying was 18, an adult by all means, Long Aotian couldn't bring himself to let her out of his sight. Back in Haiwan City, he wouldn't even let her walk home alone at night. He always made sure to escort her to her doorstep. Letting her stay behind in an unfamiliar city was unthinkable. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Wanting spoke up gently. I've been walking for a while, too. I'll stay with Hu Yueying. Does this count as an indirect kiss? They put on their life jackets and climbed into the small boat, positioning their feet on the pedals. Long Aotian took the driver's seat to steer. As they pedaled, the boat slowly glided across the lake. Seeing Hu Yueying waving enthusiastically from the shore, Long Aotian waved back at her. Li Qingxue also called out to Hu Yueying in the distance, though it was unclear whether her voice carried. Hu Yueying flexed her ankle slightly, feeling a faint discomfort, then looked at Long Aotian, who was still waving at her. A bittersweet feeling suddenly flickered in her heart. Watching Hu Yueying's cheerful, wholehearted waving, Long Aotian inexplicably felt a pang of tenderness. The way this silly girl acted so considerate made his heart ache. As the boat drifted farther away, Hu Yueying's smile faded. Her gaze remained fixed on the receding figures. Even after they disappeared from sight, she just couldn't bring herself to look away. You've known my brother for a long time, right? Lin Wanting asked softly, also watching the distant boat. Yeah, I met Long Aotian in the second half of our senior year. It's been half a year now, Hu Yueying replied. Compared to Li Qingxue and Lin Wanting, she had known him the longest. He cares about you a lot, Lin Wanting said with a smile. At those words, Hu Yueying paused. Yes, Long Aotian cared about her, truly, deeply. Meeting him was the happiest thing that had ever happened to her, without a doubt. She nodded. Long Aotian is the best person in the world. Lin Wanting didn't say anything more. Everyone had their own perspective, and perhaps because she was newer to the group, she could see certain things more clearly. But that was all. After all, people's thoughts were different. Just as exceptional people could recognize others' excellence without feeling lesser themselves. Hu Yueying hadn't given it much thought before, but now she blinked and glanced at Lin Wanting. Following her gaze, Hu Yueying's eyes flickered thoughtfully. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. At first, Li Qingxue was exhilarated by the boat ride, eagerly looking around. Her laughter was radiant, as if it held all the beauty in the world. Amidst that brightness, the faint melancholy in Long Aotian's heart gradually eased. Come to think of it, they still had 4 years in Kyoto ahead of them. There would be plenty of time. He could always bring Hu Yuweiing here another day. Long Aotian, why does it feel like the boat is spinning? Do we get lost? Li Qingxue asked, staring at the shimmering lake. After a while, the water's reflections made her dizzy. Long Aotian glanced at their steady course and replied, "No, we're fine." Li Qingxue suddenly took a deep breath and turned to him. "I feel a little lightheaded and my stomach's queasy." Her usually lively face had paled, her energy drained. Long Aotian straightened up. "Are you seasick?" "I don't know," she mumbled weakly. Then he remembered what she'd once told him. "My mom always warned me never to go near water. It's dangerous." The only exception had been that one time when she tried to cheer him up by the riverbank, and he'd nearly fallen in. "Thanks for reading on Man Novel." "Stop staring at the water," Long Aotian said, realizing why she felt dizzy. He couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm not looking anymore, but I still feel dizzy," Li Qingxue whined, turning her head away from the lake. "It's like motion sickness. Close your eyes and rest for a bit." "Okay, I'm really uncomfortable. Can I lean on your shoulder?" Seeing her usually bright face now so pale, Long Aotian couldn't refuse. He shifted closer. "Go ahead." Li Qingxue sniffled, her voice thick with emotion. "You're so nice." A breeze brushed a few strands of hair across her cheeks. Paired with her pitiful, slightly teary eyes, she looked both adorable and heartbreaking. Resting against Long Aotian's shoulder, the discomfort faded quickly, but she didn't move. Instead, she stayed where she was and murmured, "Long Aotian, why are you always so good to people?" "Because you're all my friends. Haven't you heard the saying? At home, you rely on family. Outside, you rely on friends." Li Qingxue made a small, dissatisfied noise at his answer. "You're not about to throw up, are you? If you are, step away. I don't want to walk around covered in vomit." "You're the worst." The nausea had been creeping up, but his teasing instantly killed it. "Ow!" Long Aotian flinched as she pinched his side. "Since when did you get so good at pinching?" "Because you keep teasing me." She sniffled again. "Long Aotian, I'm thirsty." With one hand on the rudder and both feet still pedaling, Long Aotian reached into his back pocket and pulled out a half-crushed water bottle, handing it to her. He was way too busy. "You've squished the bottle. We're drinking the same brand. If I didn't crush mine, I might accidentally grab yours." "How awkward would that be?" He glanced at her. "That's all I've got. Want it or not? If not, I'll drink it." Li Qingxue immediately clutched the bottle. "I never said I didn't want it," she muttered. She unscrewed the cap, her lips parting slightly. The elegant curve of her neck caught the light distractingly. After finishing the last drop, she fidgeted, biting her lip to suppress a smile. "Thanks." Then, with quiet delight, she pocketed the bottle cap. Maybe it was just her imagination, but the water tasted so sweet, sweet enough to make her heart flutter. She stole a glance at Long Aotian. He's not bad-looking, and he takes such good care of people. Now we've even shared the same bottle. Does that count as an indirect kiss? Oomph. Since we've technically kissed now, maybe I can give him a chance. Her heartbeat quickened at the thought. Wow, is the sun rising from the west today? Did I just hear a thank you? Long Aotian's teasing instantly deflated her giddy mood. She rolled her eyes. You're such a jerk. You lean on my shoulder, drink my water, and now I'm the jerk? He couldn't help it. The more he teased her, the more fun he had. And the more fun he had, the more he wanted to keep teasing her. Li Qingxue bit her lip. All he ever does is tease me, she thought. Though truth be told, it did make her happy. But her tsunera pride wouldn't let her be too forward. With a light huff, she muttered, Fine, I'll use your arm as a pillow, and I'll drink from your water. Can't stand seeing the sidekick unhappy. With a youthful and innocent face, she put on a stern expression while spouting such unreasonable words. The contrast was unexpectedly adorable, making her quite endearing. Unable to hold back, Long Aotian burst into laughter. All right, as long as you're happy. Li Qingxue had originally wanted to say something more, But when she looked up and saw the sweat at Long Aotian's temples, she forgot her words. She stood up, pulled a tissue from her pocket, and carefully wiped the sweat from his face. This was her first time wiping someone else's sweat, so her movements were gentle and tender. Though she always bickered with Long Aotian when it really mattered, she could be incredibly soft-hearted. As she gazed at Long Aotian's profile, her eyes shimmered with emotion. "If you keep wiping, you'll rub my skin raw," Long Aotian teased, turning his head to look at her with amusement. The moment their eyes met, Li Qingshue's heart fluttered uncontrollably. Like a kitten caught stealing fish, her cheeks instantly grew warm. "That's not true. I was being very gentle," she retorted before starting to pedal the boat again. The rippling water no longer made her dizzy as it had before. Now, she could look at it without feeling queasy. And just like that, the lively and cheerful Li Qingxue was back. Long Aotian found her antics thoroughly entertaining. Honestly, he thought the version of her from earlier, pouting, miserable, and pitiful, was far more amusing. Perhaps his smile was too obvious, because Li Qingxue immediately noticed. "Why are you staring at me with such a creepy grin?" "Because you're pretty, all right." Li Qingxue froze, flustered. "You jerk. Why do you have to say it so bluntly?" This work is hosted on mananovel.com. "Fine. I'll admit I'm a little pretty. If you want to look, then go ahead," she huffed, wrinkling her nose in a show of pride. Though her words sounded confident, only she knew how her cheeks were burning uncontrollably again. Long Aotian gave her a deadpan look. Still, she was undeniably beautiful, so her words weren't entirely out of place, just a bit conceited. Soon, they returned to the shore. Hu Yueying and Lin Wanning had already started walking toward them as the boat made its way back. The moment Li Qingxue stepped onto the dock, her tension melted away. Forgetting all about her earlier discomfort, she happily clung to Hu Yueying, chattering excitedly about her experience. After sharing with Hu Yueying, she didn't forget to do the same with Lin Wanning. Long Aotian glanced at Hu Yueying. As if reading his mind, she met his gaze with a serene smile, rising slightly on her toes to silently reassure him that she was fine. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Walking around, taking photos, and playing together made the afternoon fly by. Eventually, the group left to grab a bite to eat. At the restaurant, Li Qingxue glanced toward a nearby shopping mall. "After we eat, let's go shopping, okay?" Shopping was practically ingrained in a girl's nature, something no guy should ever argue against. Lin Wanning had no objections. But Hu Yueying hesitated slightly as she looked at the towering, luxurious mall. Long Aotian noticed. Truthfully, Hu Yueying was already incredible. She earned her own tuition and, instead of spending the extra money on herself, sent it to her grandparents. At her age, Long Aotian could honestly say, whether in his own world or this one, he'd never met anyone as selfless as her. Pulling out his phone, he casually asked, "By the way, remember how I mentioned wanting to start an online store? Think you'd dare to follow me on another venture?" Hu Yueying blinked, then recalled how Long Aotian had once talked about e-commerce while they were street vending. He'd predicted that society would soon shift toward a digital era, where people could buy anything they wanted from home with just a phone. "What kind of online store?" Li Qingxue asked. Hu Yueying glanced at Long Aotian for permission before explaining his earlier vision. "I've seen stuff online before, but it never feels as reliable as trying clothes on in person. So, is that what you want to do, brother?" Lin Wanning also turned to Long Aotian. He nodded. "I've considered it before," though he'd set the idea aside for now. His main focus was waiting for a certain cryptocurrency to surge before cashing out, then buying undervalued properties to resell later. After that, he'd open a small supermarket and live comfortably as a landlord. But bringing it up now, maybe it was just to give his loyal follower a side gig. After spending so much time together, he couldn't stand seeing her unhappy. Hu Yueying trusted Long Aotian unconditionally. If he was willing to lead, she'd follow without hesitation. So when he looked at her, she nodded firmly. "Long Aotian, I'm in." Her unwavering faith warmed his heart. Immediately, he laid out his plan. Online shopping wasn't mainstream yet. But the arrival of 4G was revolutionizing society. E-commerce, short videos, these would reshape entire industries in the future. That wasn't an exaggeration. Tourism, food service, even the music industry could experience explosive growth just through short videos. These were the massive changes 4G would bring. But its greatest impact? Digital payments. Though mobile payment apps existed, they weren't widespread yet. The fact that Long Aotian had still been using a keypad phone until recently proved that. Once digital payments became universal, they transformed traditional business models across all sectors. This shift would also propel society into a fully connected era. At this turning point, even a mediocre entrepreneur with basic marketing skills could make money, enough to escape poverty, at least. Short videos, especially, would launch countless ordinary people, even those with only elementary education, into success, letting them buy cars, houses, and even start families. Traffic equaled money, equal demand. After Long Aotian finished speaking, not just Hu Yueying, but even Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning were stunned. His ideas were bold predictions about a future that hadn't yet arrived. If phones really could handle payments seamlessly one day, then an online store might indeed be a profitable venture. Because right now, people were still stuck in traditional mindsets. For example, when buying clothes in person, you'd try them on first. If they fit and looked good, paying felt natural. But online, you'd hand over money without ever seeing the product, unsure if it would fit or if the quality was decent. That uncertainty made people uneasy. For example, think back to the days before the village had plowing machines. Everyone tilled the land by hand, exhausting and painfully slow work. When the first plowing machine arrived, people were skeptical, convinced it couldn't match the precision of human labor. But what happened in the end? Not only did plowing machines become commonplace, but seeders, harvesters, and even pesticide-spraying drones followed. From manual farming to mechanized agriculture. This is progress, an unstoppable trend that no amount of human resistance could hold back. Girls are the best at lying. Then can I open an online store too? Li Qingxue asked excitedly. Of course, and you might even do better, Long Aotian replied, knowing that Li Qingxue loved sharing, a key aspect of running and promoting an online store. They themselves could be the models and the face of the brand. Plus, being in school meant they had a built-in network of peers around them. This was their advantage, a very good one at that. Could you teach me too? Li Qingxue asked softly, a little shy. Sure, Long Aotian said with a smile. But you have to call me Big Brother first. Hearing this, Li Qingxue immediately scrunched up her nose. Seeing her reaction, not just Long Aotian, but also Hu Yueying and Lin Wanning found her utterly adorable. Ahem, Yueying, call me Big Brother, Long Aotian teased. Hu Yueying glanced at Long Aotian, then at Li Qingxue, realizing he was just trying to tease her. But she didn't mind playing along. She'd always humor him. Wanting you, Big Brother, Lin Wanning cut in without hesitation. She had no qualms about calling Long Aotian that. In fact, she liked it. After the two had complied, all three turned to Li Qingxue with amused smiles. Seeing Hu Yueying and Lin Wanning give in, Li Qingxue reached out to them in mock outrage. Wow, so much for friendship, sunk just like that. They playfully bickered until their food arrived. Only then did Li Qingxue relent. Her cheeks flushed as she turned to Long Aotian. With a mix of shyness and reluctant delight, she murmured, Big Brother. Happy now? Long Aotian shook his head. Not sincere enough. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Li Qingxue rolled her eyes. Big Brother, Big Brother, Big Brother. Let's eat first. We'll talk more after, Long Aotian said, clearly in good spirits. After the meal, Long Aotian taught them how to set up an online store using their phones. The process was simple. Register with a phone number, then follow the verification steps. Next is the deposit, but you don't have to pay it right away. You can wait until the store gains traction. There are many types of online stores. First, decide what you want to sell, then pick a name, preferably one that clearly tells customers what your store offers. The three girls listened with fascination. While Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning might have seen it as just fun, Hu Yuing already had a clear goal in mind. Because she knew what she wanted, she exuded confidence. Long Aotian didn't rush them. Success wasn't built overnight. Thanks for reading On Man and Novel. Seeing the determination in Hu Yuing's eyes, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's go check out the mall." Hu Yuing nodded eagerly, her hesitation replaced by enthusiasm. Long Aotian smiled. In the original novel, the author had glossed over how Hu Yuing achieved her success, leaving readers to imagine the hardships she must have endured. He just hoped this small change wouldn't negatively affect Hu Yuing or Li Qingxue. The online store's operations were in their hands now. How they ran, it was up to them to figure out. After a whole day out, Long Aotian felt sore and exhausted, worse than a day of military training. But the three girls were still full of energy. He plopped down on a bench to rest while they continued. As he waited, he pulled out his phone and opened a group chat run by a real estate agent. The group was filled with daily listings for rentals and secondhand property sales. Before long, Hu Yuing joined him on the bench. "Why aren't you playing anymore?" Long Aotian asked without looking up. He recognized her presence instantly. "They're trying on clothes," Hu Yuing replied, swinging her legs lightly as she sat. She was in high spirits today, doing things she normally wouldn't. "What's Long Aotian looking at?" she asked. "Checking out properties. Pretty impressive, huh?" "Very." Long Aotian chuckled and ruffled her hair. No matter what he said, Hu Yuing always cheered him on. By the time they left, it was already dark. After dropping the girls back at school, Hu Yuing tugged at Long Aotian's sleeve. "Long Aotian, wait here. I'll go back to the dorm and grab something for you." "Sure." Since he'd never been to a university before, he followed her inside. Hu Yuing hurried off toward the dorm. When she pushed open the door, her roommate asked, "Yuing, what's the rush? You're out of breath." "Nothing," Hu Yuing replied, grabbing her foot basin before heading back out. Walking through a university, Long Aotian couldn't help but notice the stark differences between schools. The campus atmosphere, with its lotus pond, weeping willows, and ancient architecture, truly lived up to its reputation as the finest institution of learning. Before long, Hu Yuing walked over and said, "Long Aotian, here you go." "What's this?" Long Aotian took it and pulled out the contents, several photographs. There were pictures taken by the Bay, photos of Hu Yuing during military training, and even a few of himself. As Long Aotian's gaze lingered on the photo of her in training gear, Hu Yuing fidgeted slightly, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "I had these developed at school. I wanted to give you a copy. They're great. I really like them," Long Aotian said, tucking them into his pocket. Hearing that he liked them, Hu Yuing quietly relaxed the hand that had been clutching the hem of her clothes. "Your campus is beautiful," Long Aotian remarked as they strolled around the lotus pond. "Yeah," Hu Yuing agreed, her eyes fixed on his back. Suddenly, her steps faltered. Her forehead bumped into Long Aotian's back with a dull thud. "He's so firm." "Ouch." Long Aotian reached out to steady her. "You okay? Why are you always so clumsy? Did it hurt?" "Let me see." Thankfully, her long hair hid her burning ears as Hu Yuing awkwardly replied, "I'm fine. Maybe I've been walking too much today." Hearing this, Long Aotian guided her to sit on the steps and patted his knee. "Your foot. Isn't this a bit inappropriate, Long Aotian?" "Hurry up." "Okay." Biting her lip lightly, Hu Yuing lowered her gaze, her expression unreadable, and placed her leg on his knee. Her body stiffened slightly as she felt her shoe being removed. When her sock came off too, she tensed even more, until her small foot was enveloped in the warmth of his large hand, and she instantly melted. "Rest in your dorm tomorrow. Ask your roommate to bring you food." Hum. Stealing a glance at Long Aotian, who was now fully absorbed in massaging her foot, she thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Long Aotian. It's not that Yuing is a bad liar. Girls are just the best at deception." Even though she'd promised fair competition, the only thing she knew was that Long Aotian liked feet. This was all she could do. She just hoped he'd remember Yuing in his heart. "Long Aotian, a little gentler. Sorry, didn't mean to press so hard. Are there any girls out there? They say pretty girls are the best liars. Is that true? I know I was wrong." Adaptation and habituation. At first, the tingling sensation was like an electric current surging uncontrollably through her body. It wasn't that her mind went completely blank, but for a brief moment, she forgot who she was and what she was doing. Having experienced it once before, the second time wasn't quite as overwhelming. At the very least, the tingling had lessened, and her mind was much clearer now. But seeing Long Aotian's large hand suddenly grasp her tiny foot still made her feel somewhat shy, no matter how many times it happened. Suddenly, Hui Weiing stiffened all over, a melting sensation washing through her entire body. Her breathing quickened involuntarily. Aotian, El Long Gu, Hui Weiing called out awkwardly. What's wrong? Hui Weiing didn't know how to respond. She simply glanced at Long Aotian's hand, her face flushing red before she lowered her head. Noticing this, Long Aotian snapped back to reality. Haha, my mistake. See, this is what happens when I care too much. I get careless. He withdrew his hand from Hui Weiing's smooth, delicate thigh, though his other hand remained firmly wrapped around her tiny foot. My leg is fine, Hui Weiing murmured softly. I was just checking, and it does seem fine now. Hearing Long Ji's words, Hui Weiing lifted her gaze slightly to look at his mouth, thinking that the phrase, a tough mouth but a soft heart, fit him perfectly. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, Longa, do you really like my feet? How would you think of me like that? I'm a proper gentleman. Long Aotian was a little indignant. What kind of person did she take him for? Was he that kind of man? Everyone knew Long Aotian was the most upright, respectable man around. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Here he was personally examining his little follower's injuries. Could any other boss be as attentive as him? Seeing Long Ji's overly serious expression, Hui Weiing couldn't help but find it amusing. She smiled sweetly at him. I know. Long Gu is the best, the greatest, the most proper boss there is. At first glance, her words sounded perfectly reasonable. But the more he thought about it, the more it felt like the kind of thing he'd say to placate little girls. Hui Weiing, you've got the nerve to tease me now? Seems like it's been too long since I've disciplined you. No, Long Gu, I wasn't teasing you. Don't bully me. I was wrong, Long Gu. After parting ways with Long Aotian, Hui Weiing's steps suddenly became much lighter as she headed back to her dorm. The moment she stepped inside, her roommates immediately swarmed around her. She had rushed back in such a hurry earlier, they'd thought something was wrong. But all she did was quickly wash her feet before darting out again. Now that she was back, though, it was different. The smile on her face had them buzzing with excitement. Something was definitely up. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Yuing, washing your feet before going out is such a weird move. Yeah, coming back just to wash your feet? The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. They're right. Yuing, you're hiding something. Hui Weiing avoided their gazes, trying her best not to smile. But today had been so wonderful. Once emotions took over, it was hard to control them with reason. At least, for now, Hui Weiing had no control over it. No, I just washed my feet because it was too hot. Still denying it? Look at yourself. You're practically glowing. Hui Weiing instinctively touched her cheeks. No way, you're exaggerating. Another roommate immediately held up a mirror in front of her. See for yourself. Look at your eyes right now. In the mirror, her eyes were slightly upturned, shimmering like melting spring water, an undeniable allure in her gaze. Her face was brimming with joy, the happiness in her eyes threatening to spill over. Hui Weiing quickly covered her face. Back when the other girls used to bully her, they'd always called her a fox spirit. She never understood what that meant. But seeing herself in the mirror today, she thought she might have an idea now. I'm tired. I don't want to talk anymore. Hui Weiing set the mirror down, took off her shoes, and climbed into bed. Faced with her roommate's teasing, she buried her head under the blanket, refusing to listen. But their words still seeped through. Finally, she poked her head out to retort, It's not like that. Long Gu is the most proper person. Oh, not even married yet, and already defending him. Outnumbered 3-1, Hui Weiing could only pull the summer blanket back over her head. Qingxue? Qingxue. A hand suddenly waved in front of her face. Li Qingxue snapped out of her daze and looked at her roommate in confusion. Huh? What's wrong? Her roommates grinned at her. What's wrong? You've been staring at that bottle cap and smiling like an idiot since you got back. We've been calling you forever. We want to go wash up together. Really? Li Qingxue genuinely hadn't heard them. Of course. What's so special about that cap? You're completely entranced by it. Li Qingxue hurriedly tucked the bottle cap in her arms. To others, it was just a useless piece of plastic. But to her, it was proof, evidence of an indirect kiss with that rascal Long Aotian. No way, Qingxue, are you love-struck? Seeing Li Qingxue start smiling again, her roommates couldn't take it anymore. The sweetness was overwhelming. I'm not love-struck. I'm just really happy today, Li Qingxue said earnestly. Today had been the happiest day since she arrived in this unfamiliar city, bar none. Boating with Long Aotian, leaning against him, wiping his sweat, hearing him say she was beautiful, that infuriating man. Always teasing me, making me call him Gidge. Call who Gidge? Hearing her roommate's question, Li Qingxue immediately pressed her lips together. Oh no, had she said that out loud? She quickly scrambled for an excuse. Come on, weren't we going to wash up? Let's hurry, or there won't be any hot water left. With that, she grabbed her toiletries and rushed out first. Lying in bed, Lin Wanning stared at the ceiling and took a deep breath. Wanning, you seem a little down today? Lin Wanning shook her head. I'm not unhappy. Actually, I feel quite happy inside. It was the truth. Spending the day with Long Aotian and two new friends had brought her joy, but there was still a faint, indescribable feeling lingering within her. Hui Wang was wonderful, gentle, obedient, and sweet. Li Qingxue was great too, lively, spirited, and full of energy. She shook her head, forcing herself not to dwell on it. She wasn't lacking either. It was just that she'd met her Gidge a little later than the others. Each shows their own special skill. The next morning, Long Aotian slept in blissfully in his dorm room. Yesterday had been exhausting. Going out with a girl was somehow more tiring than a whole day of military training. As a result, Long Aotian, who never slept in, broke his own rule and indulged in a rare lazy morning. Old Ao, wake up, wake up. Feeling someone shaking his arm, Long Aotian groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw were his 3 adopted sons, already dressed and ready, which snapped him slightly more awake. What's going on? Is today some special occasion? Aside from the first day of formal registration, when had they ever looked this put together during military training? For a moment, Long Aotian wondered if he'd missed some important date. Wake up first. Su Shuai managed to get a date with Wang Lijuan yesterday, but the guy chickened out. As his sworn fathers, it's our duty to step in when needed. Shut up, you little brat. Who are you calling my father? Su Shuai immediately protested. Remember who brought you food last time? Li Longlong began, but before he could finish, Su Shuai grinned sheepishly. Father, father. When it came to choosing between pride and free meals, Su Shuai wisely chose the latter. Huang Fei snapped his notebook shut with a decisive clap, his expression grave. Enough theory. It's time for real action. Seeing his 3 sons so serious, Long Aotian didn't hesitate. He rolled out of bed and grabbed his clothes. Wait for me. I'll wash up. 10 minutes later. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. The 4 legendary figures of Dorm 147 stood in a row as they marched out of the building. Damn, we look way too cool right now. Stop talking, it ruins the vibe. Right, today is Su Shuai's show. Let's keep it low-key. Long Aotian's right. Today's my day. You guys better not steal my spotlight. Su Shuai flicked his hair dramatically. Just make sure to back me up so I can impress Wang Lijuan properly. So where are we headed? The badminton court. Su Shuai swung an imaginary racket through the air. It's my best sport, perfect for showing off. Relax, I'm not interested in Wang Lijuan. Huang Fei said coolly, one hand tucked in his pocket. Yeah, my heart still belongs to Han Xiaojing, Li Longlong added, tossing his own hair. Su Shuai smirked. Wang Lijuan's roommates are coming too. Why else would I drag you two along? With just Long Aotian and me, it'd be too easy. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Hey now, father, no need to be so formal. I've seen girls change moods faster than flipping pages, but you're giving them a run for their money. Long Aotian teased. As they chatted, they arrived at the badminton court. Suddenly, Su Shuai, who was leading the charge, came to an abrupt halt. What's wrong? His face was so serious that even Long Aotian and the others tensed up. After a long pause, Su Shuai finally spoke. I think my phone just vibrated. Maybe Li Juan texted. Before he could finish, the other three lunged at him. You idiot! Scaring us like that. Su Shuai just laughed, brushing off the kicks as he pulled out his phone. Just lightening the mood. No harm done. He glanced at the screen. Li Juan and her roommates are already inside. Let's head in. Since it was a weekend morning, the badminton court wasn't crowded. The moment they entered, they spotted four graceful figures stretching. Forget looks, just their figures alone were a sight to behold. Su Shuai gulped. Brothers, remember, today's my day. Don't show me up. You didn't say Shan Mengjie would be here. You didn't say Han Xiaojing would be here either. Huang Fei and Li Longlong immediately started fixing their hair and close upon seeing Shan Mengjie and Han Xiaojing. Hey, what are you doing? We agreed today was my spotlight. Su Shuai panicked. Sorry, bro. Today, it's every man for himself. With a mischievous grin, Huang Fei sprinted toward Shan Mengjie. Damn, I knew you were shameless, but this is next level. Wait for me. Li Longlong raced after him. Wait, guys, it's my day. Su Shuai flustered, but quickly recovered, chasing after them. Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh at the scene. These guys were too much. The girls had noticed the boys the moment they walked in. The looks of surprise on the boys' faces didn't escape them either. Just as boys like girls for their looks, personality, or charm, girls enjoyed the thrill of being noticed and pursued. Xiaojing, I told you Long Aotian would come, Shan Mengjie whispered into Han Xiaojing's ear. At this, the tips of Han Xiaojing's ears turned pink. Wang Lijuan and their other roommate, Zhang Mingming, nudged Han Xiaojing playfully. Their teasing smiles said it all. Your sisters sacrificed their dignity to set this up. Don't waste it, Wang Lijuan teased. Stop it. You're embarrassing me. Han Xiaojing buried her face in her hands. Fine, we're just joking. Right, Mingming? Why don't you jump around a bit in front of Long Aotian later? Shan Mengjie joked. Zhang Mingming immediately turned away, flustered. While Zhang Mingming wasn't the most striking in looks among the four, her figure was undeniably the best. The phrase, if you can't see your toes when you look down, you're a goddess, fit her perfectly. Unlike Han Xiaojing's quiet elegance, Zhang Mingming was shy and reserved. Now, her cheeks burned red at the suggestion. Oh, so you're all roommates? Huang Fei was the first to reach them, but once there, he blanked on what to say and ended up blurting something random. Shan Mengjie smirked. You never asked. Compared to her roommates, Shan Mengjie was practically a veteran in these matters. Seeing her smile at him, Huang Fei ducked his head, grinning like an idiot. Hi, Li Longlong, slower than Huang Fei, who was a sprinter, finally reached Han Xiaojing and greeted her softly. Han Xiaojing nodded slightly, but her gaze drifted past him to Long Aotian, who lingered a few steps behind. Li Juan, see can I call you that? Su Shuai stood awkwardly in front of Wang Lijuan. Online, he was smooth as butter, but face-to-face his confidence had vanished. With so many people around? Have some shame. Wang Lijuan rolled her eyes. Although he got an eye roll, Su Shuai felt pretty happy. After all, she hadn't outright rejected him, right? Besides, didn't old Huang's 10 core theories of romance say that the key to chasing girls was having a thick skin? Su Shuai might not have many strengths, but being shameless was definitely one of them. Hello, I'm Long Aotian. Long Aotian introduced himself with a smile as he approached Zhang Mingming. Hi, I'm Zhang Mingming, she replied softly in return. And just like that, the 8 of them had unintentionally split into pairs during this first meeting. Girls who know how to leverage their physical advantages. Compared to the other 3 pairs, the interaction between Long Aotian and Zhang Mingming was the most natural. From the very beginning, Long Aotian had positioned himself as a wingman, helping Su Shuai deflect some of the attention. Today was Su Shuai's time to shine. Tired? Want to take a break? Long Aotian asked, glancing at Zhang Mingming, whose face was flushed. Zhang Mingming nodded. It wasn't really exhaustion, just that playing badminton required occasional jumps, and with the way her chest bounced, she couldn't help feeling a little self-conscious. Long Aotian bought a few bottles of water, handed one to Zhang Mingming, and sat down beside her. Seeing that Long Aotian had stopped playing, Han Xiaojing also turned to Li Longlong and suggested they take a break. Naturally, Li Longlong didn't object. He eagerly put down his racket and followed her. Have some water and rest for a bit. As the two approached, Long Aotian pointed at the bottles on the ground and gave Li Longlong a meaningful look. Li Longlong instantly understood. He quickly grabbed 2 bottles and handed one to Han Xiaojing. Thanks, Han Xiaojing said with a smile. No problem, Li Longlong replied, then discreetly flashed Long Aotian a thumbs up when no one was looking. Quiet people tend to be observant. The little exchange between the two didn't escape Zhang Mingming, who was sitting beside Long Aotian. She couldn't help but giggle. Hearing her laughter, Long Aotian turned to her and playfully put a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep quiet and just enjoy the show. Zhang Mingming, catching his gesture, smiled shyly and nodded. Soon, the remaining 4 joined them. Taking a cue from Li Longlong's earlier move, Su Shuai and Huang Fei immediately stepped forward, picking up water bottles and offering them to the girls. Shen Mingjie took the bottle and stood in front of the group, unscrewing the cap and taking a drink. Her outfit was the most revealing among the girls, her toned, flat stomach exposed, her leggings accentuating her perfect legs. As she tilted her head back to drink, the subtle movement of her abdomen was indescribably alluring. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Thanks, she said after finishing, swaying the bottle slightly in front of Huang Fei, who was staring dumbfounded. Her entire demeanor had Huang Fei completely hooked, reeling him in from start to finish. Truth be told, Shen Mingjie's behavior was incredibly seductive. She was beautiful, with an enviable figure. But since everyone already had their sights set on someone, the others managed to restrain themselves. Unlike Huang Fei, who couldn't tear his eyes away. Su Shuai nudged Li Longlong, who was closest to him, with his foot, then frantically signaled with his eyes. Hey, want to practice for a bit? Sure, Li Longlong replied, eager to show off in front of Han Xiaojing. He immediately grabbed his racket and stepped forward. The two began playing. One flaunted his skills with powerful smashes from every angle and height. The other showcased his exceptional jumping ability, leaping with impressive agility. Especially when they noticed the 4 girls huddled together, whispering and giggling. Both assumed they were being praised for their impressive moves, which only fueled their determination to perform even better. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. But Su Shuai was naturally skilled at this, making it look effortless. Mid-game, he even turned to Huang Fei, who was sitting nearby, and asked, Hey Huang Fei, want to join? This had been discussed earlier in the dorm, playing 2 against 1, or even 3 against 1, all to highlight Su Shuai's prowess. He's calling you, Shen Mingjie said, leaning back slightly as if adjusting for comfort, but in reality, the pose perfectly accentuated her curves. At the very least, this girl knew exactly how to use her assets. Every move she made was calculated to captivate. Sure enough, Huang Fei jumped at the invitation, itching to impress Shen Mingjie with his strength. Facing 2 opponents, Su Shuai finally took things a bit more seriously, though he secretly felt even cooler for holding his own against 2 players. And in truth, he wasn't wrong. When a guy is fully focused on something, that intensity does make him stand out in a girl's eyes. At the very least, Wang Lijuan's gaze lingered on Su Shuai a little longer than before. Shen Mingjie lightly bumped Han Xiaojing's shoulder with her own, then subtly gestured toward Long Aotian with her eyes, urging her to go talk to him. Han Xiaojing hesitated, her nervousness making Shen Mingjie sigh internally. Long Aotian, Shen Mingjie called out, raising her eyes to meet his with a playful smile. Long Aotian turned to look at her. Shen Mingjie leaned against Han Xiaojing's shoulder, her slender waist curving into a graceful arc as she shifted slightly, making her seem almost boneless in her fluid elegance. Han Xiaojing's tense demeanor contrasted sharply with Shen Mingjie's relaxed, teasing aura, creating two entirely different vibes. From a male perspective, Han Xiaojing was undeniably pretty, but in this side-by-side comparison, most eyes would inevitably drift toward Shen Mingjie. She was just too good at playing up her charms. A girl like this? Long Aotian had no doubt Huang Fei would be hopelessly hooked. What's up? Seeing the pure curiosity in Long Aotian's gaze, Shen Mingjie raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to play? Guys love showing off in front of pretty girls. It's hardwired into their DNA. Girls, being slightly more mature, can usually see right through this performative behavior. Some enjoy it, while others simply find it amusing. For most guys at this age, if a beautiful girl invited them to strut their stuff, they'd be thrilled, immediately jumping to conclusions. Why is she talking to me? Does she like me? Before eagerly seizing the chance to impress her. But Long Aotian? He had full control over these hormonal impulses. For example, if someone parked a sports car in front of him and asked, Long Aotian, want to take it for a spin? He might feel a flicker of interest, but he wouldn't necessarily act on it. But if someone parked a bulldozer in front of him and said, Long Aotian, want to give it a try? He'd leap at the opportunity, grinning like a kid. Hell yeah. This psychological shift was unique. At 18, you're young. Wow, a sports car? So cool. A little older? Meh, a car's just a car. As long as it gets me from A to B. At 18, full of youthful energy, whoa, is that a bulldozer? A little older? Where? Let me see. Besides, just last night, he'd witnessed his little assistant's effortlessly seductive charm, both innocent and bewitching. Right now, he was basically in a post-clarity state. In other words, completely unfazed. So Long Aotian just smiled and didn't respond. Shen Mingjie blinked. She'd anticipated many possible reactions, but Long Aotian brushing her off with a laugh wasn't one of them. She straightened up, her amused gaze lingering on him with newfound interest. Oh dear, Godfather, this top-tier verification is making me feel so thrilled. Thank you for the gifts and my gratitude to all the brothers and sisters for your support and presence. Vulture doesn't have much to offer in return, but since the new year is approaching, let me bow to you all in advance, Kowtows. Sending hearts, forever loving you guys. We will bully your sister. The moment Shen Mingjie withdrew, Han Xiaojing bit her lip and stole a glance at Long Aotian. She had been so afraid just now that Long Aotian would agree with Shen Mingjie's words. But seeing him merely smile, unmoved, she inexplicably felt a little happy. He's different from other guys, Shen Mingjie whispered into Han Xiaojing's ear. Hearing this, Han Xiaojing maintained her composure on the surface, but the tips of her ears turned faintly red. He really was different. It wasn't just about giving her the watermelon. Even during military training, his everyday behavior had made her pay a little extra attention to him. Though he was the same age, his demeanor stood out from everyone else in the class. He was mature, considerate, and knew how to make others feel at ease without awkwardness. He might seem less competitive, less fiery, but whatever he did well, always giving off an air of quiet reliability. Around him, Han Xiaojing often felt like she could just be a delicate girl who needed protecting. And this feeling, she never got it from any other guy. If there was a difference between Long Aotian and other boys, this was it. Like now, she could tell that Li Long and the others were just trying to show off. But Long Aotian simply stood by watching. If needed, he'd step in without hesitation, playing the supporting role, the wingman. Yet when he wasn't needed, he'd sit quietly, observing with a smile, as if genuinely enjoying the moment. And it wasn't forced. He truly seemed to relish it. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. A new bottle of wine and an aged one. Both were wine, but they were nothing alike. Han Xiaojing quietly took out her phone, gathering her courage before finally looking at Long Aotian. Long Aotian, can we? Before she could finish, a badminton landed beside them in a perfect arc. Just when I was getting warmed up, You guys are already done? Su Shuai and the other two walked back, spinning his racket in hand. Truly, a guy was at his most attractive when he was confident in his element. Su Shuai wasn't exactly ugly, but he wasn't handsome either. At least, he was the most ordinary looking in the dorm. But right now, he was the coolest. The courage Han Xiaojing had mustered vanished in an instant, interrupted. Shen Mengjie watched everything with amusement, her gaze lingering playfully on Long Aotian. How about we all grab lunch together? Huang Fei asked Shen Mengjie with a smile. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. Yeah, let's eat together, Su Shuai added, wiping sweat from his forehead as he grinned at Wang Lijuan. The group lunch was a success, and everyone was in high spirits. Romance? No big deal. Pursuing girls? Just another day. Youth was all about self-expression. Anything was possible. After lunch, the 147 Love Trio felt like they'd made leaps of progress in front of their crushes. Once they escorted the girls back to their dorm, the boys erupted into a brief celebration. So how'd I do today, old AO? Su Shuai asked excitedly. Not bad. I saw Wang Lijuan glance at you more than once. What about me? How about me? Li Longlong pressed. They all turned to Long Aotian because, in their dorm, he was the only one with actual dating experience. The aloof campus belle from the music school, the two stunning beauties who'd come looking for him before. Long Aotian wasn't the type to compete with them over girls, so his opinion was the most reliable. Didn't really notice, Long Aotian admitted. I wasn't exactly staring at the girls while you were playing. Huang Fei nodded. Old Ao wasn't that kind of guy, so he didn't press further. Still, Huang Fei felt like he'd made solid progress today. Shen Mengjie had smiled at him several times and even subtly showed off her figure around him. What did that mean? It meant she was practically his already. As they say, where there's a goal, there's motivation. Right now, they were all brimming with confidence. Just then, Long Aotian's phone rang. An unknown local number. Seeing his son still hyped up, Long Aotian stepped onto the balcony to answer. Hello, is this Mr. Long Aotian? A polite voice asked. Who is this? I'm from Haitian District's second-hand property agency. We spoke in the group chat earlier. I have a vacant courtyard house available. Would you like to come take a look? Hearing this, Long Aotian immediately set up a time with Chui Yong. I'm heading out, he said, grabbing his things. Old AO, where are you going? Not joining us tonight. Su Shuai called after him. They'd agreed to be his wingmen today, but these two had immediately hogged the spotlight in front of the girls. He was the one who'd set this up. Wasn't today supposed to be his moment? Only Long Aotian had stuck to his role as the reliable wingman. Won't make it tonight. Wang Lijuan's a good girl. Go for it. Dad believes in you. Su Shuai scratched his head, grinning. Sometimes his instincts were spot on. With Long Aotian's blessing, he felt even more determined. Under the shade of the trees, the peak heat had passed. Capital City's breezy weather made it just right. Brother, Long Aotian looked up to see Lin Wanning waving at him. When he stopped, she hurried over, her white dress fluttering with each step, her long hair swaying in the wind. Her delicate face was alight with a charming liveliness. Slow down, Wanning. Her three roommates teased from behind, unable to resist laughing. Lin Wanning reached Long Aotian's side and noticed him checking subway directions on his phone. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her fair profile so flawless it was hard to look away, she asked, Brother, where are you going? Before he could answer, her roommates caught up. Brother? You mean the hero who saved the beauty, right? Must be. Otherwise, our aloof campus belle wouldn't ditch us the second she sees him. Look how happy she is now. Where's that icy demeanor gone? Hi, we're Lin Wanning's roommates and best friends. Nice to meet you. I'm Long Aotian. The first girl patted her stomach in mock dismay. Ugh, I'm too full now. Then she grinned. But hero brother, you owe us a meal. Otherwise, we might just bully your little sister in the dorm. Long Aotian chuckled at the nickname. Sure thing. Just take good care of Wanning for me. Hearing this, Lin Wanning's lashes fluttered slightly. She peeked up at Long Aotian, her eyes shimmering faintly. Her fair cheek, partially revealed as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, flushed with a delicate rosy hue. With expectations in heart, one will persevere. Lin Wanning shot a slightly reproachful glance at her three roommates. If you keep eating like this, I wonder if you'll still be able to maintain your figures. Seeing Lin Wanning's aggrieved little pout, her roommates covered their mouths and giggled, casting teasing, knowing looks her way. But they also knew their limits. Some jokes could go too far and have real consequences. So they excused themselves, claiming they had things to do in the afternoon, though they couldn't resist glancing back every now and then, huddling together and chattering as they walked toward the music school. Watching them leave, Lin Wanning said sheepishly, "Brother, don't mind them. They just like to joke around." "It's fine. They seem like cheerful people," Long Aotian replied, unfazed. "At their age, that's how they should be. By the way, brother, where are you headed?" "Just taking a walk. Might look at some houses while I'm out." "Look at houses? Are you renting?" "Yeah, something like that. Just scouting for now. Can I come with you?" Lin Wanning asked, her eyes shining with anticipation. She thought to herself that if Long Aotian dared to refuse, she'd just pout and insist. There was no way she'd let this slide. Why was he looking for a place off campus? She wasn't naive anymore. Something was definitely up. "If you're free, sure," Long Aotian said. It wasn't some big secret, so he had no reason to object. "I'm totally free. I'll just tag along," Lin Wanning said with a bright smile. "Besides, I wanted to ask you about the online shop stuff too. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. All right, we could talk while we walk." As she watched Long Aotian's back, Lin Wanning's lips curled into a small, satisfied smile. Sure, Yu Ying and Qing Xue had known him longer, but now that they were at school so close by, she could see him often, even grab meals together. Bit by bit, she'd make up for all the time she'd missed with him. She quickened her pace to catch up, falling into step beside him. "Brother, isn't that the film school up ahead?" From a distance, they could already see a huge crowd gathered near the campus. Long Aotian noticed it too. Men and women, young and old, some squatting, others standing, smoking and chatting in small groups. They didn't look like students. It reminded him of a phenomenon from his own world. People with dreams of stardom would gather like this, waiting for casting calls for extras whenever a new production started. They lingered here, hoping for even the slimmest chance. He remembered that in his world, some had struck gold this way, rising from obscurity to fame. And whenever one lucky soul made it, countless others would flock here, praying to be the next big discovery. "Those people are probably waiting for casting calls as extras," Long Aotian said. "I've heard about it, but this is my first time seeing it in person. Thanks for reading on Mananovel." Lin Wanning studied the crowd. Some were young, brimming with energy and determination, while others, just as young, looked utterly exhausted. "They must have it rough," she murmured. "They're just holding on to their dreams, no matter how hard it gets." "Do you think it'll work out for them?" Lin Wanning asked quietly, turning to Long Aotian. Somehow, she always felt like her brother had the answers to everything. Somehow, she just knew he'd explain it all to her. Maybe. Every one of them carries hope. Hope that one day they'll shine bright as stars. As long as that hope remains, they'll keep chasing it. Lin Wanning understood what he meant. It was that very hope that kept them going, regardless of success or failure. They pursued it simply because it mattered to them. Maybe one day, when that hope finally faded, they'd leave. But at least they would have tried. At least they would have fought for their dreams. As they spoke, Long Aotian led Lin Wanning away from the crowd. They hadn't gone far when he spotted a man in a white dress shirt and black slacks, a slight paunch visible, standing under the shade of a tree. He looked to be in his early 30s, wiping sweat from his brow while checking his phone, as if waiting for someone. "Hello," Long Aotian greeted. Hearing the voice, the man turned to him and, out of professional habit, immediately put on a polite smile. "Hello." Then he took a step back, as though making way. Amused by Chui Yang's reaction, Long Aotian introduced himself. "I'm Long Aotian." The name, coming from someone so young, made Chui Yang freeze for a second. He'd heard Long Aotian's voice over the phone and thought he sounded young, but not this young. After all, Traditional courtyard houses were usually run down. To put it bluntly, even if they were spacious, they were often overgrown with weeds, lacking even basic amenities like heating or even a proper toilet. Earlier, when chatting with this man named Long Aotian, I had advised him that if he used the money intended for buying a Sahiwan courtyard house to purchase other properties instead, it would definitely be a better deal. However, under Long Aotian's persistent insistence, Chui Yong didn't want to lose this opportunity, which is why they were meeting today. Chui Yong quickly smiled and said, "My apologies, I truly didn't expect you to be so young." Long Aotian simply chuckled in response, understanding the sentiment. "Shall we go take a look first?" Long Aotian didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. "Sure, it's nearby. Let's go check it out." Chui Yong led the way. Before long, Chui Yong stopped in front of a shabby entrance. This is the place. The gray bricks and tiled roof gave it a distinctly aged appearance. To put it bluntly, it was old, dilapidated, and run down. It was unclear how long this courtyard had been left vacant. Inside, weeds had overgrown, though the overall structure remained relatively intact. Covering an area of about 300 square meters, it looked more like a chaotic tenement courtyard. In Chui Yong's opinion, the price of this dim, outdated Sahiwan could easily buy a property in a better location, one that was clean, tidy, and ready to move into. Here, forget everything else. Even going to the bathroom meant running to the public restroom on the other side of the alley. A full renovation would cost several $100,000 yuan. That alone made it a poor investment in his eyes, but he wouldn't say so outright. After all, he was just a real estate agent, and if the deal went through, he stood to earn a handsome commission. Lin Wanning, witnessing the scene, quietly tugged at Long Aotian's sleeve, signaling that they should look elsewhere. There was no denying it. This shabby, cluttered place was hardly worth the cost, whether for renting or living. "I'm not a very traditional girl." "Brother, you're not really thinking of renting that chaotic courtyard, are you?" Lin Wanning asked again as they walked. "Is there a problem with that?" Although the size of the quadrangle far exceeded his expectations, Long Aotian was genuinely satisfied. At this point, Lin Wanning still didn't realize that Long Aotian actually intended to buy the courtyard. So, in her eyes, that messy and cluttered place would require a lot of renovation even if they just rented it. Wouldn't all that money be wasted if they stopped renting later? And what if, after her brother finished renovating, the owners backed out of the lease? Wouldn't all that effort be for nothing? No matter how she looked at it, Lin Wanning felt it was a bad deal. After sharing her thoughts with Long Aotian, he chuckled and ruffled her long hair. No one disliked being cared for, and the fact that this little sister, whom he hadn't known for long, was so considerate warmed his heart. If it were some superficial friend, who'd care how he spent his money? "Don't worry. Your brother here is too sharp to take a loss." The moment Long Aotian's hand touched her head, Lin Wanning shivered. As his fingers gently stroked her hair, a strange sensation washed over her, as if her soul were being drawn out of her body, leaving her limbs weak. It was a feeling she'd never experienced before. It was nice. She obediently leaned into his touch, letting him play with her hair, as if she were under some kind of wicked spell. All these years, and she never knew having her head patted could feel this good. When Long Aotian finally withdrew his hand, Lin Wanning secretly opened her eyes to look at him, suddenly feeling as though she'd never escape his grasp. Whether it was a boy or a girl, the first flutter of affection always came with an unconscious filter over their eyes. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. It wasn't just about seeing beauty, it was about yearning for it, painting their dull world in vibrant new colors. "Brother," Lin Wanning called out, quickly catching up to loop her arm through his. "This afternoon, your little sister is claiming all your time. You're even more domineering than I am." I could be pretty domineering too. Her slender, pink fingertips subtly hooked onto his palm as she lowered her gaze, her hair cascading over her cheeks, hiding her expression. "Brother, do you have a girl you like? Why do you ask?" "Then let me rephrase. What kind of girl do you like?" Lin Wanning realized her first question had been too blunt, so she changed tactics. Seeing Long Aotian frown, she bit her lip, bent slightly, and gave his arm a light shake. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. Brother, tell me, please. Her silky black hair spilled over his arm, carrying with it a faint, delicate fragrance. Long Aotian glanced down and froze for a split second. Through the loose collar of Lin Wanning's top, he caught a glimpse of soft, snowy curves pressed together. His lips twitched. This girl really didn't see him as an outsider. Huh? Of course, the main reason was that Lin Wanning, unaware of their height difference, didn't realize she was exposing herself. Long Aotian pretended he hadn't seen anything, took a deep breath, and said, "My ideal type is untouched by worldly vanity, unswayed by glamorous parties, free of heavy makeup, and devoid of materialistic desires, gentle and sweet, or perhaps a little naive, but always radiant." This wasn't just Long Aotian's ideal. It was every man's dream. Hearing this, Lin Wanning's cheeks flushed. She clasped her hands behind her back, pretending to look elsewhere, while actually stealing glances at him from a shy angle. She felt she matched every word he'd said. She'd never been dazzled by extravagance, had never stepped into a bar or attended wild parties, even when invited. She'd never worn heavy makeup or put on a seductive act, and she certainly wasn't materialistic. She was gentle, pretty enough, and though she usually seemed aloof, she was still youthful at heart. Most importantly, around her brother, she was nothing but lively. So, did that mean Long Aotian already had feelings for her? Was this his subtle way of saying so? The thought made her lips curl uncontrollably. She looked at him and said, "Brother, come here." "What is it?" "Just come here." Long Aotian found her behavior amusing. As her roommate had once said, who'd believe the aloof campus belle could be this clingy? The moment he leaned down slightly, Lin Wanning rose on her tiptoes and quickly pressed her lips to his. Long Aotian stiffened, his mind blanking at the cool, sweet touch against his mouth. Then, a clumsy but eager tongue slipped past his lips, sending a scorching current through him, leaving him utterly lost. Lin Wanning kept her eyes tightly shut, too afraid to open them. Every movement was stiff, her arms wrapped around him as if her body had melted into his. She could almost hear the frantic pounding of his heart. In his original world, Long Aotian had grown up in an orphanage, dropped out at 15, and wandered through life's hardships for over a decade before finally building a home for himself at 28. He knew countless lessons, had endured endless struggles, but nothing had prepared him for this. His brief kiss with Hu Yueing had been tender, filled with a desire to protect and cherish. But this kiss, it was fire and hunger. Long Aotian prided himself on his self-control, yet in this moment he felt on the verge of losing it entirely. Their hair tangled against each other's cheeks. When Lin Wanning finally pulled back and saw his dazed expression, she reached up to brush her stray locks from his face. Breathing heavily, partly from shyness, partly because he'd stolen her breath, she whispered, "Brother, you're the first person I've ever liked. The first I've ever been this bold with. I want you to know, I'm not some overly traditional, reserved girl. Once I've set my heart on someone, I don't resist things like kissing or holding hands." Her fair cheeks flushed deeper, as if the next words were too embarrassing to voice. She needed a moment to steady herself. Lin Wanning gazed earnestly at Long Aotian and said, "If you can truly confirm your feelings for me, brother, even if you desire that, I'll gradually learn to accept it. Has your heart ever beaten for me, even just once?" Facing Lin Wanning, who was visibly overwhelmed with shyness before him, Long Aotian suddenly felt an indescribable emotion surge in his heart. He never could have imagined that his little sister would turn out to be, well, this kind of sister. Before Long Aotian could say anything, Lin Wanning spoke again. "I know this might feel too sudden for you, brother, but in the time we've spent together, I've come to understand the kind of person you are." As she said this, Lin Wanning mustered her courage and lifted her head. Though her face was flushed with embarrassment, she still raised her eyes, letting her bashful expression fully imprint itself in Long Aotian's gaze. "Brother, you're a really, really good person. It seems like you've never been in a relationship before, and neither have I. This time, taking the initiative has used up every ounce of courage I have in this lifetime. If, if you feel even the slightest bit of affection for me, brother, could you try being in a relationship with me? I'm not forcing you to make a choice. Falling for someone is, at its core, a beautiful thing. I just want to mark you as mine first. If you don't have someone you like already, I'm not a bad option, right? Looking at the womanly yet vulnerable Lin wanting before him, Long Aotian's mind was in chaos. In this world, no two people could ever truly understand each other completely. When he first saw Hu Yueying, he felt like he understood her because they had shared similar experiences. But now, as he gazed at Lin Wanting, for a fleeting moment, he thought he might understand her too. Because of her bravery, because of her honesty. A girl, a beautiful girl who surely never lacked suitors, had laid her heart bare before him with such directness. She wanted him to see her feelings, and so he felt them. Brother, you don't need to feel uneasy. We haven't known each other for long, and maybe you don't fully understand me yet. But one day, little by little, you will, won't you? I just don't want to miss this chance. I don't want to pressure you. Look at you now. You seem like I've scared you. I'm not some kind of monster. Lin Wanting let out a soft laugh. These are all her true thoughts. In life, a person meets countless others, but among them all, finding someone you truly like is rare. She was certain of her own heart, and she could also sense the difference in how Hu Yueying and Li Qingshuet treated Long Aotian. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. So, Lin Wanting wanted to be brave, just this once. Like she said, there was nothing wrong with falling for someone. In fact, it was something beautiful at its core. And if it was beautiful, why shouldn't she pursue it boldly? Lin Wanting left. Watching her retreating figure, Long Aotian sat on the curb, his mind unable to settle for a long time. The faint fragrance unique to Lin Wanting still lingered on his lips. At the same time, Long Aotian found himself amused. Compared to Lin Wanting, he was the coward here, always hiding behind the excuse of being an 18-year-old with a 28-year-old soul, treating them like children. If he had been truly 18, how would he have felt if a girl confessed to him like this? He didn't know. At 18, no girl had ever confessed to him, so he had no reference. But it definitely wouldn't have been like this. To put it bluntly, he was just chickening out. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. He remembered Lin Wanting covering her mouth as she laughed, her eyes curving into crescents. He remembered the striking red teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. And he remembered her last words before she left. Brother, if you don't know the answer, just ask your heart. Has it ever skipped a beat because of me? Before I met you, my heart was calm. I wasn't someone who showed my emotions easily. But after meeting you, my heart has raced for you more than once. Raising a hand, he pressed it lightly against his chest, where his heart thumped erratically. It's beating so fast. He sat there, quietly listening to the rhythm of his own heartbeat. This wasn't the first time it had raced like this. Suddenly, his phone rang. The abrupt sound snapped him out of his thoughts, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Pulling out his phone, he glanced at the caller ID, Chui Yong, and answered. On the other end, Chui Yong's voice was brimming with excitement. I've got the details on the property ownership, but let's discuss the price in person, yeah? How much? Long Aotian cut straight to the point. The courtyard house's location and size had both impressed him. 2.8 million. Long Aotian thought for a moment. 2.6 million. That price is a bit. Before Chui Yong could finish, Long Aotian interjected. You handle the negotiations. If we can settle this, I might need you to help me scout a few more properties later. Hearing this, Chui Yong's hesitation vanished instantly. His tone shifted, and he practically pounded his chest as he replied, Got it, got it. Don't worry, I'll get right on it. Just wait for my call, brother. All right, I'll wait. Long Aotian wasn't worried about Chui Yong's ability to close the deal. Everyone loved money, himself included. And when personal profit was on the line, he knew Chui Yong would be even more eager than him to get it done. That was just human nature. Besides, courtyard houses weren't as valuable now as they would be next year, after the Olympics. Once the event ended, property prices in the capital would skyrocket, and the value of these traditional homes would become immeasurable. Initially, Long Aotian had planned to look for smaller courtyard houses, ones priced around 500,000 to 600,000. They were easier to renovate and flip for 10 or even 100 times the investment. But the one he saw today, though not originally part of his plan, had won him over completely. After hanging up, Long Aotian stood and dusted himself off before heading toward the subway. Sitting on a bench inside, he scrolled through his social media feed. The latest post was from Lin Wanting. Finally took a leap of courage. What I want to say is, I'll take my time letting you get to know me. I won't cross any lines. Simple words, but Long Aotian could sense her determination, bravery, and a hint of joy in them. Or maybe that was just his interpretation. Little fool, he muttered, liking the post and leaving a comment. Almost instantly, Lin Wanting replied with a sticker. As he browsed through the amusing updates, Long Aotian finally understood why Li Qingxue was so addicted to scrolling through social media. 1. Ning 2. Qing Shui 3. Yuing. After seeing Long Aotian's message, a faint smile finally reappeared on Lin Wanting's delicate yet coldly beautiful face. At least for now, it seems brother has some affection for me too. With this thought, Lin Wanting hugged her phone and collapsed onto the bed. Recalling her earlier actions, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Honestly, the moment she kissed him, her mind had gone completely blank, because her heart had fallen faster than her body. It had begun the first time Long Aotian came to her rescue. Her fingertips lightly brushed over her red lips that had been her first kiss. Gazing at the chat interface, her cool eyes curved into crescents. She could see the words the other party is typing, flashing on the screen. But the message never came. Perhaps brother was at a loss for what to do right now. It's okay, brother. Wanting will always be here for you. Watching the typing, notification flicker intermittently, she rolled over and placed the phone against her chest, her eyes sparkling with joy. Brother, you really are the destined calamity of my life. She had thought about love before, but never met the right person. Who knew that once she did, she'd fall so fast? Human desires are insatiable. At first, she just wanted to know the name of the person who saved her, just wanted to do something for him in return. But from the moment she called him brother, that title had long ceased to be just a simple formality. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. In the women's dormitory, Building 6 of University A, Li Qingxue's favorite daily activity was opening QQ to check her friends' updates. She loved seeing their shared snippets of life, and, in turn, sharing her own amusing experiences with them. Out of habit, she refreshed the page before browsing, just to make sure she didn't miss any newly posted updates that hadn't loaded yet. Sure enough, a new post appeared after the refresh. Thanks to the name tag, she recognized it as her new friend, Lin Wanting. Finally gathered the courage to take a step. What I want to say is, I'll slowly try to let you understand me, without crossing any boundaries. Reading this, Li Qingxue covered her mouth and giggled. Slowly try to let you understand me. Oh my, is this a roundabout way of confessing? Hugging her phone, she flopped onto her bed happily, eager to see the comments that followed. But soon, one particular reply caught her attention. Silly girl, thanks for reading on Man and Novel. It was from Long Aotian. Nothing unusual in itself, except Lin Wanting had only liked his comment. Admittedly, Li Qingxue might be a bit slow when it came to romance, but her mind was sharp in other ways. Slowly try to let you understand me, without crossing any boundaries. This suggested they hadn't known each other for long. And just moments ago, she had wondered if this was a veiled confession, combined with the fact that Long Aotian, that scoundrel, never commented on anyone's posts yet chose to reply to Lin Wanting's borderline confessional update. All sorts of wild speculations began swirling in Li Qingxue's mind. Of course, these were just her own imaginative musings. After all, she posted updates all the time, yet Long Aotian had never left her a single comment. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Shameless jerk, big pervert, heartless fool. You've never commented on my posts. After all the cookies I baked for you, the times we skipped stones by the lake, even that indirect kiss, and yet you have a nerve to leave comments for someone else instead of me. The more she dwelled on it, the angrier she grew. It was precisely because she cared so much that such a trivial matter could upset her like this. It wasn't as if she wasn't pretty. She was just as attractive as Lin wanting, if not more so. Her figure was even cavia in comparison. Right now, Li Qingxue really wanted to make Long Aotian fall for her, just so she could stomp on his face with her little foot and demand to know why he commented on Lin Wanning's post, but not hers. Then she'd make sure he only ever liked and commented on her post from then on. Well, maybe Hu Yueing's too. Can't get jealous over my bestie. She had already made up her mind. She'd find a chance to doll herself up and show Long Aotian just how stunning she could be. Let's see if you can resist me then. But then another thought crossed her mind. Given Long Aotian's clueless nature, would he even realize she was trying to seduce him? She shook her head. Whatever. I'll just find a time to ask him out alone. If Hu Yueing's around, it'd just be awkward anyway. With this little scheme in place, Li Qingxue's mood instantly brightened. Honestly, her temperament was quite endearing. In a way, it wasn't so different from Long Aotian's. Yueing, what are you working on? Hu Yueing smiled at her roommate's question. Nothing much. Blessing Koi? The roommate tilted her head curiously. What does that mean? Hu Yueing shyly put her phone away. It's nothing. Really? You've been keeping more and more secrets lately. Not just secrets. You're ditching us for a guy now, too. Hu Yueing couldn't argue back. Her roommates loved teasing her, always making her blush furiously. She knew they meant no harm. They even brought her meals sometimes, but the embarrassment was hers alone to bear. So she quickly retreated to her bed, cutting off any further teasing. Opening her phone again, she stared at the words blessing Koi, took a deep breath, and pressed her lips together. Her goal had always been clear, to sell clothes. She believed in what Long Aotian said, but her faith wasn't blind. If he was willing to guide her, she didn't want to hold him back. And when he spoke of the 4G era, Hu Yueing couldn't help but dream. If the 4G era truly marked a leap forward for society, then this was her chance. She refused to let Long Aotian down, so no matter what, she would give it her all. If he wanted to see her grow stronger and more capable, then she would strive to become exactly that. Maybe then, once he saw how much she'd changed and matured, he'd stop treating her like a child. She had already made up her mind, and she was unwavering in her resolve. Then let's maintain this state and relationship. The next day at lunchtime, Long Aotian and his 3 friends gathered and headed to the cafeteria. Along the way, they were bombarded with recruitment booths from various clubs, making it almost overwhelming to take in. Did you guys find out anything useful? Su Shui asked seriously. There are too many options. I still need to think it over. Maybe we can ask Han Xiaojing and the others which clubs they're joining this afternoon, since we don't have anything else planned, Li Longlong suggested. Huang Fei turned to Long Aotian. Hey, Aotian, did anything catch your eye on the way here? Long Aotian shook his head. I haven't decided yet. I'll figure it out later. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Long Aotian realized it must be Cui Yong with an update. Go ahead and eat without me. I have something to take care of, he said. As Long Aotian walked away, Li Longlong called after him. We'll sign you up for something if we see a good fit. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Cui Yong eagerly dialed Long Aotian's number. But after ringing for a long time, no one picked up. A wave of doubt crept into Cui Yong's mind. Was Long Aotian playing him? After all, Long Aotian was so young. Yet he had casually expressed interest in an old-fashioned courtyard house, offering millions without hesitation. The more Cui Yong thought about it, the more anxious he became. Just as he was about to call again, Long Aotian beat him to it. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Seeing the incoming call, Cui Yong quickly answered. It was too noisy earlier. Did you get everything settled? Long Aotian's voice came through. Hearing this, Cui Yong immediately relaxed. It's all set. I was thinking we could have lunch together and go over the contract. Sound good. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Without realizing it, Cui Yong had slipped into a respectful tone. All right, I'll drive over right away. Please wait for me. After hanging up, Long Aotian made his way out of the campus. College life was different. No need to sneak out or climb walls. He could just walk out freely. Before long, a black sedan pulled up across the street. Chui Yong stepped out, silently marveling at how a student could afford to buy property in capital city. His family background must be impressive. Thanks for reading on Man a Novel. I've already reserved a private room. Let's grab a bite first, Chui Yong said. Inside the restaurant, Chui Yong laid out the contract, property documents, and other paperwork. Mind if I ask why you're so interested in courtyard houses? Chui Yong couldn't help but wonder. To him, these houses were drafty in winter, stifling in summer, and lacked modern amenities like bathrooms. If it were him, he'd rather invest in a modern property. Less hassle, better living conditions. Long Aotian smiled. Nothing special. I've just always had a soft spot for ancient architecture. Oh, I see. Chui Yong didn't press further. 18 years old and already fond of ancient architecture? Clearly, Long Aotian wasn't keen on elaborating. Still, Chui Yong couldn't help but admire his decisiveness. In his line of work, he'd dealt with countless clients who nitpicked endlessly, exhausting him in the process. But someone like Long Aotian, who could make up his mind after just one look, was rare. He then relayed the seller's terms to Long Aotian. They're in a bit of a hurry, though. They'll accept your offer, but only if it's a one-time payment. That's not a problem. With Long Aotian's confirmation, the deal was as good as done. Chui Yong urged him to eat well, even wishing he could toast with a drink to celebrate. If only Long Aotian drank. The commission from this sale was nothing to scoff at. That afternoon, Long Aotian and Chui Yong went to the real estate transaction center to verify the property ownership and legal status. After signing the contract, the payment was processed and the transfer formalities were completed. To Long Aotian's surprise, everything went smoother than expected. Congratulations, my friend, Chui Yong said, handing over the property deed. Holding the documents, Long Aotian couldn't suppress a smile. By the way, Brother Chui, do you know any reliable renovation companies in capital city? Absolutely, Chui Yong replied. I can introduce you to a trustworthy one. With me as the middleman, you won't have to worry about a thing. Thanks for going out of your way. It's nothing. I'm just glad to have made a friend like you, Chui Yong said warmly. As they stepped outside, Chui Yong asked, Where to now? I can drive you. If possible, I'd like to visit the renovation company first to draft some designs. Once finalized, the work can begin. Compared to his original vision, the current renovation trends had some fundamental differences, combining ancient architecture with modern elements. Long Aotian thought it had great potential. No problem at all. Let's head there now. It wasn't until past 7 in the evening that Long Aotian finally returned to his dorm. With a preliminary design in hand, he could now incorporate his ideas before finalizing the plans and starting construction. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto his bed. Physical labor? Long Aotian could handle twice the workload. But mental exertion? That left him inexplicably drained. Even though he hadn't done much that afternoon, the fatigue was real. Still, exhaustion couldn't dampen his joy. This was his first property in capital city, and the excitement rivaled that of a child finally getting their favorite toy. His phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, Long Aotian got up and stepped onto the balcony, looking down. 3 minutes later, Lin Wanning stood before him, a faint smile on her lips. I thought you'd be too afraid to see me again. Here, take this. Long Aotian caught the item and said softly, Wanning, let's take a walk together. All right. Strolling along the tree-lined path outside campus, Long Aotian hesitated before speaking his mind. Wanting, to be honest, I haven't really considered getting into a relationship yet. I respect everyone, and I especially respect feelings. Brother, do you hate being around me? Lin Wanning interrupted, her eyes downcast. Long Aotian shook his head. Then do you hate kissing me? Long Aotian paused. Lin Wanning chuckled. Your silence means you don't. And it's not complicated at all. What do you mean? Lin Wanning met his gaze earnestly. You don't dislike seeing me, and you don't dislike kissing me. Since what happened yesterday didn't make either of us uncomfortable, let's just keep things as they are for now. Thank you for the top fan badges and all the gifts and support. Vulture is truly grateful for everyone's unwavering encouragement. Words can't fully express what this means to me. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all. Wishing everyone nothing but the best. Sending love and hearts your way. Love you all. All that has passed is but an illusion. Just as Lynn Wanting had said, she wasn't the type to be overly traditional or conservative when it came to matters of the heart. Everyone yearns for beautiful things, and everyone has the right to pursue them. Lynn Wanting couldn't ignore her own feelings. She did have a certain fondness for Long Aotian. So for her, maintaining the current state of things was just fine. Through gradual interactions, they could slowly get to know each other. Like Long Aotian had said, he respected everyone, and that included respecting their emotions. So, all she had to do was respect him in return. Who said only men could pursue women? Who said a woman with a cool exterior couldn't be the one to take the initiative and fall for a man? Long Aotian watched the earnest expression on Lin Wanting's face and felt like his brain couldn't quite keep up. Was she genuinely naive or just pretending to be? He couldn't shake the feeling that she might have misunderstood his words. He had said he didn't want to get into a relationship right now, and she responded that maintaining the status quo was fine. After a long pause, Long Aotian finally spoke slowly. You really don't have to do this. It kind of makes me seem irresponsible. I don't need you to take responsibility for me. If simply having feelings for someone required them to be accountable, no one in this world would dare to fall in love. And who knows, maybe as we spend more time together, you'll start to like me too. Or maybe I'll meet someone who likes me, and whom I like in return. At this point, Lin Wanting turned to face Long Aotian, her eyes glimmering faintly. Or could it be that you actually do have some feelings for me, and you're just waiting for the right moment to step up and take responsibility? There's such a stark contrast between your outward appearance and your inner thoughts. Do your friends know about this side of you? This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Lin Wanting let out a light hum. Still looking down on me, huh? I'm not as fragile as I seem. I understand what you're saying. You're just too mature for your age. You act like you know everything, but that very perceptiveness makes you a little old-fashioned. You don't seriously think that just because I have a little crush on you, I'll spend the rest of my life fixated on you, do you? Watching Lin Wanting's carefree demeanor, Long Aotian grew even more puzzled. He couldn't quite grasp what was going on in her mind. Some of the things she said made sense. Was it really so shameful to have feelings for someone? No, of course it wasn't. But Long Aotian still sensed an indescribable emotion hidden beneath her words. Maybe, as Lin Wanting had said, he was overthinking it. You're just like one of my uncles. Even the way you frown when you're deep in thought is exactly the same. Long Aotian feigned exasperation and sighed, shaking his head. What can I say? You're really giving me a headache. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. What should we do about it then? What else can we do? It's just my damn irresistible charm. You're so full of yourself. You should really work on that meddlesome personality of yours. Lin Wanting had met Long Aotian precisely because of his tendency to meddle, and she had been deeply grateful for it at the time. But now, she didn't want him to keep doing it. Maybe she was being selfish, but what worried her more was that Long Aotian might end up getting hurt because of it. These words reached Long Aotian's ears, and inexplicably, the image of Li Qingshua's little face, red from crying, emerged in his mind. She had also said the same thing to him before. The way her nose was red from crying at that time still seemed a bit funny and made him feel happy when he suddenly recalled it now. I don't always meddle in other people's business. After saying that, Long Aotian was about to reach for the fruit tea placed beside him. Almost at the same time, Lin Wanting had already put the fruit tea in front of him. He glanced at the fruit tea and then looked at Lin Wanting. Lin Wanting was also smiling at him. At the moment their eyes met, they both smiled in unison. Is this considered a kind of tacit understanding? Yes. After taking a sip of the fruit tea, he looked at Lin Wanting and said, I've never heard you sing before. Perform for me, okay? Sure, but you're not allowed to laugh at me. Lin Wanting stood up. With a deep breath, the smile on her face suddenly turned cold. If there were levels for changing facial expressions, Long Aotian would rate her as number one. The transformation of her temperament only took an instant. Her voice was very unique. When the lyrics were given the emotion of her voice, they turned into beautiful and pleasant music as they reached the ears. The charming girl in front of him seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, and everything around became illusory. The interweaving of the changes in the tones became a division between life and death, light and darkness, reaching an extreme level. Such a gorgeous voice easily touched the hearts of the listeners. After a long time, as the singing ended, Lin Wanting gently opened her eyes. As the singing faded away, Aotian, who was leaning on the bench, slowly closed his slightly squinted eyes. Was it nice? It was really nice. Even without accompaniment, it was so good. I can't even imagine how wonderful it would be with accompaniment. Aotian wasn't exaggerating at all. Her unique voice, combined with skills and emotions, made him surrender to the singing, even without accompaniment. Having received Aotian's affirmation, Lin Wanting felt a little secretly proud. She tentatively tugged at Aotian's clothes gently and said, "I've sung for you. Now tell me something about yourself." "Okay. I don't have much to say. My life has been quite ordinary. If it weren't for my little follower, I probably wouldn't even have been able to go to college." Hearing this, Lin Wanting was silent for a while and then continued, "Tell me. I've sung for you. Brother, you should be fair." Aotian wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Because the previous Aotian had been a real jerk, and the fact that he had inexplicably come to this world was just too dreamy. After thinking for a while, he said, "Actually, it might sound unbelievable, but the first friend I ever made was Huiying." "Ha! Doesn't it sound quite absurd?" "A bit. Could it be that he hadn't had a single friend in the more than a decade of his life before he met Huiying? But in fact, it's true. The first friend I made was indeed Huiying. At that time, Huiying was a pushover. It seemed like anyone could take advantage of her. So you helped her?" The image of Huiying beside Aotian came to Lin Wanting's mind. It was a look of dependence and trust. It's not entirely accurate to say that I helped her. She also helped me, because at that time, I was very confused and even a bit scared. I can't describe the feeling to you. Anyway, while I was helping her, I also felt the meaning of my existence. Lin Wanting listened quietly. Since she was not the person involved, she couldn't empathize with him, but she was a very good listener. She didn't know why Aotian didn't deliberately talk about his past self, but from his account of the second half of his senior year in high school, she could sense a tearing change. It was a very strange feeling, as if he had become a different person, living a different life, and all that had happened in the past was an illusion. What was real was that he had met Huiying. In the process of helping Huiying, he gradually found his own meaning and finally developed a sense of belonging. The luckiest person in the world. "Brother," Lin Wanting called out to Aotian. "What's wrong?" Aotian looked at her in confusion, sensing something off about her mood. He wondered if he had said something wrong. The next second, a soft, fragrant body pressed into his embrace. Her body was so delicate. Older folks often said women were made of water, and there was truth to that. For a moment, Aotian didn't dare move. After a long pause, Lin Wanting's voice finally broke the silence. "Brother, you're so lonely." From Aotian's words earlier, Lin Wanting had started as a listener, but gradually immersed herself in his emotions. She realized just how lonely her brother was, as if he had lost many years of his life, as if he had woken from a dream to find everything around him unfamiliar. He had no friends, his life was monotonous, and there were times he didn't even know what to do with himself. At first, Lin Wanting thought her brother had helped Huiying. But no, while helping Huiying, he had also saved himself. Hearing the word lonely from Lin Wanting's lips, Aotian stiffened for a second, his nose and eyes suddenly stinging. Yes, he was lonely. Waking up in a strange world, surrounded by strangers, he had felt like an outsider. Why had Aotian preferred solitude when he first arrived here? Because those who seek quiet are often lonely. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Why had he understood Huiying so well? because he saw his own loneliness reflected in her. Guiding her to change had, in truth, been his own transformation. Long Aotian took a deep breath, forcing back the ache in his eyes and nose. He forced a laugh and patted Lin Wanning's back lightly. All right. If I'd known you'd get so emotional, I wouldn't have told you. Come on, are you just trying to take advantage of me? His teasing instantly shattered the heavy mood. Lin Wanning huffed. Who's taking advantage of you? I just meant that now you have a sister. You're not alone anymore. Everyone had their illusions. Even someone like Long Aotian had vulnerabilities. Listening to you, I think I might be the luckiest person in the world, Long Aotian joked. Lin Wanning smiled. Then I guess I'm lucky too. Life was full of trials, but thankfully, no, luckily, her brother had shielded her from them. Defeating the villains, protecting her and her reputation. Wasn't that a stroke of fortune? Thanks for reading On Man and Novel. They fell into a comfortable silence under the shade of trees, streetlights, and a night sky. The peaceful atmosphere eased the earlier tension. It's late. Let me walk you back, Long Aotian finally said. Okay. After seeing Lin Wanning back to the music academy, Long Aotian returned to his dorm. The moment he saw his 3 self-proclaimed adopted sons, his mood shifted instantly. Old Ao, you're finally back. Guess what club we signed up for? Total jackpot, I swear. Ha ha. You'll never guess, you pervert. Who could stay melancholy in an environment like this? Swimming club. But you didn't see that coming, huh? Ha ha. This is going to be amazing. Can you believe our college actually has a swimming club? Long Aotian chuckled. Nice. I'm rooting for you. The 3 immediately frowned. Don't be like that, old Ao. That's too distant. You think we'd hog all the fun? Exactly. The 4 heavenly kings of room 147 stick together. So we signed you up too. Ready to celebrate? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Long Aotian laughed along with them. Old Ao, why does your laugh sound so fake? Aren't you excited? Long Aotian laughed even harder, tears nearly welling up as he shook his head. I can't fucking swim. Dead silence. Su Shui. Oh crap. I forgot to wash my underwear. Li Long Long, it's bedtime for me. Huang Fei, I need a smoke on the balcony. Hold on, before you scatter, let's discuss some truths. I'll even give you a handicap. Before Long Aotian could finish, 3 figures bolted out of room 147. Long Aotian turned stiffly to the open door and the vanished trio. You bastards. No surprises here. Swimming was part of the sports curriculum. As Huang Fei put it, real men face their weaknesses head-on. They claimed they were helping old Ao adjust in advance, but their true motives remained a mystery. After the club orientation, there's a small gathering. We're just getting familiar with the place early. Look, Huang even went through the trouble of reserving the pool and got you swim caps and goggles. Just accept your fate. Honestly, old Ao, if I had your physique, I'd be flaunting it here every damn day. Long Aotian shot Huang Fei an exasperated look. This idiot only did it because Shun Mengjie joined the club, didn't he? Huang Fei grinned shamelessly. You're never in the dorm anyway, always running off somewhere. You missed our whole strategy session. As Long Aotian started stripping, the 3 winced. I think inviting old Ao was a mistake. But that hesitation vanished the moment they stepped into the pool area. This beats ogling legs on campus any day. Stay cool. Don't embarrass the 4 heavenly kings of 147. A figure emerged from the water and swam to the edge, preparing to climb out. Oh, you guys came too. Zhang Mingming greeted them with a smile. What a coincidence, running into you here, Huang Fei replied smoothly. Zhang Mingming rolled her eyes. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Mengjie's over there. Thanks. Huang Fei hurried off in the direction she pointed. Watching him leave, Zhang Mingming sighed faintly. When she turned back, she noticed the well-built guy, the one whose physique made her cheeks warm, hadn't followed. Curious, she wondered, why wasn't he going with them? Was he waiting for her? At this thought, Zhang Mingming's cheeks flushed with a faint blush as she stole a glance at Long Aotian. Her gaze traveled upward from below, where his assets were particularly prominent, making her quickly avert her eyes in slight fluster. "Why aren't you going in?" she asked. "I can't swim, so the shallow end suits me just fine," Long Aotian replied with a smile as he stepped into the pool, unbothered by the limitation. This spot was perfect for him. Hearing his words, Zhang Mingming gave a soft nod. Her eyes lingered as droplets of water trailed down Long Aotian's toned physique, leaving glistening streaks in their wake. She couldn't help but sneak another look or two. His body is really well built. Admit it, traitor, or no one can save you. The week passed by quickly. After this weekend, there are only 3 more days of classes before the 7-day holiday. What are you guys planning to do? The speaker was Huang Fei, who had originally wanted to invite Shen Mingjie out for a trip, preferably somewhere far away, so they could spend quality time together and deepen their feelings. Even if the trip ended late, the distance would make it impossible to go home, meaning they'd have to make do with a hotel. Heh. But imagination was beautiful, while reality was painfully harsh. Yep, he got rejected. Since he didn't want to go home either, he figured he'd ask his friend about their plans. Sigh. No plans, Li Longlong muttered with a sigh. His thoughts had aligned perfectly with Huang Fei's, but the outcome was just as bleak. He couldn't tell if he wasn't trying hard enough, but it always felt like there was some invisible barrier between him and Han Xiaojing. They could still smile and chat when they met, and they even went out for meals in group settings. But the moment he tried to ask her out alone, she turned him down. Like now. He texted her, and the first thing she asked was, "Who else is going?" When he said it was just the 2 of them, she flat out refused. It felt like all his efforts were just crashing into a wall of cotton. Ha ha. Amid their conversation, a rather lewd chuckle reached the ears of the 2 disheartened souls. Following the sound, they turned to see Su Shuai buried under his blanket, the laughter clearly coming from inside. Huang Fei and Li Longlong exchanged glances before creeping toward Su Shuai's bed and yanking the blanket off in one swift motion. Underneath, Su Shuai was sprawled on his stomach, clutching his phone, his face lit up with a perverted grin as he stared at the screen. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Caught off guard, Su Shuai flinched like a startled rabbit and quickly hid his phone. "What the hell are you doing?" he stammered, flustered. "What the hell are you doing?" Huang Fei and Li Longlong shot back. Their eyes locked onto the phone Su Shuai was trying to conceal. The creed of room 147 is, when a brother's in trouble, all rally to help. No abandonment, no betrayal. And yet, here you are, keeping secrets from us. "I'm not. Don't spout nonsense," Su Shuai protested. "Oh really? Then what were you just doing? Hiding under your blanket, giggling like a creep at your phone? You dare say you're not keeping secrets?" Su Shuai turned to Long Aotian. "Aotian, back me up here. Be fair." Long Aotian climbed down from his bed and stood beside Huang Fei and Li Longlong. "Just confess, traitor. No one can save you now." The 2 blinked at Long Aotian in shock. He'd always been the fair, mature one in their group. Noticing their stares, Long Aotian frowned. "Why are you looking at me? Let's focus on the traitor here." Thanks for reading on Mananovel. Su Shuai had hoped for some backup, but it seemed his trust was misplaced. Cornered by 3 pairs of merciless eyes, Su Shuai finally caved. "Fine, but you have to pretend you don't know. Otherwise, you'll lose a damn good father." After they nodded, Su Shuai's expression twisted into something both eerie and blissful. "Holy SHDX3. You actually... Shush. Su Shuai leaped up and clamped his hands over Huang Fei and Li Longlong's mouths. "If you even think about shoving your foot in my mouth, I swear I'll beat you to death." Long Aotian growled, veins bulging on his forehead as Su Shuai's foot hovered dangerously close. Once he calmed down, Su Shuai scratched his head. "Yeah, so? Wang Lijuan made me promise not to tell you guys. So, my dear sworn fathers, keep it to yourselves." Long Aotian patted Su Shuai's shoulder. "Wang Lijuan seems like a decent girl. Treat her well, and stop scheming like a dumbass." Su Shuai grinned sheepishly. "I know my limits. I never aim too high, and Wang Lijuan's the first girl who even let me hold her hand. The fact she agreed to go out with me? Totally worth it." Huang Fei slumped onto his bed, lighting a cigarette with a melancholic sigh. Honestly, I can stay single, but seeing my sworn son get a date before me, that hurts worse than death. But as your brother, I still hope you succeed. Don't worry, man. I didn't get a date either. I'll suffer with you. Li Longlong threw an arm around Huang Fei's shoulders, equally despondent. Ugh, get off me. That's so cringe. Suddenly, they both turned to Long Aotian. Aotian, you heading out again? You vanished all last weekend. Same deal this time. Yeah, got some things to do. So, Huang Fei and Li Longlong watched Long Aotian and Su Shuai leave. Busy, busy, busy is good. With the two gone, the dorm was left with nothing but a pair of lonely, dejected old men, staring blankly into the void. Outside, Long Aotian received a message from Li Qingxue. Long Aotian, we're coming to see you. Don't, he replied. Back at University A, Li Qingxue was tidying up in her dorm when her phone buzzed. Her face fell at Long Aotian's response, lips puckering so hard they could have hung a beer bottle. But the next second, she was grinning like an idiot. That brief emptiness in her heart vanished instantly. Her pout melted into an unstoppable smile, her entire being radiating joy. She pulled up Long Aotian's location on her map and quickly typed back, taking Metro Line 15 to 5.6 kilometers, no transfers. Just 800 m walk from the station. Giddy, she finished getting ready and headed downstairs to meet Hu Yueying. Stepping out of the girls' dormitory, she spotted Hu Yueying already waiting on the bench. Dressed simply, she sat there quietly, her natural grace and warmth exuding a serene charm that was impossible to ignore. Hu Yueying's eyes lit up when she saw Li Qingxue. Qingxue, you look so pretty today. Oh, really? Li Qingxue tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, suddenly self-conscious. Was it that obvious? Today, she seemed less playful and more refined, her usual bubbly energy replaced with a gentle elegance. That small gesture of brushing her hair aside added an indescribable charm to her already dreamy, innocent aura. Having a secret base in the future. Fruit tea shop. Long Aotian sat on a chair, waiting for his order to be packed. Suddenly, his vision darkened as a cool, soft touch covered his eyes, and a faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the air. Guess who I am? Who are you? Long Aotian asked with a chuckle. I'm the big bad villain. Scared. I'm terrified. Please don't hurt me. Though his words feigned fear, his tone betrayed no trace of it. The onlookers couldn't help but smile at their playful exchange. Lin Wanning withdrew her hand from his eyes and sat beside him, propping her chin on one hand as she stared straight at him. Liar. You're not scared at all. Don't let my calm fool you. Inside, I'm trembling with fear. Long Aotian wasn't entirely sure how he felt about Lin Wanning. She had once said, let's just keep things as they are now. And indeed, it seemed as if the memory of their previous kiss had been erased from her mind. Perhaps he wasn't as carefree as Lin Wanning. Sometimes he still found himself thinking about it. After a brief silence, Lin Wanning gently tugged at his sleeve. What are you so lost in thought about? Nothing. Just then, his fruit tea order was ready. He handed one cup to Lin Wanning and ordered another, not having expected to run into her here. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Bro, why did you order so much? Who else are you bringing it for? Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue. At the mention of those names, Lin Wanning simply nodded and murmured an oh. She had heard Long Aotian talk about his past that night. In truth, she envied Hu Yueying a little, but only a little. After all, she wasn't Hu Yueying, and she hadn't met him first. In a way, she even felt a hint of gratitude toward Hu Yueying. If not for her, she might never have met Long Aotian here. Li Qingxue was the second friend he'd made, like a mischievous girl meeting a gruff older brother. She brought laughter into his life, even if their interactions were mostly bickering. Their bond was something no one could break. Meanwhile, Lin Wanning had known him for the shortest time. Glancing at Long Aotian, she silently cheered herself on. So what? I'll carve out my own place in his heart soon enough. She turned to him. Bro, I want to meet Yueying and Qingxue too. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Bro, Isn't that your roommate? Lin Wanning asked softly, noticing Long Aotian awkwardly shielding his forehead with his hand. He looked up and spotted Wang Lijuan, who seemed too shy to even lift her head, and Su Shuai, who was hesitating whether to approach. Su Shuai was in an awkward spot, not entirely uncomfortable, but still. He had promised Wang Lijuan to keep their date a secret. Since they were classmates, she was worried about being teased, and even more afraid of the embarrassment if things didn't work out. And now, of all places, they had ended up on the same subway as Long Aotian. At that moment, Su Shuai suddenly remembered Long Aotian's advice. If you're looking for a girlfriend, it's better to go for a senior or someone from another class. Avoid dating within your own class. It'll save you from awkwardness later. This is what he meant. Su Shuai finally understood. Because, yeah, this was kind of awkward. Luckily, the discomfort didn't last long. Soon, Long Aotian's stop arrived. As he passed Su Shuai on his way out, Su Shuai blurted, "Yo, Lao Ao, this your stop?" Beside him, Wang Lijuan stiffened, and Su Shuai immediately regretted opening his mouth. Long Aotian hadn't expected this. He'd been pretending not to see them the entire ride, only for Su Shuai to drop this bombshell right as he was leaving. "Who's Lao Ao? You've got the wrong person. I don't even know you." With that, he grabbed Lin Wanning's hand and dashed out the moment the doors opened. As they rushed out, he caught a glimpse of Su Shuai giving him a thumbs up. Lin Wanning, her hand clasped in Long Aotian's, smiled and threw Su Shuai a thumbs up of her own before the doors closed. Once outside, she and Long Aotian exchanged glances and laughed. "You weren't wrong. That was Su Shuai, my roommate. He asked us to keep it quiet. That was pretty awkward." But then Lin Wanning realized this subway exit was the same one they'd passed when they were looking at apartments. "Bro, did you end up renting that place after all?" "Yep." "Bro, did you even listen to what I said last time?" Lin Wanning genuinely thought it was a terrible deal. Maybe your brother just stumbled upon a hidden gem. Long Aotian brushed it off and led her toward the exit. Watching his retreating figure and feeling his hand holding hers, Lin Wanning decided to drop it. Even if she hadn't known him for long, she trusted that this guy wasn't the type to make impulsive decisions. Stepping out of the subway, they soon spotted Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue. Long Aotian handed them their drinks. Couldn't even find some shade to wade in. Li Qingxue took her cup. "Yueying was worried you'd panic if you couldn't find us. You big dummy." Long Aotian turned to Hu Yueying. She gave an innocent shrug. "I was just being obedient." Her sweet, guileless face, paired with that docile expression, made Long Aotian want to pinch her cheeks until they turned red, just to see her big, watery eyes pleading, "Stop bullying me, okay?" When this girl acted cute, she was way too easy to tease. "All right, let's go. I'll take you to the secret base." With a grand gesture, Long Aotian led the three girls toward the courtyard house. Pushing open the gate, they found the overgrown weeds and scattered debris completely cleared away. The place looked infinitely better than its original chaotic state. Lin Wanning had already seen it, so she wasn't too surprised. But Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue gaped at the courtyard, then at Long Aotian's smug expression. "Long Ji, did you rent this whole place?" "Damn right. This is just the cleanup phase. The real renovation hasn't even started yet." Li Qingxue stood on her tiptoes and pressed the back of her hand to his forehead. "You're not running a fever? So what possessed you to rent a huge place like this and pay for renovations? Do you know how much that'll cost? Get off me. Don't jinx it." Long Aotian swatted her hand away and strode inside. Lin Wanning exchanged a glance with Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue, shrugging helplessly. I tried to talk him out of it, but no luck. The trio watched Long Aotian's proud and determined figure striding away. With things having come to this, they still pitched in to help him clean up. "Do the vulture a favor. Don't make me beg you on my knees to generate some sparks. Come on, generate some sparks. Have pity on this poor soul. Tell me, do you have any ulterior motives towards us?" While tidying up, Li Qingxue noticed the courtyard house design plans in Long Aotian's hands. "Is this the design for the courtyard house?" she asked, eyeing the documents on the table. Long Aotian replied. "Can you understand it?" "Drop the can you." Li Qingxue shot him a glare. Looking at the plans, she knew there was no talking him out of this. Hu Yueying stepped closer to examine the designs as well. Truthfully, she trusted Long Aotian implicitly. From guiding her in sourcing goods to earn money to sharing insights about future societal trends, everything he said carried foresight. Long Aotian always had his reasons, so among the three of them, Hu Yueying was quick to be surprised but even quicker to accept things. Mostly, she was just happy they'd have a rented place now. Once she got her own tools, she could cook for him every day. It had been so long since she last made him a meal. She wondered if he still liked her cooking. Long Aotian stood in the courtyard, holding the blueprints as he explained his vision. What do you all think? Faced with his question, the trio studied the designs, brainstorming ideas based on the courtyard's layout. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1. The plans were refined further. Long Aotian hadn't just come today to tell Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue they now had a secret base in the capital. He also wanted to finalize the design based on their input. After all, this would be his future home. The more detailed, the better. This work is hosted on mananovel.com, and the sooner it was settled, the sooner construction could begin. Noticing Long Aotian had finished his fruit tea, Hu Yueying softly asked, Long Aotian, where's the nearest store? I need to buy something. Long Aotian paused. He hadn't really paid attention. I know. I'll take you, Lin Wanning offered with a smile. Meeting her gaze, Hu Yueying nodded lightly. Okay. Watching the two walk away, Li Qingxue's eyes flickered. She turned to Long Aotian. You rented this place, and even asked for our decorating opinions. Are you plotting something? Yep, you saw right through me, Long Aotian chuckled, texting a contractor. A blush crept on Li Qingxue's cheeks. This guy's so blunt, not even pretending anymore. Plotting against me is one thing, but Yueying and wanting to? Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. That's not a good mindset, she muttered, biting her lip. Why not? Long Aotian countered, amused. Li Qingxue pouted. Of course no guy would see anything wrong with it. Her mind drifted to last week on the boat, when he'd called her pretty. So he's had designs on me for a while. The thought sent a flutter through her chest. But then again, he wasn't just interested in her. Yueying and wanting were targets too. Putting on a stern face, she lectured, You might be fit now, but that's just youth. Wait till you're older. You won't keep up. Long Aotian found it hilarious. The contrast between her delicate face and her faux mature tone was priceless. Teasing, he flexed his bicep. Relax. I'm in peak condition. Li Qingxue's breath hitched at the sight of his muscles. Peak condition? Would I even handle that? Her face burned anew. This guy acted so mature and witty at first, but now he's showing his true colors. Enough. If he was going all out, so would she. Steeling herself with 2 deep breaths, she stepped forward. Long Aotian, I need to talk. He turned. What about? Her courage wavered the moment their eyes met. Okay. Maybe she'd overestimated herself. Standing face to face under his gaze, her nerves spiked. She retreated 2 steps. In her fluster, her feet tangled, as if her brain had short-circuited. Long Aotian. Ha! Her clumsiness sent Long Aotian into laughter. He caught her by the waist, steadying her. How do you trip on flat ground? Pressed against his arm, she was closer than ever. Even as he mocked her, all she heard was concern. Her water bottle clattered to the ground. Long Aotian was still chuckling when he looked up, then froze. Hu Yueying stood at the gate, stunned. The look on her face twisted something in his chest. The water she just bought slipped from her arms. Lin Wanning, beside her, felt the shift instantly. Hu Yueying had been chatting cheerfully on their way back, but now, silence. What's wrong? Long Aotian asked, stepping forward. Li Qingxue followed, concerned. Hu Yueying forced a smile. Just drop the water. My grip slipped. Scared me for nothing. Long Aotian picked up the bottles, ruffling her hair. The touch unraveled her. With anyone else, she kept her emotions locked tight. But with him, every little thing swayed her. Long ago, she'd already placed him beside her grandparents, her third closest person. Handing waters to Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning, she mumbled, I need the bathroom. before hurrying off. In the alley, Hu Yueying leaned against the wall, staring at the sky with a deep breath. Maybe it was seeing Long Aotian holding Li Qingxue that made her realize she cared far more than she'd thought. He was the sunlight in her heart. Losing that light, she couldn't bear to imagine it. Angry Yi Liangchen. Taking a deep breath, Hu Yueying suppressed the emotions surging within her. Stepping out of the alley once more, she headed toward the place where Long Aotian was renting. "What's wrong?" Long Aotian asked softly as soon as she reached the door, having been waiting there for her. Seeing Long Aotian waiting just for her, warmth blossomed in Hu Yueying's heart. She smiled lightly and said, "Nothing. I just really had to use the restroom earlier." "Were you waiting here just for me, Long Aotian?" "Of course. Qingxue almost tripped earlier. I just happened to catch her." Long Aotian didn't owe her any explanation, yet he chose to give one anyway. An indescribable feeling welled up inside Hu Yueying. Tilting her head to look at Long Aotian, her heart swelled with happiness. "I know." Seeing the sparkle and joy in Hu Yueying's eyes as she gazed at him, Long Aotian gently ruffled her long hair. Savoring his touch, Hu Yueying nuzzled lightly against his palm. She loved, absolutely loved, when Long Aotian caressed her like this. "Promise me something," Long Aotian said. "No matter what it is, don't keep it bottled up inside. If you're unhappy, tell me." "I know. I will," Hu Yueying replied in a soft voice, her tone brimming with reliance on him. "Long Aotian, can I keep cooking for you?" she asked with a smile. "You said before that once you had your own place, I'd be your little chef, making delicious meals for you every day." "That sounds perfect. I've been craving your lean pork congee and spicy stir-fried chicken. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Hearing his words, Hu Yueying felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "You're smiling." Long Aotian mirrored her expression. "You should smile more often. You look so confident and beautiful when you do." This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Being praised by Long Aotian made Hu Yueying shy, her cheeks flushing, but more than anything, it filled her with happiness. "I've just left the subway station." Seeing the message, Xue Xiaohua took a deep breath and turned to look toward the subway exit. Sure enough, he spotted a figure sprinting in his direction. "Over here." Xue Xiaohua waved at Yi Liangchen impatiently. "Why are you so late?" His tone carried a hint of displeasure. Ever since deciding to collaborate with Yi Liangchen, Xue Xiaohua had been secretly observing Hu Yueying. That morning, when he saw Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue leaving the school gates, he immediately messaged Yi Liangchen. But damn it, he only showed up now. "Thanks for reading on Man and Novel." Yi Liangchen rubbed his temples. "Had some things to deal with last night. When I saw your message after waking up, I rushed over without even washing up." "What's the situation now?" He clapped Xue Xiaohua on the shoulder. Xue Xiaohua sniffed the air, catching a faint but familiar, unpleasant odor. Noticing Xue Xiaohua's reaction, Yi Liangchen coughed awkwardly and withdrew his hand. "Focus. Tell me what's happening. I need to make my move soon." Distracted by Yi Liangchen's urgency, Xue Xiaohua set aside his suspicions and began recounting the details of trailing Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue. While Xue Xiaohua spoke, Yi Liangchen discreetly sniffed his own palm, then quickly wiped it against his pants. Too close. He'd almost been caught. He had been busy last night, but not in the way Xue Xiaohua might assume. The long night, combined with the restless energy of youth, had left his mind wandering. Thoughts of Hu Yueying, Li Qingxue, and even Lin Wanning had stirred him up. If not for that bastard Long Aotian, with his knowledge from his past life, he'd have already indulged in all kinds of pleasures. The more he dwelled on it, the more worked up he became, until he could barely control himself. Fueled by frustration, Yi Liangchen had ventured out, intending to charm some women with his looks and charisma. A little practice before the real deal. But those ordinary women couldn't appreciate his avant-garde charm and free spirit. Left with no other outlet, an overheated Yi Liangchen had returned to his dorm and relieved himself onto the covers. The aftermath left him drained, oversleeping, and now running late. But as Xue Xiaohua continued, Yi Liangqin's frown deepened, especially when he heard that Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue had entered a courtyard with Long Aotian. Alongside his stunning, aloof beauty, his fists clenched. Anger, pure, boiling anger, surged through him. Hu Yueying was one thing. Long Aotian had already ruined her back in Haibei City. But Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning? Knowing Long Aotian's beastly lack of self-control, why would they willingly follow him into a private courtyard? Once that door closed, who could guarantee Long Aotian wouldn't do something unforgivable? Just like in Haibei, at Hu Yueying's home. Behind closed doors, he'd revealed his true nature. How could any of those girls resist him? Yi Liangqin didn't even want to imagine it. "What's wrong with you?" Xue Xiaohua asked, eyeing Yi Liangqin's trembling, clenched fists. "Keep talking," Yi Liangqin ground out. "About 5 minutes ago, Hu Yueying and that coldly beautiful woman came out of the courtyard and went into the supermarket ahead. Hu Yueying was carrying 4 bottles of water, and the other woman bought something small. She slipped it into her pocket. Then they went back inside. I didn't dare follow." Yi Liangqin's legs nearly gave out. What kind of item could be small enough to fit in a pocket? Why did only Hu Yueying and Lin Wanning come out? Where was Li Qingxue? Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue were closest, so why was Hu Yueying paired with Lin Wanning this time? There was only one explanation. They'd run out of condoms. Long Aotian had used the last one on Li Qingxue, which was why she hadn't come out with them. Yi Liangqin shook his head violently. Damn it. He'd overslept, and the sky had fallen. He didn't want to think this way, but given Long Aotian's vile methods in his past life, he had no choice. Coercion, manipulation, outright force. Long Aotian would stop at nothing. "You bastard!" Yi Liangqin grabbed Xue Xiaohua by the collar, roaring, "Why didn't you stop them? Why? Why didn't you do anything?" Xue Xiaohua shoved him off. "What the hell's wrong with you? How was I supposed to stop them? They clearly planned this. What right did I have to interfere?" Xue Xiaohua's words slowly brought Yi Liangqin back to his senses. He couldn't let this happen. It was time to step up, just like in his past life. To save them. To expose Long Aotian's true, disgusting nature. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangqin exhaled slowly, then strode forward with grim determination. Author's note: thank you for the support. Something came up at home, so I'll have to delay the extra chapters. Once things settle, I'll make it up to everyone. Hope you understand. The dependence of an adult woman on men. Xue Xiaohua quickly followed suit when he saw what was happening. Truth be told, the moment he witnessed Hu Yueying walking into the courtyard with that other guy, his heart ached unbearably. If he had to describe the feeling, it was like watching someone else play with his most treasured possession, an unbearable frustration. He was outstanding in his own right. So why couldn't Hu Yueying seem to see him? The more unattainable she was, the more his heart stirred with longing. All of it eventually condensed into sheer unwillingness. A girl like her, once encountered, impossible to forget. He wanted her every second of every day. That radiant smile was etched into his mind, and if one day it were to bloom just for him, Xue Xiaohua felt his life would be complete. And then there was Li Qingxue. If possible, he wouldn't mind getting to know her better too. He knew he shouldn't be so greedy, but greed was etched into human nature. Someone as exceptional as him, well-liked in class, deserved a little more leniency, didn't he? The only regret was not knowing the name of that aloof yet stunning girl. As they neared the courtyard, Yi Liangqin and Xue Xiaohua faintly caught snippets of conversation. Yi Liangqin suddenly raised his arm, signaling Xue Xiaohua to stop and not go any further. "Brother Long, I really have been trying my best. Of course I can tell. After all, he'd watched her grow step by step since she arrived from Haishur. How could he not see it? No, you don't. The way you look at me is always so indulgent, like I'm some helpless child who'll never grow up." This work is hosted on mananovel.com. My mistake. From now on, you'll just be a slightly bigger child in my eyes. Happy now, Brother Long. Hu Yueying stomped her foot, pouting in protest. Seeing her like this, Long Aotian couldn't help but chuckle. He pinched her puffed-up cheeks playfully before finally giving in and flicking her nose. "Go on inside. Everyone's waiting for you. We'll grab dinner together later. The two eavesdroppers outside couldn't suppress their grins, already picturing Hu Yueying's adorable, sulky expression. Their smiles were so blissful, as if in that moment, they were the ones standing before her instead of Long Aotian. Brother Long, Hu Yueying called out to his retreating figure. The second he turned, she wrapped her arms around him in a gentle embrace. Just like that day when he'd carried her on his back, she held him tightly, pressing her face against his chest. Brother Long, I'm an adult now. I know exactly what's in my heart. It's not gratitude, not indebtedness, it's dependence. But not the kind a little girl has. It's the dependence of a woman on a man. With that, she'd said everything she needed to. Long Aotian looked down at Hu Yueying in his arms, his hand hovering as if to stroke her hair. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Silence. A deep, heavy silence. Hu Yueying bit her lip and shut her eyes. Even if she expected rejection again, even if... Thump! Her lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, pressing even closer to his chest. Thump! 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 She smiled, a smile so tender it could meld into one's very bones. Her cheeks burned uncontrollably. Even the tips of her ears flushed hot. She didn't need words. She heard it, and she thought she might already know Brother Long's heart. Scum, let her go. A sudden, jarring voice shattered the moment. The door was kicked open. Instinctively, Long Aotian pulled Hu Yueying behind him, his gaze snapping toward the intruder. Inside the room, Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning, alerted by the noise, rushed out. There, standing in the doorway, was a figure. He faced slightly away, head tilted at a melancholic 45-degree angle, his expression shadowed with sorrow. At the sight of him, Li Qingxue frowned. Lin Wanning frowned. Even the gentlest of them, Hu Yueying, wrinkled her nose in disgust. Long Aotian studied Yi Liangchun without a frown, only a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Hidden to the side, Xue Xiaohua gave an approving nod at Yi Liangchun's dramatic entrance. Feeling all eyes on him, Yi Liangchun allowed a faint smirk. With a dramatic toss of his hair, he fixed his piercing gaze on Long Aotian and the three girls behind him, the objects of his longing. The sight of Hu Yueying, Li Qingxue, and Lin Wanning deepened his smile, but it vanished as he glared at Long Aotian. I said, let them go. Yi Liangchun, have you lost your mind? Li Qingxue snapped. She'd known him the longest, and seeing him here only deepened her disappointment. She wasn't stupid. In a city as vast as the capital, how had he found this exact alley, this exact courtyard? The answer was obvious. Disgust slowly eclipsed her frustration. Yi Liangchun responded with a bitter chuckle, shaking his head. They call me mad, yet they see nothing. Your night is here, Qingxue. Don't be afraid. His gaze shifted to Hu Yueying and Lin Wanning. You two, fear not, for I have arrived. He gave the three girls a solemn nod before finally locking eyes with Long Aotian. This was their first true confrontation. No matter, he'd already embraced the darkness. Hands in his pockets, he strode forward, stopping inches from Long Aotian. Swallowing hard, he declared, Long Aotian, I know you feel threatened by me. I never wanted to fight before, but now, I can't stand by any longer. Slap. Yi Liangchun's head snapped to the side. He stood frozen, lips trembling in shock. Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning were equally stunned. This was the first time they'd seen Long Aotian act this way. Only Hu Yueying understood. She looked up at him, her heart aching for her brother Long, because she knew exactly why he'd struck Yi Liangchun. Created. I have a heart of justice. For a long moment, Yi Liangchun, his face slapped to one side, finally snapped out of his daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. You hit me? Long Aotian stepped forward, his gaze calm, yet piercing as he stared at Yi Liangchun. That look, Yi Liangchun knew it all too well. Some people screamed and cursed when angry, but others wore a mask of serenity, beneath which raged a storm of fury. In that instant, Yi Liangchun was transported back to the terror of being dominated by Long Aotian in his past life. He stumbled back, fear plastered across his face. What do you think you're doing? Have I not told you before that smashing someone else's door is unacceptable behavior? Long Aotian's voice was low and dangerous. Once, he had banged on Hu Yueying's door, scaring his little follower so badly her face turned ghostly pale. Though Hu Yueying hadn't been physically harmed, the incident had left a shadow of fear in her heart. Long Aotian could never forget that day, how Hu Yueying had been on the verge of tears, torn between seeking his help and fearing she'd burden him. The thought of what might have happened if he hadn't met her, if she hadn't reached out, made his blood run cold. How terrified and helpless she would have been alone. Pulling someone out of darkness was painstakingly difficult, but destroying them? That was frighteningly easy. He had worked so hard to breathe life and confidence into his little follower. And now this fool dared to stalk Yueying and Qingxue? The anger simmering inside Long Aotian flared. Without realizing it, they had carved out a vast space in his heart. Faced with this version of Long Aotian, Yulianshan's rehearsed grand speeches died in his throat. He never imagined that even after his dark transformation, Long Aotian would still dare to strike him. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Damn it, was his dark persona being completely disregarded? Clutching his cheek, Yulianshan spat. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm here to stop you. Even if you hit me, I won't back down. Everyone knows I have a heart of justice. His eyes darted to Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning. Come here. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Lin Wanning shot him a cold glance. Are you out of your mind? Do we know you? Are we close? And since when have we been in danger? Li Qingxue exhaled slowly. Back at University A's field, she thought she'd made herself crystal clear. Yet here he was, still forcing his twisted ideals onto her. Enough, Yulianshan. What's happened to you? You've become unrecognizable and repulsive. Their words struck like knives. Pain, sharp, searing pain, lanced through Yulianshan's chest. He'd come to save them, and this was their response? Ingratitude and scorn? He was the one who'd been hit. He was the victim. So why were they siding with Long Aotian instead of him? His mind reeled. No, this was unacceptable. Impossible. Thanks for reading on Man Novel. Haven't you figured out Long Aotian's true nature yet? He's... Yi Liangchun yelped as he staggered back, nearly losing his balance. Not just Yi Liangchun, but Long Aotian and the two girls gaped in shock at Hu Yueying. She withdrew her delicate hand, her earlier fear entirely absent this time. She couldn't let Long Aotian shield her forever. She wanted him to see how strong she'd become, strong enough to protect him too. And this creep had the audacity to disrupt their time together? Unforgivable. Yi Liangchun stared at her, wounded and bewildered. Why? No, why? If anyone should be asking, it's us. Why stalk us? Why kick down our door? Why pretend you're some savior when we barely know you? Why can't you leave us alone? The words resonated with Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning. Lin Wanning had always found it bizarre, how he acted like he knew her intimately, preaching about saving her when she'd never asked for it. Li Qingxue had nothing left to say. They'd known each other for 9 years, but Yi Liangchun was now a stranger, lying to teachers, claiming her romantic distractions ruined his studies, even pressuring her to throw her exams. If this was his idea of salvation, she wanted none of it. Yi Liangchun laughed, a bitter, hollow sound. He'd poured his heart into rescuing them, only to be met with blame instead of gratitude. Pathetic. Would they only wake up after Long Aotian left them broken and bleeding? Guess it was all just my wishful thinking, he muttered with a broken smile. His devotion meant nothing to them, just some nuisance they didn't know. That hurt more than Long Aotian's slap. He whipped his head up, glaring. You're loving this, aren't you? Long Aotian's palm struck again. He'd been itching to do it. This guy never shut up. In Yi Liangchun's warped mind, everyone else was wrong. Stalking, door-kicking, all justified. Resisting made Long Aotian the villain, while Yi Liangchun played the martyr. Even Long Aotian's patience had limits. Right now, he couldn't stop himself. Wah, you hit me again. Who gave you the right? If anyone's at fault, it's you. How dare you treat me like this? One slap was bearable, but two? Yu Liangchen crumbled. Long Aotian yanked him up by the collar. As long as they call me brother, I'll protect them. Try this again, and I swear, I'll throw everything I have at burying you. Look at me. Look at me. Trembling, Yi Liangchen obeyed. Long Aotian's eyes, terrifying, unhinged, mirrored the madman from his nightmares. A primal, bone-deep fear took hold. Tell me you understand. I understand. Watching Yi Liangchen's retreating figure as he fled, Long Aotian let out a sigh. If possible, he wouldn't have chosen this path, but for now, it seemed like the best solution. The spirit of chivalry never rests. This is not a vow, yet it bears such weight. The three girls stood dumbfounded, staring at Long Aotian's tall, imposing figure. His words still echoed in their ears. As long as they still call me brother, it's my duty to protect them. If you dare try this again, I swear I'll do everything in my power to put you behind bars. Though his voice wasn't particularly loud, it carried an inexplicable sense of reassurance. As long as he was there, it felt like no one could ever harm them. As long as he was there, even if the sky were to collapse, he would shield them from the fall. It wasn't an oath, yet it weighed as heavily as one, striking their hearts and sending ripples through their emotions. If asked who in this world, aside from their parents, could give them the greatest sense of security, the three girls would answer without hesitation. Long Aotian. Closing the gate again, he turned to Hu Ying beside him and gently placed a hand on her long hair. Next time something like this happens, don't confront them yourself. Tell me, and I'll handle it. Hu Ying looked up at Long Aotian, her eyes shimmering with his reflection, then nodded firmly. I'll listen to you, Brother Long. She knew he was just worried about her, afraid she might suffer. You too as well, he continued, glancing at Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning. Your girls, don't get into arguments easily. If anything happens, come to me. I might not be able to solve everything, but at the very least, I won't let anyone bully you. Hearing his words, the corners of Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning's lips curled into faint, tender smiles. They never doubted Long Aotian's capability. In their eyes, he could do anything. That was the kind of security he gave them. Sometimes subtly, sometimes outright boldly. Clean up a bit. I'll take you all out to eat. Forget about what just happened. Don't let some mentally unstable person ruin your mood. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Hu Ying added with a playful tone. Brother Long says the best way to deal with people like that is to just walk away. Hearing this, Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning couldn't help but chuckle. Crude as it sounded, it was undeniably practical, exactly the kind of thing only Long Aotian would say. Yi Liangchen's face twisted into a pained grimace, as if he were wearing a mask of agony. No one could fathom the turmoil in his heart. How'd it go, Brother Chun? At Xue Xiaohua's question, Yi Liangchen instantly wiped the pain from his expression, not wanting to reveal his humiliation. Instead, he feigned calm. Strangely enough, despite Long Aotian slapping him twice, aside from some slight swelling, not a single mark remained. Xue Xiaohua, meanwhile, had been afraid Hu Ying and the others would realize he was the one who had tailed them and exposed their location. So the moment Yi Liangchen kicked open the courtyard gate, he had quickly ducked away. After all, he still had 4 years of sharing a class with Hu Ying ahead of him. If she held a grudge over this, it wouldn't be worth it. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Besides, he and Yi Liangchen had a deal. If he could just get Hu Ying to spend one night with him, he was confident his skills would leave her utterly enthralled. No need to spoil his chances now by making a bad impression. Nothing much. Just had a little fight with Long Aotian. Yi Liangchen replied coolly. So that guy's name is Long Aotian, Xue Xiaohua murmured, narrowing his eyes. How did it turn out? Yi Liangchen shook his head. I took a hit, but he didn't walk away unscathed either. After all, force works both ways. Even if Long Aotian had slapped him twice, his palms must have hurt too. In a way, that counted as injuring him. The thought made Yi Liangchen smirk. Suddenly, his face didn't sting as much. I wasn't asking about that, Xue Xiaohua pressed. What about Hu Ying? And Li Qingxue, that icy beauty, did Long Aotian force himself on them. That was what truly concerned him. In his mind, Hu Yueying already belonged to him. Yi Liangchen laughed, a hollow, bitter laugh, until a single tear rolled down his cheek. No matter how hard he tried to hide his emotions, the pain was just too much. Long Aotian must have been bad-mouthing me behind my back. Now they've all turned against me. Hearing this, Xue Xiaohua frowned deeply. Are you even capable of handling this? You promised you'd help me win Hu Yueying over, get her into my bed. You swore it outright before. Yi Liangchen's expression darkened. Damn it, I went out there and took a beating, and instead of backing me up, you're still hung up on this? Honestly, he wanted nothing more than to slap Xue Xiaohua silly. Besides, if anyone was going to have Hu Yueying first, it'd be him. Xue Xiaohua would only get the leftovers if he was feeling generous. But then again, he couldn't afford to lose Xue Xiaohua just yet. Useless as he was, Xue Xiaohua still had his uses. At the very least, he could keep an eye on Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue for him. Since they'd all turned their backs on him, even saying such hurtful things, then fine, they'd brought this on themselves. He'd steal Hu Yueying's business achievements, frame her for plagiarism, and crush her until she had no choice but to beg at his feet. As for Li Qingxue, that ungrateful bitch, after 9 years of friendship, this was how she treated him? If she wanted to cut ties, then he'd show her no mercy. And Lin Wanting? Once he hijacked Hu Yueying's success and became a rising business tycoon, controlling her would be child's play. With that, Yi Liangchen tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, closed his eyes, and wrapped his arms around himself in a dramatic embrace. You forced me into this. What do you mean? Who forced you? Xue Xiaohua asked, baffled by the sudden theatrics. Nothing. Just know this. I am their salvation. Truthfully, even as he said it, Yi Liangchen wasn't entirely confident. Everything had spiraled beyond his expectations. But he still had faith in himself. At the very least, Long Aotian hadn't gotten his hands on Li Qingxue or Lin Wanting yet. Today's display was probably just a ploy to win their favor through Hu Yueying. Flattery with ulterior motives. Nothing good ever came of it. Li Qingxue and Lin Wanting were still too naive. Yi Liangchen had no doubt that once the time was right, Long Aotian would shove Hu Yueying aside and sink his claws into them. The thought made his expression twist with fury. Since the source of the problem lies with Long Aotian, all I need to do is outshine him and draw their attention back to me. Gently touching my face, I murmured, I won't let these 2 slaps go to waste today. They will become good friends, regardless of anything else. Hu Yueying gently tugged at Long Aotian's sleeve and whispered, Brother Long, let's not eat out. How about I cook for everyone instead? Hearing this, Long Aotian glanced around. Though the courtyard had been cleared of all clutter, there was still, at the thought, seeing the hopeful look in Hu Yueying's eyes, Long Aotian smiled. Sure, it's still early anyway. I'll go prepare what we need. It seemed that, except in certain matters, Long Aotian had never refused Hu Yueying. As for Hu Yueying's suggestion, Li Qingxue and Lin Wanting naturally had no objections. In fact, the idea felt rather novel to them, suddenly giving them a sense of home. Especially with Hu Yueying's help, the 3 of them built a simple stove. While calling it a stove was generous, it was really just bricks arranged in a circle. But even so, the 3 of them were thrilled. There was nothing quite as satisfying as creating something with their own hands. Once the stove was ready, the trio left the courtyard to buy seasonings. These could be found at a nearby convenience store, and since they'd last a while, there'd be plenty of chances to cook together in the future. At this moment, Hu Yueying was like a gentle big sister, leading Li Qingxue and Lin Wanting. Everyone had their own strengths, and when it came to practical life skills, Li Qingxue and Lin Wanting still had a ways to go compared to Hu Yueying. Of course, Hu Yueying had her own shortcomings too, areas where she fell short of Li Qingxue and Lin Wanting. Maybe she wasn't the best, but she'd strive to become better. Back in the courtyard, the 3 arranged the seasonings and sat together chatting, quietly waiting for Long Aotian. Brought together by him, their conversation inevitably turned to Long Aotian. And in Hu Yueying's heart, Long Aotian would always be the best. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. But when his name came up, Li Qingxue couldn't help but glance at Hu Yueying. Women were intuitive and sensitive. Earlier, when Hu Yueying saw Long Aotian holding her, the shock, the disappointment, the barely concealed unease in her eyes. No matter how well she hid it as fellow girls and close friends who'd spent so much time together, how could they not notice? "What's wrong, Qingxue?" Hu Yueying asked softly, noticing her staring. "Nothing." Li Qingxue shook her head slowly and smiled at her. Long Aotian might have been a little mischievous, but he was right about one thing. At home, you rely on family. Outside, you rely on friends. At least in this unfamiliar city, at least in this moment, she felt an inexplicable warmth. A warmth brought to her by Hu Yueying, by Long Aotian. Though she wasn't yet very close to Lin Wanning, the fact that they'd all come together was fate. Lin Wanning might have been reserved by nature, but right now, she felt the same as Li Qingxue, a quiet warmth flowing through her heart. At the very least, they could be friends, good friends. This had nothing to do with anything else, nothing to do with Long Aotian. It was just the three of them. Thanks for reading on Mananovel. Silently, they tucked away their little secrets. Soon, the trio gathered plenty of firewood. At the same time, Long Aotian returned with his purchases, a wok, some kitchenware, and ingredients he'd already had chopped at the market. It was a bit of a hassle, but how could he refuse when his most obedient little follower had asked? Besides, it had been a while since he'd tasted her cooking. "All right, the setup's ready. Now, let's see what our little chef can do," Long Aotian said. Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning clapped in unison, playing along. The scene was so heartwarming that even Hu Yueying, who was usually shy, mustered rare confidence and declared, "Leave it to me." Back in her hometown, Hu Yueying had often cooked with an iron wok. The same ingredients, but the taste from a gas stove versus a wood fire? Completely different. She was sure Brother Long would enjoy it today. When it came to cooking, Hu Yueying was undeniably the best among the three. But Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning couldn't just sit around waiting to eat, so they helped as her assistants. Watching Hu Yueying work with practiced ease. Watching Lin Wanning move with careful precision. Watching Li Qingxue fumble adorably. Long Aotian couldn't stop smiling. He loved this cozy, almost domestic feeling. In his original world, he'd been an orphan. As a child, he'd endlessly longed for the warmth of family. After coming to this world, he'd somehow gained a father. But with the soul of a 28-year-old man, calling someone dad felt awkward and unnatural. So he always called him old man instead. Their relationship was less like father and son, more like buddies. But the scene before him suddenly gave Long Aotian a warm, homely feeling. Stretching lazily with contentment, he murmured, "This is nice. Long Aotian, don't just sit there sunbathing like a lazy old man," Li Qingxue said, hands on her hips as she glared at him. Coming. What do you need me to do?" Among the three girls, Li Qingxue was the only one who could truly keep Long Aotian in check. "Then go add some firewood." "Sure thing." Hu Yueying smiled without saying a word, knowing full well that Li Qingxue just wanted Long Aotian to join in. Lin Wanning couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Though she could also get her way by acting coquettish, Li Qingxue's straightforward and carefree attitude toward Long Aotian was something she couldn't replicate. Not even Hu Yueying could. How could she not envy that? Lifting the lid of the pot, a rich aroma wafted out. Time to eat. The four of them gathered around, each holding a box of steamed rice. "Let's try Yueying's cooking. It's definitely delicious. It smells amazing," Li Qingxue exclaimed excitedly. Even more appetizing than restaurant food," Lin Wanning praised with a smile. "Not all. Come on, try it," Hu Yueying replied, a little flustered by the compliments. She lowered her eyes and stole a glance at Long Aotian. More than praise, what she really wanted was to see Long Aotian devouring her food with gusto. There was a violent beauty in the way he ate, taking huge bites, swallowing large portions at once. It had been so long since she last saw him enjoying her cooking. Following his lead, everyone picked up their chopsticks. The thick, flavorful sauce clung to the tender chicken, delivering a spicy yet slightly sweet taste that paired perfectly with the rice. The conditions aren't ideal, otherwise I'd have made some noodles too, Hu Yueying said, looking at Long Aotian. She knew better than anyone, Long Aotian loved noodles. The setting wasn't glamorous, even a little shabby, but despite that, the meal was filled with joy. Thank you for the gifts and support, everyone. Some happy events have been keeping me busy. I've barely slept more than a few hours in 3 days, running around until my legs and feet are sore. Once things settle down, I promise to make up for all the missed updates. Once again, thank you so much for your generosity and encouragement. I truly appreciate it. Love you all. How about I be the little maid? After finishing their meal, Long Aotian turned to Li Qingxue with a smile and said, "Little cleaner, it's your turn now." Li Qingxue suddenly recalled what Long Aotian had mentioned earlier. Hu Yueying had promised to cook for Long Aotian every day from now on, and she herself had said that if Long Aotian could buy a house in Capital City, she would clean his room every day. Though this house wasn't actually purchased by Long Aotian, she didn't dwell on it and immediately started tidying up. Of course, she wasn't left to do all the cleaning alone. Hu Yueying and Lin Wanning both pitched in to help. While taking out the trash, Lin Wanning approached Long Aotian and asked, "Brother, what about me? What should I do from now on? You already have a little chef and a little cleaner, so what's my role?" Seeing how serious Lin Wanning looked, Long Aotian found it amusing. It had all been a joke, but since they'd known each other for so long, teasing like this was just part of their fun. Lin Wanning crouched beside Long Aotian and said playfully, "How about I become your little maid, responsible for taking care of you?" Long Aotian, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out in surprise. Seeing his reaction, Lin Wanning burst into mischievous laughter. This was more like it. Why did he always act so mature when they were the same age? Trying to be a water fountain now? Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue teased Long Aotian when they returned from tossing the trash and saw what had happened. Lin Wanning quickly scampered over to join the two of them. "Now you're all ganging up on me," Long Aotian exclaimed. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. At this, Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning immediately turned and ran, while Hu Yueying hesitated for a moment, glancing between Long Aotian and her fleeing friends before gasping and dashing after them. Long Aotian went back to his room to grab the design plans, locked the front door, and then chased after them. In the afternoon, Long Aotian handed the design plans to the renovation company's agent. With that settled, the work could begin any time. He then bought some gifts. Since the renovation would inevitably disturb the neighbors, it was only polite to visit them beforehand. The three girls' well-mannered behavior naturally left a good impression. The fact that they had taken the effort to visit with gifts showed consideration. Even if they hadn't, no one could really stop them from renovating, right? After visiting a few households, they had a brief introduction to their neighbors. Most of them were migrant workers renting rooms in the area. Only a small portion were elderly locals of Capital City. Thankfully, everyone was quite easygoing. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. After finishing their last visit, Hu Yueying asked, "Long Ji, was this really necessary?" They had spent quite a bit of money on this. Hu Yueying had rented many places before, but her most vivid memory was from her 3 years in Haiwan City, where the house across from her had been renovated. Back then, no one had gone through such formalities. They just started working without any prior visits. To be honest, Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning didn't fully understand Long Aotian's actions either. Long Aotian smiled and explained, "You've seen the design plans. This isn't a small project, and it's bound to affect the neighbors. Not visiting is one thing, but visiting makes a difference. Besides, we don't know many people here. Building good relationships with our neighbors can only benefit us." As a grown man, Long Aotian wasn't too concerned about himself. But for the three girls, if there ever came a day when he wasn't around, or if they faced another situation like someone following them or knocking on their door, Having friendly neighbors could provide some help. Even just someone stepping outside to take a look could serve as a deterrent. Though the chances of such incidents were slim, they had happened before. All right, don't overthink it. The renovation will start in a few days, and I might be busy then. If you girls get bored, you can hang out together. You can also discuss your online store ideas, like designing the shop, deciding what to sell, and how to manage it. Don't worry about suppliers. Yueying and I have been to Yiwu before, and we have contacts in Guangdong. Once you've made your decision, don't hesitate to give it a try. At this, the three girls grew visibly excited. Especially Hu Yueying, who had sold clothes before, eagerly shared her small tips and tricks with them. For them, this was a bold new venture, one that filled them with both excitement and anticipation. And so, their already endless conversations gained yet another topic. I have a friend who studies digital art. We could ask her to design our store's layout, Li Qingxue suggested. Would that be okay? Of course. We just video chatted the other day. But what are you planning to sell? The three of them chatted happily, leaving Long Aotian somewhat sidelined. On their way back to the university, Lin Wanning kept typing on her phone. Watch your step. Don't use your phone while walking, Long Aotian reminded her. It's fine. With you here, I won't trip, Lin Wanning replied with a grin, playfully blinking at him. Still, she obediently put her phone away. Today was really fun. It suddenly feels like we're a family. Hu Yueying is so gentle, and Li Qingxue is so lively. Being with them makes me happy. I told you they were easy to get along with. Long Aotian agreed with a nod. I genuinely hope you all become good friends. We will. Lin Wanning felt they were already friends. After all, they were still chatting nonstop, even while walking. We're here. Be careful on your way back, Long Aotian said as they reached the Music Academy's entrance. Okay, bye, brother. Lin Wanning waved and headed inside. Today had left her feeling content. She was gradually becoming part of her brother's little circle, and her steps felt noticeably lighter. Watching Lin Wanning disappear into the campus, Long Aotian turned and left, returning to his dorm. Inside, Su Shuai sat on his bed while Huang Fei and Li Longlong perched on stools in front of him, looking as if they were conducting a formal interrogation. Seeing this, Long Aotian quickly grabbed a stool for himself. Move over. Make room for me. Huang Fei and Li Longlong scooted aside, letting him join. Once seated, Long Aotian, Huang Fei, and Li Longlong all fixed their gazes on Su Shuai. Watching Long Aotian's actions, Su Shuai's lips twitched. You guys are ganging up on me now. Stop whining. Spill it already. This is for the benefit of future generations. Got it? Huang Fei declared solemnly, notebook and pen in hand. If you want to benefit future generations, why don't you go out and experience love for yourselves? At this, Huang Fei and Li Longlong felt as if an invisible knife had stabbed them in the chest. Immediately, they decided to resort to force. I think I just got dumped. Watching Su Shuai put on an act, Long Aotian shot him a disdainful glance. Cut the act, kid. I saw you and Wang Lijuan taking the subway together. Where'd you go? At those words, Su Shuai seemed to recall something wonderful. He couldn't help but break into a smile, a blissful one at that. Huang Fei and Li Longlong exchanged glances. They noticed everything, yet for some reason, it felt oddly grating. We were just. Before Su Shuai could finish, Huang Fei and Li Longlong waved him off. Stop. We don't want to know anymore. Su Shuai paused, then turned to Long Aotian. Hey, Aotian, where'd you and that aloof campus beauty from next door go today? Leaning in with a sly grin, he added, I even saw you holding hands. Seeing Su Shuai's unmistakable gossipy expression, Long Aotian chuckled. Take a guess. Su Shuai wiggled his two thumbs suggestively. Long Aotian suddenly stood up. Did you get on recording? Huh? Su Shuai stared blankly. Get what? Hold on quiet. Huang Fei made a shushing gesture, and the dorm fell silent. With a tap on his phone, Huang Fei played back Su Shuai's voice, dripping with mischief. Ha, I saw you holding hands. Damn it, you bastards. Su Shuai lunged like a tiger, tackling Long Aotian. I treat you like sworn brothers, and you pull this crap on me. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Serves you right for showing off. I'm sending this to Shanmingjia, so she can show Wang Li Juan. No, don't. 3 cups of fruit tea. Extra ice. Fine, I'll get them right now. Watching Su Shuai flip them off from the balcony, Long Aotian and the others burst out laughing. Amid the laughter, Li Longlong suddenly sighed. Turning serious, he looked at Huang Fei and Long Aotian. Honestly, I kind of envy Su Shuai. Huang Fei patted his shoulder. Pursuing a girl takes persistence. You're giving up way too soon. What's going on? Long Aotian asked, curiosity piqued. After you guys left, we got bored in the dorm and tried chatting up Shamingjia and Han Xiaojing. Maybe even arranging a meetup. Huang Fei gestured for Li Longlong to continue. No luck, Li Longlong muttered, exhaling heavily. She's just cold toward me. Thanks for reading on Mana Novel. Cold? Maybe she's just shy, Long Aotian said. His impression of Han Xiaojing was of a quiet girl, hardly the type to come off as distant. I knew you wouldn't believe me, but it's the truth. Li Longlong pulled out his phone and showed Long Aotian the chat log. His messages were at least 2 lines long each. Han Xiaojing's replies, however, were mostly, okay, got it. The longest one? Who else is going? Just glancing at the screen, it did seem a bit frosty. Noticing Long Aotian's expression, Li Longlong turned to Huang Fei. Show him your chat log. How many times do I have to say it? Stop calling me Old Huang. He pulled out his phone. Our convo's simple too, but at least there's some emotional feedback. He opened the chat, and Long Aotian's eyebrows rose slightly. Yeah, I guess there's some emotional value here. Playful emoji, okay, winking happy emoji, thanks adorable emoji, can't, I'm busy, sad emoji. See, Longlong? Once you learn to read girls like I do, you'll get that emotional payoff from Han Xiaojing too. Huang Fei grinned confidently. Long Aotian sucked in a breath, at a loss for words. Huang Fei was clearly enjoying this. In this state, anything he said would fall on deaf ears, or worse, strain their friendship. Honestly, Shinmingjie seems nice, but I'm not sure if. Right? Huang Fei beamed. You think so too, Aotian? I knew it. Long Aotian opened his mouth, but didn't finish. Some lessons had to be learned firsthand. And who knew? Maybe Huang Fei was onto something. Ugh, Li Longlong sighed again, taking his phone back. At first, I just thought Han Xiaojing was pretty. But the more we talked, the more I liked her personality too. But at this rate, I've got no shot. Early on, even as single, MHM from her would make my day. But over time, I got greedy. She never changed. I think I just got dumped, without even dating. Long Aotian patted his shoulder. Look at it this way. No start, no breakup. The campus is full of youth and possibilities. And how long have you known her? Really known her? How many times have you met or eaten together? Don't compare yourself to Su Shuai. Not every girl is Wang Li Juan. Thanks, Aotian. That makes me feel even worse. Li Longlong let out a half laugh, half groan. Long Aotian didn't know what else to say. From his perspective, it was all too rushed. This wasn't the fast-paced dating scene of a decade later. Taking things slow was more sincere. Your glorious sworn father has returned. Su Shuai kicked the dorm door open, arms laden with 4 cups of fruit tea, 2 6-packs of beer, and a bag of skewered snacks. Spotting the beer, Long Aotian nudged Huang Fei. Let's drink. Between sips and bites, Su Shuai caught up on the situation. No big deal. I'll talk to Li Juan, and we'll set up another dorm hangout. Worst case, we stay friends. Exactly. Maybe Han Xiaojing's just a slow burn. Huang Fei added, hiccuping mid-sentence. Whatever. I'm over it. I'll play it by ear. I'm not some Adonis, but I'm not ugly either. There's no way I won't find a girlfriend. But, thanks, guys. Li Longlong said it with a rare kind of coolness. Not the superficial kind, but a liberated one. Long Aotian raised his can and clinked it against Li Longlong's. Don't get emotional. As your sworn brother and one of the 4 heavenly kings of dorm 147, it's our duty. Ha ha! Huang Fei and Su Shuai both nodded with laughter, showing their approval. Li Longlong rolled his eyes but still downed the drink in the end. You must have been very sad at that time. The next morning, Long Aotian woke up early. Today was the day the workers would start their shift, and he needed to check on them. Old Ao, were you off to so early? Huang Fei mumbled, barely opening his eyes. He had drunk a little the night before and really didn't feel like getting up now. Got some things to take care of. Heading out. You're such a busy man. I can't do it. I'm going back to sleep. Huang Fei turned over and drifted off again. Stepping out of the dormitory, Long Aotian found the air in capital city far from pleasant, even in the early hours. It was nothing compared to Haiwan City, he thought. Before long, Long Aotian arrived at the courtyard compound. After a quick phone call, he soon met up with the project manager. During their discussion, over 60 workers began their tasks for the day. Hu Yueying had always been an early riser. It was a habit ingrained in her over the years. She simply couldn't sleep in, always waking up at the same time no matter what. She got up, dressed, washed her face, and sent a message to Li Qingxue. Waiting briefly in the hallway, she received no reply. Tilting her head, she gazed at the sky through the glass above, still as breathtaking as ever. The weather's so nice today. She made her way toward the campus gates. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Pausing outside a breakfast shop, she hesitated for a moment, taking a deep breath as if steeling herself. Then she stepped inside. Moments later, Hu Yueying dashed back out, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Not long after, she returned, slightly out of breath. Thank you, thank you. The elderly couple running the shop beamed at the sight of such a lovely, polite girl, waving her off warmly. Leaving the shop, Hu Yueying scanned a shared bike and pedaled toward the nearest subway station. She was in a hurry. Her heart raced the entire way, tense and urgent, as if every second mattered. The subway doors had barely opened when she darted out. On the sidewalk, passers-by turned to watch the sprinting girl. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. But this time, Hu Yueying didn't care about their gazes. The eager smile on her face never faded. She was like a streak of rainbow, leaving behind a trail of vibrant colors in her wake. Her determination had finally freed her from the fear of others' eyes. Because Long Aotian had once told her, no one knows you, so why be shy? Strangers pass by and forget you in an instant. Those who truly care will love you no matter what. Everyone moved in the same direction, like silent hands of a clock, along this endless road, until at last she found him. At the mouth of an alley, Long Aotian seemed to sense something. He turned, then relaxed entirely, shaking his head with an exasperated but fond smile. This was the fourth time. The fourth time he'd seen her running toward him without hesitation, without holding anything back. Long Ji, seeing him look her way, Hu Yueying's smile brightened even more as she called out cheerfully. Slowing to a stop in front of him, she carefully presented what she had been cradling in her arms. You silly girl. Long Aotian looked at what she held, then ruffled her hair roughly. She didn't mind the mess. She loved it when Long Ji pampered her like this. Long Ji have some kanji. Those 4 words were like an invisible blade, painless, yet carving deep into his heart. Sometimes, Long Aotian wondered if he was just too sentimental for his age. After all, he'd heard this same phrase countless times back in Haiwan City. But here in Capital City, in this moment, it felt like a dagger made of honey, sweetness flooding his chest. So sweet, yet never cloying. Sitting on a green-painted step, he peeled open the disposable lid. Steam rose, carrying a rich aroma. It was lean meat congee. Hu Yueying watched him with sparkling eyes. Try it, Long Ji. He took a big bite. It was delicious, just like the ones back in Haiwan City. Seeing the way Long Ji ate, especially when it was something she'd made, filled Hu Yueying with irrepressible joy. Is it good? Very good. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Long Aotian guessed. The congee was still piping hot, clearly freshly made, and given how she'd sprinted here, he had a hunch. I'm not hungry. Before meeting Long Ji, she'd rarely eaten breakfast. Years of habit had made it second nature. It was only after meeting him that she'd started sharing meals with him. Have some. Long Aotian handed her the container, still more than half full. Hu Yueying shook her head rapidly. I'm really not hungry, Long Ji. You eat it. Not listening? Want me to scold you? Come on. He pressed the kanji into her hands. Eat. Looking down at it, Hui Wang took a small sip, then lifted her gaze to meet his. The moment their eyes locked, she broke into a silly, happy grin, clutching the kanji like a treasure. Her smile was beautiful, gentle as lingering spring rain, intoxicating and tender, tickling the heart. You, Long Aotian couldn't help but pinch the tip of her nose lightly. She was just too adorable. From a distance, someone froze mid-step, the hands holding a bag of steamed buns, and soy milk tightened slowly. A long, long moment later, the grip loosened. She didn't go any closer. Instead, she retreated into the shadows of another alley. A hand pressed lightly against her chest. Her heart was calm. Strangely, unnervingly calm. Li Qingxue stared blankly. Though physically close, the scene before her felt whirled away. Even from this distance, she could see how brightly Hu Yueying was smiling, a side of her that seemed to appear only around Long Aotian. And Long Aotian? He watched her with undivided affection, his gaze holding no room for anyone else in that moment. Witnessing this, for some reason, Li Qingxue felt a strange sense of release. Not quite acceptance, but something indescribable. Her heart was at peace, yet there was an odd discomfort. Though seeing Hu Yueying so happy also made her happy for them. Yes, happy. Her mind drifted back to that night, when Hu Yueying had stopped her and asked, Qingxue, what if I like Long Ji too? She couldn't remember the expression on Hu Yueying's face that night. Silly Yueying, were you hurting back then? You must have been. I was right beside you, saying those things, and I didn't even notice how much pain you were in. Time, oh time, please slow down. After happily finishing her lean meat porridge, Hu Yueying playfully glanced at Long Aotian. Long Ji, look, I ate it all. Good girl. Hu Yueying felt a little proud, secretly. She was the most well-behaved, after all. Then, as if remembering something, she said, Long Ji, I joined the Hanfu Club. Sharing her daily life with Long Aotian was one of Hu Yueying's favorite things. Long Aotian also loved listening to her talk about her routines. It was how he knew whether the little girl was doing well at school. Actually, the Hanfu Club invited me to join a few days ago, but I didn't agree at the time. Then, when I was discussing the online store with Qingxue and Wan Ning, I went back and checked the prices of Hanfu last night. At this point, Hu Yueying grew visibly excited. Long Ji, you'd never guess. A single Hanfu costs almost 200 yuan. So, I thought, why not sell Hanfu alongside regular clothes? That's why I joined the club. Hearing this, Long Aotian realized Hu Yueying had her own ideas now. A good sign. The rest of the time was spent with Hu Yueying talking and Long Aotian listening. Unbeknownst to him, the little follower who used to trail behind him had truly grown up. By the end, Long Aotian held back a laugh and bought her a bottle of water to soothe her throat. After taking a sip, Hu Yueying let out a contented sigh. In front of Long Aotian, she was her truest self, beautiful, awkward, tearful, shy. He had seen all her flaws and witnessed her growth. No matter how much she matured, in Long Aotian's eyes, she would always be that little follower who adored tagging along. Just then, the foreman came to discuss some renovation details with Long Aotian. This work is hosted on mananovel.com. Long Aotian left with him. Hu Yueying sat on the Green Planet steps and checked her phone. There, she saw Li Qingxue's reply. I was so engrossed in talking to Long Ji that I didn't notice. She quickly tapped into the chat to respond, mentioning she'd come to see Long Aotian and asking if Qingxue would join. Soon, Qingxue replied, I have something to take care of today, so I won't come. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? When they'd parted yesterday, Qingxue had been fine, and Hu Yueying hadn't heard of any plans. Reading Hu Yueying's message, Li Qingxue could feel the genuine concern in her words. That was just how Hu Yueying was, sometimes disarmingly kind, without a hint of pretense. Having such a friend in life was truly a blessing. Thanks for reading on Man and Novel. Li Qingxue smiled and replied, Really, I'm fine. I'll visit another day. Besides, isn't Long Aotian busy with renovations now? Wish him luck for me. Okay, I will. I'll bring you a little cake when I get back. Wait for me. Reading this, Li Qingxue took a deep breath and leaned her head against the railing. After a long pause, she chuckled lightly and typed back, "All right, I'll wait for you." Hui Weiing, flying kiss emoji. Li Qingxue replied with the same flying kiss emoji. Before long, Long Aotian returned. Bored? Maybe you should head back to school. Seeing Hui Weiing staring at her phone, Long Aotian grinned. Not at all. Being with Long Ji, even in silence, was never boring. But Qingxue seems a little unwell, Hui Weiing murmured. Unwell. Long Aotian paused, then seemed to understand. Wait here. He headed to a nearby supermarket and returned with an electric kettle and a packet of brown sugar. Take this to Qingxue. Later, brew some ginger brown sugar tea for her. Living far from home, without support, every little bit helped. That was Long Aotian's reasoning, but his instinctive actions spoke louder. If he didn't care, he wouldn't have done this. It was precisely because he cared unconsciously that, okay, Long Ji, I'll go back now. Hui Weiing was reluctant to leave. But Long Ji was fine, while Qingxue wasn't feeling well. Weighing the two, she decided she should return to take care of Qingxue. Taking the items from Long Aotian, she hesitated, then turned and gently hugged him. Caught off guard, Long Aotian stiffened for a moment before laughing. What's this? Can't bear to leave Long Ji. Long Ji, don't talk. Hui Weiing looked up at him, then pressed her ear to his chest. She was greedy. This time, she'd have to wait until her next break to see him again. Listening quietly, she felt his heartbeat grow louder. As she listened, her body trembled slightly, and a smile crept onto her face. In this moment, whether she heard it or not didn't matter. Feeling Long Aotian's hand gently rest on her back, Hui Weiing wished time would freeze right here. The first time she'd hugged him, he'd stiffen like a board, even pushing her away, saying, "No, we can't do this." The second time, he'd still been a little rigid, but he hadn't pushed her away. Instead, he'd patted her head and said, "Whatever it is, tell Long Ji. I'll talk sense into them." Now, the third time, he didn't resist. He even wrapped an arm around her. This gradual change filled Hui Weiing with indescribable emotions. Joy, delight, contentment, attachment, reluctance. She was slowly stepping into Long Aotian's heart. And again, she'd heard it. The heartbeat that belonged only to her. Just like the uncontrollable pounding in her own chest whenever she was near him. Long Aotian looked down at the girl in his arms. More than once, he'd been tempted, but only now did he let go completely, allowing his body to respond freely. She was slender. His palm felt the warmth of her skin, the slight tremble of her body. She'd told him. She'd grown up. She was an adult now. She'd said, it wasn't gratitude, not thanks, not indebtedness. It was dependence. But not the kind from a little girl who couldn't stand on her own. It was the dependence of a grown woman on a man. Gently patting her back, he rested his chin atop her hair, breathing in her faint fragrance. What was he to do with this little follower of his? All right, take care on your way back. Reluctantly, she loosened her arms and lowered her head shyly. Behind her cascading hair, no one could see the blush that painted her face with a coy, irresistible charm.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.